So a very warm good morning to each and everyone as you join us here at the Three W's Oval in the southern parish of St. Philip in the sunny Caribbean island of Barbados as we are about to commence the 2023 Big Man Cricket over 60s competition put on by the Cricket West Indies Masters Association. The match today featuring the oldest rivalry in world cricket, England versus Australia. And I can already tell you that the Aussies have won the toss and elected to bat, and we will get going very shortly. Just some housekeeping matters to say that the competition, a 45 overs aside competition, and the umpires today, the South African guest, let's call it Eugene Adams, and our own local Sheena Welch, one of the growing number of female umpires here on the island of Barbados. So as I mentioned to you, the Australians winning the toss and electing to bat. I am joined for today's coverage for the stream by Ellie Holford, who will be my fellow commentator. We'll be alternating duties as the day goes on. And here's wishing that the competition itself, the play on the field, matches the conditions. Beautiful weather, I must tell you. Lovely clear blue skies, dotted with a few cotton woolish clouds. A warm morning here in Barbados, and not a lot of breeze. I think we can appreciate a bit of that northeast trade wind breeze that we expect to come across the ground anytime today. But at the moment, excellent cricketing conditions. I say good morning and welcome to Ellie Holford.
Hi, good morning. Hold up. We know how you're doing this morning, man.
I am very well. I'm like the weather, in the pink of health.
Bright and sunny.
Bright and sunny, cheerful.
Looking forward to this match today. Looking forward to it. You started very well by saying the oldest rivalry, and I believe that today will be no different.
Well, yes, of course. We all know about that very important Ashes rivalry that exists between the English and the Australians, and even in this over 60s format, that rivalry will definitely be no less.
I agree with you 150%. It's going to be very interesting to see these young boys in the field. Will they be as agile? Will the competition still be as fierce? I believe that we'll have to wait and see.
Well, if what I witnessed during the over 50s competition that was held here in Barbados late last year, the same Cricket West Indies Masters Association put on an over 50s competition, and let me tell you, it defied the logic of persons being over 50s. Over
Wow.
50s, what I saw definitely was way above the standard that I expected.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can be assured that today will be a very interesting game. Australia versus England. And just to give you an idea of the 11 that has been put out by the England side, Richard Merriman, the captain, Kevin Grant, well, he is the 12th man, Neil Brathwaite, John Butterworth, Phil Deacon, Chris Dearden, Monty Douglas, Tony Rhodes, Jim Phillips, John Goldthorpe, Edward Gordon Lennox, and Rupert Staple. Rupert Staple, that's the 11 put out by the English side. And again, Kevin Grant, he is the 12th man. So it's going to be a very interesting day here at Pickwick and the south of the island.
Well, Ellie, we are going to have to take a short break because there is going to be a short ceremony where a moment's silence will be held in commemoration of the memory of the passing of an Alvin Shillingford. Of course, we always associate that Shillingford name with Dominica. And apparently, Alvin Shillingford, a legend in the Masters cricket format. And to show appreciation for his contribution to the game at this level. It has been decided that there will be a moment's silence. So we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we should be ready to describe the action on the field of play. Higgins. 82. Higgins is 59. It's 82.
And the other one is 59. Who's 59?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly.
That's this 59 or 39? It's 59.
59.
So we welcome you back to the four square oval because as we are seeing the players already having taken the field, as we mentioned earlier, Australia winning the toss and electing to bat, and the opening pair of Eric Higgins, the captain, and Peter O'Reilly already there in the middle. The bowling is going to start from the southern end here at the four square oval, an end named after a former Pickwick player and a West Indies a fast bowler, and also one very well known on the international circuit in the person of Vasper Drake. So starting from the southern end, the name after a former Pickwick player in Vasper Drake's, the bowling will be starting from that end. And the bowler? Tony Rhodes is the man charged with that responsibility of bowling the very first over of this match as we get this segment of the Big Man Cricket over 60s Cricket West Indies Masters Association competition going all set and ready to go. Looks like left arm over the wicket will be Rhodes, and his first delivery is seeing the batter going onto the back foot, that being O'Reilly, and punching it away on the onside of the pitch, fielded by the bowler. There is no run. So the conditions here, Ellie, are looking rather fine. Good. I think the decision to bat on winning the toss is one that would have been expected, as we see the second delivery, and coming onto the front foot is O'Reilly, the tall left arm medium pacer. I think getting that one to shape back into the right-handed batsman. This time, O'Reilly is not offering a shot. Delivery outside the off stump and picking up the line quite early. Two slips in play. So let's look at the field. Two slips. There's a man at point just backward, a square cover. Then there's an extra cover and a mid-off. So a circle of fielders there on the offside, all inside the restrictive circle. As we see the first runs of the match, a couple to be had. This delivery tickled away towards fine leg. The batters are coming back for a third run on the throw and get home quite easily. Runs on the board. The Aussies are up and running, Ellie.
Yes, I can say you said when they're over 60, but to see the guys running 3, oh my dear me, I'm beginning to doubt these numbers. As I say, good morning to everyone listening to us online.
Well, we're going to see now the other right-handed opener, this one being Eric Higgins, the captain of the Australian team. So he will have his first share of the strike. Just two fielders on the onside, quite interestingly. A wideish mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket. And then there's a man just behind square to the right of the umpire, Adams at square leg. And we wait for Higgins to settle. He does so now. And Rhodes is in short outside the offside, punched away to the offside. A couple of more runs in the offing. The ball is going to be pulled back just inside the rope. at deep backward point, and this time the batter settled for two. Room outside the off stump, and Higgins immediately pouncing on that delivery.
I can tell you, fairly big field, a lot of ground to cover on this bright, sunny morning. It's going to be very interesting to see what the final score will be here this morning, man.
What is going to be interesting, as you mentioned, with the wide open spaces on this ground and with these older legs, how there are going to be lots of runs on offer to be run rather than the ball going into the boundary. But we see how that intensity is maintained as the day goes on. But we've already seen a 3, and we've also seen a 2 in that first over, coming to an end at the end of over number 1. The total 5 without loss, 3 to O'Reilly, 2 to Higgins.
Let's go. To be fair, man, England, Australia, they do have some very big outfields. You go to Lords and you look at the rest of these ovals. It's fairly big outfields. I think they're accustomed to the running. However, being over 60 and onward, it's going to be very challenging, especially with this warm sun in the Caribbean.
Very, very much so. As I mentioned, that not much of a breeze. So the new bowler is going to be Rupert Staple. So we have Rhodes starting at the Vaspert Drake's end, and now we have Rupert Staple to take up the bowling at the northern end. The northern or Arthur Bethel end, Ellie. Arthur Bethel, another one of the stalwarts, long-time legends of the Pickwick Club, the Four Square Oval being now the home of the Pickwick Club. And Arthur Bethel, who would have played for Barbados. I'm not so sure. I don't think he actually played Test cricket for the West Indies. But that Bethel name, especially to our English viewers, we'll say a bit more about that. As the first delivery is full on the pass, tackled away down towards the deep long leg area. The batters have already completed 2, as this one is going to pull up just inside the rope at long leg, and 3 runs to be had. So wow. 3 more runs to O'Reilly.
You have to run for your money here, man. You have to run for your money here.
And the other aspect that has to be considered, the outfield not really cut short and sharp, that the ball is going to really run across the outfield. There's still a fair covering of grass, and I suspect that is going to help to prevent the ball from running away to the boundary. Hence, the need for much more running between the wickets, and of course the fielders having a lot of ground to cover also.
I can tell you. So not much value for your shots, then, man.
Well, not full value. Edge between the 2 slip fielders. Down to third man it goes. Another couple of runs. But runs in the dark on that particular occasion. Good delivery, though, from Staple. The batter looking to turn this one into the onside and getting it off the outer edge, the leading edge, and the ball traveling, perfectly bisecting the 2 slip fielders.
You think that the second slip's just a tad too wide? I hear him making some adjustments now, coming a bit closer.
Possibly. Staple, right arm over the wicket. And down the leg side, not taken cleanly. They're going to run 1. The umpire, Adams, is going to spread his arms and signal wide. So 1 wide run, wide ball. So 2 runs added to the total. That total now going up to 12 without loss in over number 2. So getting the radar wrong on that occasion. Staple outside the leg stump. Keeper standing up, not being able to glove it cleanly. This time he's all over it, taking it outside the off stump as it's left alone by the batter. The wicket keeper for the England side. If we may quickly ask.
Wicket keeper for England.
Thorpe is the keeper, as this time the batter coming onto the front foot. Immaculate defensive shot, pushed back along the pitch. So the John Goldthorpe, the wicket keeper. Goldthorpe, it is, number 117.
In comes Staples. And this one, we have to wait and see, did he get some bottom right turns into the leg side. They'll come for 2. So someone in now, I'm telling you, this is going to be very entertaining today. A lot of teamwork. It's going to call
Well,
for a lot of teamwork for these guys to be spreading and all over this pasta.
well, very sharp though between the wicket this opening pair. I don't know if this is the standard for the rest of the day, but this particular opening pair seemed very, very sharp between
Early
the
days,
wicket
Wayne. Early
and
days.
looking full of vigor,
I
full
can,
of enthusiasm as they go about. So 3 more runs picked up there by O'Reilly. He's up to 9 and the total 15 without loss, which it is at the end of over number 2. So the early honors going to the Australian batters, looking quite in control of the situation.
indeed.
But as we mentioned, still early days yet. 15 without loss after 2.
Question for you, man. How many water breaks do we have in this in this game?
Well,
Standard one, or do we have two?
well, we're going to find out. We need to do some inquiries as far as the regulations are
Warm
concerned.
days, man. Warm days.
But 45 overs. It is a warm morning, and as I mentioned earlier to Ellie,
Not much rain.
not a lot of breeze.
Agreed.
So the breeze sometimes help to make it a lot more comfortable. But so far for the morning, we're just beginning to see the flags beginning to slightly rustle now, and it may be a suggestion as the sun actually goes in behind the cloud, and
Really.
O'Reilly's outside the off stump. That bowler being Rhodes, left arm, tall left armer, looking to get the typical left hand in swing to the right-handed batter. His first delivery as O'Reilly on strike and gets the delivery on the legs, turns it away behind square man, just there at that short backward square leg position. Ball traveling straight to him, and a dot ball. Still only the two fielders in the onside, very heavily stacked offside field, as Thorpe is again on the off stump, and rather cautiously O'Reilly coming across his wicket and dropping it away in front of him for the fielder from cover to come in and field. So we've got those 4 men in that circle from backward point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off. Then there's also a man deep at a whitish third man position. Short delivery outside the leg stump, pulled away square. Chase for that man from backward square. They already are landing into the creases for the second run, and an easy 3 more runs taken by this pair. 3 more to O'Reilly and 3 more to the Australia total. Is now 18 without loss.
Must say that the Australians look very comfortable at the crease. No pressure to them at all. Rotating straight nicely as well. Using the maximum of the field, the full coverage of the field.
Thorpe again covering up, pushing it into the offside, thinking of going for a single is Higgins, but the ball traveling much too straight and much too quickly to that man coming in from that cover position, cover point position. And there again is no run. This is Higgins, the facing up to Thorpe, and this time he's driving out toward extra cover, but again, that area of the field very heavily patrolled, and not being able to pierce the gap. He comes up with a dot of the final delivery of the third over after 3:18 for no loss.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see this score that Australia will look to put on the board here today. 40 overs, is it, man?
45 overs.
45 overs that we are playing. So it must be a steady pace that they're looking to put as they go about business in the middle. We are seeing O'Reilly and Higgins putting on a lovely partnership so far. No pressure on them, using the full width of the pasture of the playing field.
So it's going to be Rupert Staple, whose first over cost 10 runs, to continue. His first delivery, just around the off stump, on a good length, and the batter coming onto the front foot, just pushing it away into the offside, no run. So similarly set field here for Staple, as this one on the leg stump, turned away behind square, easy single taken. The man at square leg having to move around to his right. But the field for the right arm medium pace of a Staple, I think he's removed one of the slips now, so just the one slip, backward point, square cover, extra cover mid off, short mid wicket. This ball is short outside the off stump, chopped away down to that third man position, a man back there on the rope, and just a single taken. So on the onside, we've got some cover at a short, straightish mid wicket. Then there's a squarish, a man just forward of square, and then a fielder right back on the boundary at a long leg. So one more picked up off that delivery. So 20 without loss in over number 4, and brings Peter O'Reilly back into strike. He has been the main scorer so far with 13, and is brought onto the front foot to a good delivery, pushing it away into the onside, and there is no run. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat in very good cricketing conditions. The pitch seems in fine shape so far, as Staple is forcing the batsman onto the back foot. Tall right arm medium pace of Staple, extracting good bounce with that delivery. Not a lot of pace on offer here. Offer for the shortest run. And now comes in, brings the batter onto the front foot, coming forward, bat and pad close together. Keeping that one out is O'Reilly to bring us to the end of over number 4. A rather quiet one on that occasion, just the one run out of that over, and the total being 20 without loss at the end of over number 5.
O'Reilly looks very comfortable at the crease. And with him is Higgins. Higgins is on 5. Higgins on 5. So the bulk of the scoring coming from O'Reilly. Looks very comfortable at the crease, I must say. O'Reilly coming on to the front foot, bottom part very close together. Any young boy watching on today will see what a very solid defense must look like. No gap, no room for error. Wayne.
Well, here we see it's going to be Rhodes again, and this delivery is a whitish one outside the off stump, picking up the line and leaving it alone. The keeper not taking it cleanly, the ball bursting through his gloves and lobbing up to the fielder at first slip. No wide called by umpire Sheena Welch. Standing at that southern end, the Vaspert Drake's end here at 4 square. Delivery again, this one coming in with the arm from the left arm of over the wicket, and going with the flow on this occasion is Higgins, but turning it straight to that man at the back for the square on the onside. Again, no run. Field unchanged for Rhodes, as he is outside the off stump. A much fuller delivery, the widest of the off stump. Higgins looking for the drive, the ball coming off the bottom of the bat, the Q end of the bat, and just bubbling away up to mid-off. Has been not really getting into his rhythm so far, Higgins. Has looked in a lot of trouble, but just not really timing the ball as well as he might want to. That's the short delivery. This one is going to put away behind square, and we might be seeing the first boundary of the morning. Yes, it is. Short delivery, innocuous delivery, and Higgins this time pouncing on it, pulling it away into that vacant area on the onside. Just 2 fielders on the onside, 4 runs all the way. The first boundary of the morning.
He was on it in a flash. So you saw him just coming onto the back foot and rocking it into the leg side. A really good shot there by Higgins. He looks very comfortable at the field, at the crease. Sorry, looks very comfortable. They feel a bit slow, but you would feel that the two will utilize the large area here at Pickwick this morning.
So now we're seeing an adjustment in the field, Ellie, after that shot. 24 without loss. Again, he's on the leg stump. This time he's going to get the single because he turns it away to the left of that man at backward square, that staple out there, and immediately coming through for the single. So rotation in the strike as the total goes up to 25 without loss, brings O'Reilly on 13 on strike. Higgins goes to 10 as O'Reilly is coming onto the front foot. Guys, this one away behind square to the vacant gully position. Comes for the sharp single. The return to the keeper's end misses the stumps. I think a direct hit would have made it a lot more interesting, Ellie. But in the end, they get home with that sharp single. Over number 5 completed. 26 without loss. Australia winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, Monty Douglas, we just saw him there picking it up there at backward point and getting it into the keeper, Goldthorpe. We thought really would have had the Bills off in a flash, but the two Australians very quick between the wickets, getting home to keep both wickets still intact.
Well, yes, so at the end of that 5th over, 26 without loss, and we're going to continue with Staple bowling from the northern end. Four Square Oval, the home of the Pickwick Club, Ellie, and also the home of a famous rum distillery here in St. Philip, the Four Square rum distillery. Award-winning products all across the board. Famous for the production of fine rums.
Indeed. Have one in Contact home, man.
What's that? The one-eyed man, as we call him?
Yes, sir.
The old brigand. Also the home of ESA Field White Rum.
Yes, please.
And the Dorley's Macaw.
True juices as well.
So this ground was donated to the Pickwick Club by the owners of the Four Square Factory, the Four Square Distillery, none other than Sir David Seal, who residents we can see away in the distance to the south of us at the Hopefield Plantation. But this was donated to the Pickwick Club after the Pickwick Club were forced to vacate the premises at Kensington Oval, which had been their home for over 100 years, actually. As this delivery outside the all-stump goes for a cut, appeal for a catch at the wicket, and he's gone. Wicket to Staple. That batter being Eric Higgins, a delivery outside the all-stump, looking for the cut. Maybe a ball a bit too close to him. Good catch taken behind by keeper Goldthorpe.
Indeed, indeed. He just getting a bit too close to him. He really thought that he would have come forward to this one. He went back and slashing and losing his wicket. Caught behind there. It was a very good take as well by Goldthorpe.
So that wicket, the first of the innings, 27 for 1 after 5 overs and 3 balls. Eric Higgins caught by wicketkeeper Goldthorpe, bowled by Rupert Staple. He made Higgins 10, and it brings the number 3 batter, Miller. Yes, he is the number 9 on his back. Peter Miller is the name. So he is the... Oh, yeah, we're looking for Australia, right? Okay. Someone commenting that Eric Higgins, an Alex Short lookalike. I think that's where the comparison finishes, though, from what we saw. The physical features, yeah, we appreciate that. But, and as I said, that's where the comparison begins and ends.
Doesn't go much further than that, man.
Well, yes, but good breakthrough for the England team.
It really was a good take there by Goldthorpe.
Well, yes, very well. So that ball coming off the edge, and the appeal was instant, a very confident appeal, and umpire Adams had no hesitation whatsoever in giving it. It's quite obvious as the new batter takes his guard. We see...
You saw Staples there just coming in, and that ball pitched on a lovely line and just moving away late.
Here he is again, Staple. Tail up outside the yard stump, full of confidence now is Goldthorpe. Stylishly gloves that one, moving just sashaying away to his right as that delivery is outside the yard stump.
Miller not falling for the trap that Higgins would have fell for.
This time gets one to bounce a bit curly off a good length. The ball coming off the outer half of the bat. So another very good delivery, another very challenging delivery from Staple, getting that ball to bounce a bit disconcertingly off a good length. Well handled though by Miller as he gets off the mark with a single. Now it's already outside the yard stump. Ball pitching outside the yard stump, holding its own outside the yard stump. The end of a successful over for Rupert Staple and for the England team. We've had 6 overs completed, and at the end of over number 6, 28-1 Australia.
You can see that Staples, he's coming into his own now. Huh? The lines that he's hitting consistently for the last 4 or so deliveries. So he's beginning to find his line and length. Seeing him take the wicket there just now of Higgins, just taking the edge.
Just nagging away on that off-stump line. The famous Jeff Boycott corridor of uncertainty.
Indeed.
And reaping some success with it too, inducing the Australia captain into going after one that pitched a bit too close to him for the shot. Phil Deakin. Could you spell that for me, please? Deakin, and he's number 127. So, change of bowler at the southern end, the Vasport Drake's end. Thorpe has been withdrawn from the attack. He'll be replaced by Phil Deakin, shaping up apparently to be something of a right arm off spin. Is it? Left. Actually, it's going to be left arm off spin, left arm orthodox. Yes, it is. And the first delivery, bringing the batter onto the front foot. That being Miller, pushed away into the onside, no run. Again, let's look at the field employed for the left arm orthodox of Phil Deakin, bowling around the wicket and coming onto the front foot. Stifled appeal at that ball coming, I believe, off the pad, possibly first off the bat, but the batter getting in a good stride and maybe hit outside the off stump. Slip backward point. Square cover. A man under the bat at silly mid off. Then there is a cover and the mid off, mid on, mid wicket, fielder backward of square. So again, very heavily policed on the offside.
In a very tight line is Deacon.
Again, yes, hitting his lines quite early, right on target. We should say, down on that off stump. I think not a lot of spin being extracted, more looking to get that ball to drift in with the arm. This one, a much slower delivery. That one we saw the attempt to impart some spin on it this time, giving it a bit more flight. Yes, it was. And the batter having to make that adjustment, playing off the back foot. Not quite certain, not playing it with a degree of certainty.
Well, with more flight, you've seen him brought in 2 fielders right around the back.
Well, right now he's got some attacking fielders in place. There is now a silly point and a silly mid off, and again he's right on target. So very, very good over starting from Phil Deakin. Just the 1 run conceded. As a matter of fact, it was a maiden over. In fact, by him, brilliant start by Phil Deakin, and at the end of over number 7. It remains 28-1.
Well, you saw Miller there. He's fresh to the crease, still feeling his way out to see what the pitch has to offer. But he maneuvered through that over very well from Deacon. Deacon hitting his mark, his spots very early, and not giving Miller any time to settle. Has to concentrate right away. Start off with 2 or 3 quick deliveries, but in the end, giving it a bit more flight, enticing Miller to try to go over the top, but Miller contented to just feel it out.
Well, the only successful bowler so far, Rupert Staple, is going to continue his spell from the northern end, the four square factory end, at his back, number 95, as he is bringing the Peter O'Reilly onto the front foot. So O'Reilly has gone rather quiet after a quite busy start. One notices that he has gone rather quiet. He's faced some 20 deliveries for his 15 so far.
You can see that O'Reilly and Higgins, they enjoy batting together, Wayne.
Delivery on the legs, turned away behind square, quickly off for the single. Ball traveling to that man coming in off the long leg boundary.
And I'll tell you what I mean by that. You've seen them rotating the strike quite well. The understanding was there from the beginning, taking the twos and the threes. Since then, he's been very quiet at the crease.
Yes, not a lot of starved of the strike somewhat too, because we have Miller, who's faced some 9 deliveries for his just the one run. As he's looking for a drive, the ball peeling off the bottom edge of the bat down to third man.
Up towards, it looks like.
Yes,
Yeah.
a single. New term being used, Ellie. You know, the number of new terms are introduced to cricket now. We've got the batter replacing the batsman. And there's no longer a third man. It's just a third. In the jargon, the cricket jargon, the commentators' jargon, pushed away on the offside, the pitched up delivery on the off stump, coming well onto the front foot is Miller. And again, there is no run. Just the 2 men back on the boundary, the long leg and the third man. Everyone else inside the circle. Short delivery pulled out towards deep mid wicket. Runs here for Australia. This one is not going to make it into the boundary at that straightish mid-wicket position, but the batters are already completing some 3 runs long return coming in from one of the 2 fielders who went in pursuit of that ball. So again, the ball not running into the boundary.
Slow
the
field.
batters having to run and the fielders challenged.
So they're going to have to do a lot of spraying. It's a big field here at Pickwick, and therefore a lot of vacancies in the outfield.
33 for 1 as O'Reilly up to 19 brings Miller back on strike, struck on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. The batter indicates that he might have gotten a nick onto that one before it went into his pad, and the end of that over sees Australia on 33 for 1. That's the 8th over done and dusted. Miller on 2. O'Reilly is on 19. And Staple finishing his 4th over, 4 overs, 19 runs, and the 1 wicket.
Staples looks very confident at the crease. He's coming in, hitting his spots, and we see Miller, just trying to maneuver, trying to get himself going. It's a very quiet start for him. O'Reilly, I don't know if he'll be feeling the pressure, but he's been somewhat quiet. As Wayne would have said, he's been starved a bit of the deliveries. He'll have to start going again.
So it's going to be Miller O'Reilly who's going to be on strike. It's going to be O'Reilly who is going to be on strike. And this man, Phil Deakin, who started with a maiden, continuing from the far end, left arm around the wicket, and this time he is seeing the batsman go onto the back foot, working it away behind square, but straight to that fielder there at backward square. There is no run, so 7 deliveries sent down by Deakin so far, none yet scored off. As he is in again, brings this one outside the all stump, tempting O'Reilly, thinking of going for that cut shot, and then at the last moment, withdrawing the shot, not yielding to that temptation. There is a slip in place, and the outfield, the offside, very heavily protected, As this time he's bringing it onto the front foot. So a good variety we're seeing from Deacon. This time floating it up a bit more and bringing the batter onto the front foot.
Deacon using all of his ability, all of his tricks.
Turns. Outside the all stump, this time he goes for the cut. The ball comes off the edge. He loses both the keeper and the first slip. A couple of runs to be had, fortuitous runs it is for Miller, for O'Reilly. But this time, going for the cut shot, getting the edge, and the keeper in the first slip not doing the job.
We just spoke about him using all of his variety and bag of tricks. And this time getting the edge of O'Reilly. Just going past first slip.
Actually through the hands of this. So I think it took the glove of the keeper first of all and also went through the hands of the first slip. So they had two bites at that cherry and didn't manage to get the catch taken. So the first run's coming off Deacon. The total up to 35 for 1.
Monty there at first slip.
This delivery is just there, just about the all stump, onto the front foot. Comes O'Reilly to close out another tight over, another very impressive over from Phil Deakins at the end of 9 overs. It's 35 for 1.
Well, you saw him there, you saw Deacon there drawing forward O'Reilly. And you really thought for 1 minute that he had him bursting through the gloves of the wicketkeeper, Goldthorpe. Monty, you thought then that he would have be able to grab it, but unfortunately, going through both of them, and they got 2. Well, at the end of over number 9, the score is 35 for the loss of 1. As we see Staples coming back, who's really doing a pretty good job, the only bowler to yield results so far. Staples in the number 95 jersey. He'll be bowling up to Miller. Miller, who's on 2. In comes Staples. Passes the umpire right about now to bowl up to Miller. Miller is back and plays it just outward onto the offside, into that point region. And there is no run. 35 for 1.
So Staple continuing. Longest spell now. Five overs on the trot. But he has been very economical. Very consistent with his lines. This time he's hammering this one into the pitch. Shortish delivery, straightish delivery too. Looking for the pull shot, but not timing it is Peter Miller. As it remains on 35 for 1. I think Staple may very well be coming to the end of this spell. Delivery outside the off stump, given some room, but not taking advantage of the ability to get his arms into that shot. Miller hits it straight to the fielder at backward point.
You see that Staples looks very comfortable. Very comfortable.
Again, he's short. This time is pulled around. It's going to elude the man at long leg. And the ball goes over the rope for the second boundary of the innings. Again, hammering this one and getting it outside the leg stump. And that short delivery, short delivery, pulled down to long leg, picking up a boundary. So Miller moves on to 6, the total 39 for 1. But as I mentioned earlier, I suspect that Staple may very well be coming to the end of his spell. We noticed that his lengths have been a bit shorter in this particular over, in comparison to what he's delivered before this. This time he's getting this one pitched up outside the all stump, beaten as he goes groping at that delivery is Miller. Again, well taken by keeper Goldthorpe, standing up to the medium pacer. Gets this one right up to the batter. Coming down on it is Miller. Back along the pitch it goes to the bowler who fields. We've completed the first 10 overs of the Australia innings, and from that 10 overs, we've seen some 39 runs scored for the loss of 1 wicket. Staple, 5 overs for 23 runs, and the wicket taker so far. Phil Deacon has bowled 2 overs for 1 run, and we've also seen Thorpe, the who bowled the first over with the new ball, his figures reading Thorpe 3 overs for 14 runs. So 10 overs completed. Myself and Ellie are going to work a bit of a switch. He's going to take over the ball by ball commentary, and I will sit in the analyst chair. And at some point soon, we'll be hearing another voice. But over to you, Ellie.
Well, morning again, one and all. We're here to see the big man cricket, which brings together the two, Australia versus England. The man with the ball in hand is none other than Phil Deacon. 39 for 1. That's his score. 39. We just saw the wide there. So it's 40 for 1 over number 11 being bowled by Phil Deacon, the left arm spinner. And he's coming in from the Vosper Drake saying, in he comes to bowl to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly is leaving this one alone, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. So some nice conditions here. As we see, give you that field placing that Deacon has employed in a minute. In comes Deacon once more to bowl to O'Reilly. O'Reilly's back and looking to turn this one into the leg side. Makes no connection, and there's no run. So they have a slip, man at backward point. The guy at point as well, a cover, extra cover, a mid on, a mid off, a mid wicket, and a man backward square. In comes Deacon once more to bowl to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly is forward, textbook style, bottom part close together, and there's no run.
Showing excellent control, Phil Deacon.
Indeed, indeed. He's hitting all of his lines and length correct. He's on the mark right away, using his tricks. As he comes in once more, passes the umpire to bowl up to O'Reilly. O'Reilly just chipping down the ground a bit, and he's contented to play into the offside. No hurry from him. 40 for 1. We're still in over number 11. Some nice conditions here at Pickwick. Deacon, top of his mark, departs from it right about now to bowl up to O'Reilly. Again, O'Reilly contented to play it back on the pitch, and there is no run. So Deacon seem to be drying up the runs here for England, for Australia, sorry. And they're not getting those 2s and 3s that they started off with this morning, man.
But yes, not offering a lot of room.
As he comes again. And
as far as width is concerned, his lengths have been immaculate. Brilliant over from Phil Deacon. And I'm going to take a slight break. We're going to introduce a new voice to the viewers. Kev Bissett, one of our visiting England players, and well, a part of the England contingent. And he'll be spending the next few minutes with you, Ellie, as we say welcome to Kev.
Welcome, everybody.
How are you doing, Kev?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks, Al. How about you?
I'm great. Welcome to Barbados.
Well, it's a wonderful country, and that's why it's such an enjoyment. Keep coming back.
Yeah, man.
The people are so friendly, the lovely sunshine, and of course, the rum.
Have you had some already?
What goes on tour stays on tour.
Ah, well, I do agree with you 150%.
Yes, we've been to a couple of rum shacks and really enjoyed ourselves.
Nice.
But, no, not too many.
Anybody that we should look out for in this England 11?
Well, again, it's selection challenges, let's say, that the captain, Richard Merriman, has had. You could put any 11 out, and it's a team effort, and it's not about individuals. It's about how we perform as a team, because somebody can take 5 wickets, somebody can score 100 runs, but you still lose the game.
So true. Staples, as you saw him into Miller there just now, and Miller was on the back foot playing out the point, and there is no run. Score would remain on 40 for 1. We're in over number 12. Staples, he looks very comfortable in his approach to the crease, Kev.
Rupert's a very talented cricketer. He plays back in England for Kent over 60s, and he's played for England quite a few times. And when I've kept him, his line and length is normally immaculate. He's the sort of bowler you really want to keep to, because he He can move the ball both ways, but he's very consistent in his line and length.
And you can see it. You can see it here. He's a very smooth approach to the crease, and he has Miller very quiet, not allowing him to play shots as we see him depart from his marker once more. Passes the umpire the ball up to Miller, and Miller's beaten. Taken cleanly by Goldthorpe. The bill's off in a flash. Kev, tell me a bit about Goldthorpe.
Yeah, John plays his cricket for Yorkshire 60s. Came into the England setup, same as myself, last year, and he's a very competent keeper.
As we see Staples again, in comes to ball Miller, and Miller plays this one just off the crease. A very quiet over. And that's a maiden there, Kev, by Staples.
We could do a few more of those, to be honest. If looking at the start to the first 10 overs, we'd be fairly happy with the way things are going at the moment.
It's a big outfield, therefore a lot of running to be done. And with a guy like Staples keeping the batsmen so quiet, I guess your guys will be happy with that.
That's part of our game plan, is that, as few boundaries as possible. If they're going to get runs, make them deserve them, make them run. Because again, we're fairly fit for over 60s, but
I can tell you,
with this heat out here, this humidity, okay, the Australians may be more used to it with their country, but it can drain you quite quickly, especially in the last 15 overs of the game.
Wow. Deacon, he's back into the attack, and he comes to bowl up to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly's forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. Deacon, he has a bag of tricks. I can see it on him. 1 minute he's flighting it, next minute he's pushing it too faster. Let's see what this delivery is. Then he comes again, past the umpire, to bowl up to O'Reilly, and this one is flighted this time, and O'Reilly's onto it, plays it out to mid-on, and there's no run. 40 for the loss of 1 over number 13, being bowled. Deacon is operating from the Vasper Drake's end. In he comes to bowl already. Again, already. He looked at one point, he wanted to cut it just backward a point, and in the end he decided to leave it. Deacon he's really tossing and teasing here, Kev.
He can bowl some wicked balls. And keep the batsman guessing.
And he comes again to bowl to O'Reilly. And O'Reilly's back and plays it in the offside, looking for a single that isn't there. And the guy coming in from cover on it in a flash. Who's that at cover there?
That's John Butterworth from Kent. Again, very agile in the field. He may only be 5'4", but he covers the ground quickly.
Doesn't have far to travel to go to ground. In comes Deacon once more to bowl to O'Reilly. Again, he's chipping, gets the outer part of the bat, and it will just trickle out to the, it looks like Staples there at short third man, and they'll come for 1.
Shots like that will be happy, coming off the edge, not quite sure where the ball's going.
So I saw you guys started off with Rhodes, the left arm medium, but you pulled him after 3. Is he a guy that comes back pretty well in the back end of the...
He can come back really well, Tony.
Yeah?
Tony Rhodes from Hertfordshire 60s. But again, we wanted to get some slow bowlers on as quickly as possible, unless the 2 opening bowlers had a partnership.
Well, they're putting in the silly mid-off now for O'Reilly. In comes Deacon, comes to bowl to... no, sorry, that's not O'Reilly, that's Miller. Sorry. And at the end of over number 13, they score 41 for the loss of 1. So tell us a bit about England, Kev. Which part of England are you from?
Well, I was born in Birmingham, which is in the middle of the country. I currently play for Warwickshire 60s, and Warwickshire's quite a big county. We were very lucky to reach the final a couple of years ago. We unfortunately lost to Kent.
So Kent is the defending champions?
At the moment, yes, yeah.
And how often does this plays every year?
Every year. So we have 5 divisions of Warwickshire, of 60s cricket first team.
Wow.
And then it goes into a knockout stage.
Right.
So you could be playing anybody in the country, whereas the divisional groups are more regional.
Wow.
This looks like a good change of bowling. Jim Phillips
Jim
from
Phillips.
Kent coming on.
What does he bowl?
He bowls right arm spin.
Ah. So,
So he'll have little off spin, but he can put in a couple of arm balls and really move it about.
well,
And I think this track will really suit him as well.
yeah, the track is not as fast as you would have imagined. It looked a bit like it had some bunks earlier when we saw Rhodes into the attack, but since then it's all been slow bowling. It's also been a bit difficult for O'Reilly and Miller to get it away. So it'd be interesting to see what Phillips does here.
Well, don't be surprised if we get an early wicket.
41 for 1. We're in over number 14. Jim Phillips into the attack. First for the morning for him. A tossed up delivery, inviting O'Reilly to have a go at it. Plays it all along the carpet to the guy in the covers. And there's no run. Phillips, and he comes again. Passes the umpire to bowl O'Reilly. O'Reilly's forward. This time he goes into the leg side. And again, there's no run. You're agile guy there in mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's John Butterworth who we were talking about.
You can see does not keep still. Doesn't keep still. He's going.
Doesn't
he's
keep
forward,
still and doesn't shut up.
In comes Phillips once more. Passes the umpire to bowl O'Reilly. O'Reilly gets a foolish delivery, a gift really, that he dispatches into the leg side. It's going to run dangerously close to the boundary. Actually, it does not get there. Some fancy footwork being done. Actually, it goes into the rope, actually. So at 1 minute, you thought that Rhodes got there to pull it in, but that was not the case. It just trickled into the leg side boundary for 4, Kev.
That was unfortunate. That was not one of Jim's best balls. But it was put away fairly well by the batsman. And
That's
going down the hill
O'Reilly.
as well.
It was a gift given to O'Reilly there, and cashed in on it right away. A loose delivery from Phillips. Fair to him to be just the third delivery. And back on the mark again is Phillips. Asking a question of the umpire, Adams, who's saying not out. Score would remain on 45. 45 for 1. So Australia winning the toss and elected to bat. They are 45 for 1. We're in the 14th over as we see Phillips comes in to bowl to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly looking to sweep. Makes no connection, and they're a wide actually signaled by umpire Adams. So one more added to the score to push it up to 46. If you had an idea of what you wanted to restrict the Australians to, what would be figure in your mind would be?
We thought 170, 180 would be a decent score, especially with the outfield and the boundaries where they are. So if we can restrict them to 150 or less, we'd be very happy with that.
I can tell you. Well, this being the oldest rivalry in cricket history, the Australians and the English, is it still so fierce in the over 60s, Kev?
Yes, it is. Australia are visiting England in the summer. We have 5 one-day internationals with them all over the country, and it's been named the Grey Ashes.
Yeah. So at the end of 14, Kev, 47 for the loss of 1. It's been slow going for the Australians, but still they're not losing any wickets. So at any particular time they can accelerate. You wonder though. We're playing 40. At what point do they go? We'll have to wait and see.
I think a lot of it would depend on how many wickets they have left. If they have a fair amount of wickets left, then they could go in the last 10 overs.
So Deacon to continue from the Vaspert Drake's end. And he comes, passes the umpire to bowl O'Reilly. And O'Reilly, we've seen him continuously take that 1-2 chip down the pitch just to cut out that angle from Deacon. Deacon, who has been consistent on that middle and off, just flighting it a bit as it turns like top of his mark once more. Passes the umpire to bowl again. You see O'Reilly just takes that chip again. we just feel as though if he can get some power behind that shot, probably he could penetrate that offside as they have a very heavy patrol on the offside.
That's down to the control that Phil Deakin has as well.
In he comes again, Deacon, to pull up again. This time it goes just backward square. They'll come for a quick single. And a rearward throw from Phillips. It looks like they are backward square. Coming through for a quick single. So here was Miller calling for that single and really set off right away. Pushing the score up by 1 to 48. 48 for 1, Kev. Latest score here at Pickwick.
Well, if we can get another wicket before drinks, we'd be very happy with that.
Well, you can see now that they're employing the silly mid off for Miller. And the reason for that, I believe, is he's been very quiet. He's been very, very quiet at the crease.
He's been playing in front of his pad quite a lot. And again, if Deeks can get that bounce.
In comes Deacon again to board Miller. And Miller again releasing some tension. He's been buckled down for a while. We just spoke about that. And we saw him now just releasing the pressure. Getting two. Playing this one into the leg side is Miller. And that's the 50 up. 50 up for the Australians. 50 for 1. We're in over number 15 being bowled by Deacon from the Vasport Drake side. In he comes again to bowl to Miller. Miller looking to work this one into the leg side. Just brushing the pad and trickling onto the leg side, and there's no run. 50 for 1. Latest score here at Pickwick is Australia versus England over 60s. 40 overs we are playing. The voices we hear Ellie, myself, and Kev Bissett from England. Enjoying the sun here in the Caribbean, Kev.
You can't beat it, Ellie. You just can't beat it.
What's the weather like back home?
You really want to know?
I've been to England once, I've been to Wales, Cardiff.
Okay.
And let me tell you about my experience while I was there. So I went down and I went to watch a movie. And let me tell you something, Kev. It was so cold. It was about September, I do believe. And I wore 2 pairs of socks, 2 shirts. I had on 2 boxers and a jeans pants, and I still felt like I was naked on the street. Oh my goodness, it was horrible. My toes were the color of your shirt.
Yes, we've gone through quite a cold spell lately, where overnight it would be down to -7 degrees.
What?
But in the day it would rise up to just above freezing.
Wow. Well, it's very chilly here on a night, and I can speak for all Bajans. I'm not so sure if you would call it chilly here.
We can still walk around in shorts and a T-shirt at 11 o'clock at night. Not that we're out at 11 o'clock at night.
I was just about to ask where you're venturing. But yeah, everyone here know. Actually, for the last couple of weeks, it's been very, very cold here. Even for me, I've been walking around with a sweater in my vehicle. It's very chilly, but I can imagine for you guys that is not the case.
We've gone from 28 degrees Fahrenheit to 28 degrees centigrade, so we don't mind it at all.
I can imagine that in England, you're not doing much moving around with those type of numbers.
It's best to keep moving around to keep yourself warm.
When I was in England, they used to call my room, the room I stayed at my granddad's, and they called my bedroom Little Barbados. I had 3 heaters on, one in the bed, a small heater that I had at the bottom of the bed, and it was at full blast. They said they couldn't breathe in the bedroom. It was too hot, but for me, it was room temperature.
You're creating that environment.
I'm telling you. We are at tea here, Kev. We really saw a good start at the beginning. The Australians, they won the toss, they led it to bat, and we saw Higgins and O'Reilly rotating the strike, and you really thought that they would have reached that 50 mark quite quickly. But then we saw Staples taking the wicket of Higgins, removed him, and ever since then it's been very quiet between Miller and O'Reilly. And we bring that down to Phil Deakin, who was really hitting his marks quite well. Miller, he's been very quiet, and O'Reilly, Still getting the one or twos there, but you must be very happy so far.
Well, if you look at the start early of the game, we were quite aggressive in the field placings. We started off with a 7-2 field,
Right.
and unfortunately, the Australians took advantage of that. So once we'd amended it and started bringing slower bowlers on, and Rupert still hitting his lines from this end, then we pulled it back quite well, in my opinion.
Indeed. He really did a fantastic job. And also to speak about Goldthorpe, your wicket keeper, he's some very nice glove work behind the stumps, taking that catch off of Staples to dismiss Higgins.
And that's what the bowler really wants with a keeper and his slip field. He's given the confidence that if he nicks the edge of the bat, albeit a feather or quite a thick edge, that those people behind the stumps will support him and work with him and actually catch the ball.
Indeed. Well, we're at the end of the drinks break as we're about to see the restart. Jim Phillips to pick it up from the Arthur Bethel end. And he be bowling up to O'Reilly. O'Reilly's on 27 off of 43 deliveries, and Miller 8 off 33. So Miller very quiet at the crease. Very quiet at the crease. O'Reilly doing the bulk of the scoring for the Australians. However, Jim Phillips and Phil Deacon keeping them very quiet.
Ellie, just while we've got a break in play after the drinks, there's quite a history to this ground.
Indeed. This is the ground of the RLC, Four Square. And as you heard Wayne speak about it, it was gifted to Pickwick after they were at Keston Oval for so many years, had to vacate. They came up here, and you must say a well done job they've done at keeping the grounds in these conditions. In we see Phillips again to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly's forward bottom part very close together, Kev. And for any youngster that you're seeing, watching, these would be ideal for him to watch. Phillips again to both to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly this time getting inner part of the bat onto the leg side, and there's no run.
Anybody under the age of 60?
I didn't hear.
Anybody under the age of 60?
Yeah.
These two could be role models just to how to bowl slowly.
Phillips in again to both O'Reilly, and O'Reilly again is content. He has this habit of chipping down the crease. Kev, O'Reilly, I mean. He takes about 2 or 3 steps, quick chips down to meet the bowler, and then he plays his game from there. Watch him again. In he comes. This time he's back and plays it into the leg. So he just backward a square, and field is there, and there's no run. Do we see you in the field today, Kev?
No.
No?
We're only allowed to play 12. We've already named the 12th man.
So it's a rolling sub, as you see Phillips to bowl to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly's forward again. They have all of 40 to bat. And again, I'll ask Kev, at what point do they press the gas to go on here? I know you'll be very satisfied with what you're saying so far, but anyone watching out from Australia, I see O'Reilly, a nice chip there again, using his feet, and he turns it into the leg side. Spirited return as well, right over the bails. And at the end of 16 overs, 51 for 1. Miller, he's on 8. O'Reilly's on 28. 51 for 1 at the end of over number 16.
To answer your question, Nelly, I think it's too early for them to put the foot on the gas at the moment. It's all about building an innings and seeing where they are. And then they can adjust the trigger for actually going through the gears.
So let me ask you a question then. From your experience, playing the over 60s, the 40 overs, at what stage do you press the gas? At what stage do you pull the trigger?
Normally, 31 overs onwards.
31 overs.
If you have 7-8 wickets left, then that would be the ideal place.
So
we would look to double the score from 30 overs onwards
Wow.
with the final 15.
And what's in over 60s? What's a par score? What's a good score? What's a below par score?
A par score would probably be 225.
225.
But again, we've got slightly different conditions in the outfields and the boundaries. The boundaries wouldn't be this far out back home.
That's why me and Wayne, we had a conversation about that earlier, and we were saying, you guys are, well, back home, you guys are accustomed to big outfields. However, in over 60, it's a bit smaller then.
Normally around about 60 metres. So you have the inner circle of 30 metres with
Right.
the fielding restrictions, and then up to another 30 metres beyond that.
Understood. In comes Deacon once more, employing the silly mid off to Miller. And Miller, oh, what a catch! What a catch that was! And you saw that, Kev. He constantly put in that silly mid off. He put it in once more as soon as Miller came on. He never looked comfortable, Miller. He was always potting about playing, never playing his shots, and eventually being taken there at sending off. What a wonderful dismissal that was.
And that was the skipper, Richard Merriman. Lovely, low diving catch.
What?
And that's one of the secrets about fielding near the bat is keeping your hands near the ground so you're not grabbing.
It really was a lovely dismissal. He looked 30 years old there just now, Kev, diving forward, taking that catch.
Richard will be very happy you've mentioned that, Ellie.
Let me tell you, it was a very lovely Deacon, though. He's been asking a lot of questions of Miller the entire morning. And at one point he decided, hey, you know what? Let's get that guy closer under the bat. Let's see what he does. And we thought that would bring some aggression from Miller, but that was not the case. He was still trying to pot around to the end of his demise, being caught lovely.
You saw with Phil Deacon's previous over that the pressure was getting to the batsman, and then the release shot was over to cow corner.
Yep.
So, again, not playing it with the full face of the bat, letting the bottom hand come through too quickly,
Yep.
and that's the tension.
Indeed.
You can see that from the shape of the shot.
Well, the new batsman in is Duderidge, in at number 4 for Australia. And Deacon, in he comes, continues. First ball of the morning. Look at this. Look at this. Umpire saying not out. Not out, umpire says. Okay, we have to look at that on the small screen again.
I think it may have just come off his thigh.
He said it came off the forearm.
The way it looked, it just didn't look bat or glove.
Well, in comes Deacon again. Passes the umpire. The ball to Duderidge. A foolish delivery. That Duderidge plays into the offside. Just out there to mid-off, and there is no run. 52 for 2. We're still in the 17th over, Kev.
We'll be very happy with this situation. The pressure's on.
In. Again comes Deacon to ball to Duderidge. Some good fielding there in the onside.
Chris Dearden from Lancashire.
You pick up your guys so quick. You guys play together regularly?
Well, no, we were normally playing against each other for the different counties back in England.
But you guys travel regularly together?
We had 2 days.
In comes Deacon once more. The ball to Duderidge, and Duderidge back and missing out on just a wide delivery, really, from Deacon. But no run comes from it. And at the end of over number 17, yeah, at the end of over number 17, Kev, 52 for 2.
We had 2 days team bonding and training at Loughborough Centre, which has tremendous facilities. The England senior team use those facilities, and men's and ladies and all the age groups as well for England. So we had two days there of quite intense training and team building exercises, and with an overnight stay in the Elite Athlete Hotel, which is dry, no alcohol.
No, I'll come back to you in a minute. In comes Phillips. Plays this, bowls this one to O'Reilly. And O'Reilly's forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. You said no alcohol, Kev. For
Yeah,
English,
it's
the
a
Barmy Army.
Dry.
In comes Phillips again to both O'Reilly. O'Reilly's forward, plays it into the leg side. A lovely shot there. Still a bit quiet from O'Reilly. He started off with fireworks, twos and threes. He was rotating very quickly, maneuvering through the field. Since then, the sun has become a bit warmer, and he's slowed down a bit. Duddridge, the new batsman, he is on one. Duddridge, off of 6 deliveries. Phillips, in he comes, passes the umpire once more. The ball up to Duddridge, and Duddridge is back and beaten. Cypher people caught behind by Goldthorpe, and the umpire Adam says not out. Kev, so asking questions here. Phillips,
Again, this is really good pressure.
he's backing up. He's backing up that pressure that Deacon has created. Phillips, I top of his mark once more. Passes the umpire to ball up to Duddridge. Duddridge gets a foolish delivery that he looks to play just backward a square, and there is no run. 53 for 2, and we are hearing the voice of Kev Bissett from England. He is the manager for today.
No, poor Bradley's the manager today. Ellie. Don't take that away from him.
A foolish delivery looped into the ear by Duddridge. Oh my goodness gracious me. We really thought at one point that it was going to be a return catch there by Phillips, but just passing over the right of him and going down to mid-on, and they come for one. In comes Phillips again to bowl to O'Reilly, and again you see those 2-3 chips, and at the end of over number 18, the score 53 for the loss of 2. 54, sorry. 54 for the loss of 2.
Now Jim Phillips has got a little bit more of his rhythm back. You can really see him and Phil Deakin bowling in pairs. And this is what we want, is not just one end, but tying up both ends.
And it's lovely to watch. It really is. Deacon with the left arm, and he's hitting his marks, his lines and lengths consistently. He's not, and we saw it against Miller, where he had one delivery to release some tension, but then after that it's been steady going for Deacon, hitting just about that middle and off line consistently until we saw the demise of Miller. In comes Deacon once more. He continues. He has in that silly middle on again, has him skipping this time, but that looks like Staples there at backward point, and there is no run.
You've just identified a Bayesian.
Staples?
No. Neil Brathwaite.
Neil Brathwaite. In it comes again to bowl to Duddridge, and Duddridge. Brathwaite. Oh.
That's got to be a good Bayesian name, Brathwaite.
Yeah. Well, actually, now that you've mentioned it, we have Phillips as a Bayesian name as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll give you. We were just talking about that earlier, me and Wayne. I'll tell you about the other name that we had identified as we saw Duddridge turning this one into the leg side, and they'll come for one. That one will push the score up now to 55. So I was telling you, Kev, that these Bayesian names, we have Brathwaite, yeah, we have Grant, Phillips as well. These are all Bayesian last names or surnames, we call them.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. The most popular of them all would be Phillips, though. Phillips and Brathwaite. Deacon, ball is back with him. In he comes again. Passes the umpire to ball up to O'Reilly, and O'Reilly's forward. Plays it back down the pitch.
What I noticed with O'Reilly is he's playing the ball on the move. He's really trying to get to the pitch of the ball from Deakin.
From day one, he's been putting in those 2-3 chips. And he comes again. You see, chips again into the leg side. This one goes, and they'll come for one. He doesn't keep quiet at the crease, Kev. From ball one, he's been coming down just about 2 or 3 chips and looking to get to that line and length.
Ellie is a dancer.
I can tell you. I wonder if he does ballroom dancing. I can tell you.
Merriman's back in at short.
That's the captain, eh?
That's the captain.
In comes Deacon once more to bowl up to the real, just eluding Merriman there. Well, had he taken that one, that would have been a fantastic dismissal. So here we saw Durridge coming on the front foot and just pushing at this one past Merriman, who was in at silly mid off, just eluding him, and they'll come for one. And at the end of over number 19, the latest score here at Pickwick, 57 for the loss of 2. You're hearing the voice of Kev Bissick from England. Some lovely conditions here at Pickwick. And if you're just joining us, we have the over 60s, England versus Australia. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat. They are 57 for 2 in 19. It's a 40 over game, ladies and gentlemen. All to play for here. Some of the oldest rivalry, if not the oldest. And it's all happening here at Pickwick, the south of Barbados, where we're seeing some lovely background. The airport is just over to the south. Kev, in comes Phillips again. The ball to Durridge gets one in the air and dropped by Phillips. It was a return catch there, Kev. What are you talking about that one?
That was a difficult challenge, but I think he just got his fingertips to them. A lot of pressure on the Australian batsmen here. Be interesting to see how they cope with this, what their response is.
Well, here comes Phillips again. The ball to Durridge, and Durridge leaves this one alone. He just got a bit of a scare there from Phillips.
He's bowling down the corridor of uncertainty.
Let me tell you, it's very, very quiet here.
Mr. Boycott would love that.
In comes Phillips again. And this one just coming back well left by Durridge.
Playing with his pads. He obviously hasn't paid for his bat yet.
He said he left his runs in at the port. They have not been cleared as yet. Phillips at the top of his mark. Just about 8 steps or so. In he comes, passes the umpire to ball up to Durridge. And Durridge is forward and plays it into the leg side. And there is no run. So Kev, he said from his experience that just about around the 31 over or so, that's when these guys begin to press. So it's all about building the innings.
You've got to have a sound base.
Must have a base. Again, playing into the offside. And with these heated conditions, the English, as Kev said, they're not really accustomed. You may get this for the Australians. But it'd be very interesting to see how you guys handle it today, Kev. Again, leaving this one is Durridge. And at the end of over number 20, a maiden, is it? A maiden to Phillips, 57 for 2.
The interesting thing, Ellie, will be how we feel once we come off after 40 overs, because you can leave a lot of energy out there, and then when you come into batting, you need that energy. You need that energy.
Well, I'm very excited to see how these from 31 and up. I'm excited to see these fireworks. Well, I'll leave now, Kev, and I'll let you come in to hear the voice of Wayne Holder. Welcome, Wayne.
Well, thank you so much, Ellie, for a job well done. You had a long stint, a 20-over spell from Ellie. But the match very much now beginning to unfold as the Australia side look to consolidate their position, coming in at 59 for 2 with one delivery of the 21st over. We've had Phil Deakin in his 8th over. Very, very economical. This delivery, using his feet to get down the wicket, is O'Reilly. O'Reilly has been there from the beginning. He was up to 34. And Kev, the Englishman, are you satisfied though? Are you happy with the work of your unit, bowling and fielding so far?
Very much so, Wayne. We probably didn't have the best of starts. The Australians are getting away a little bit, but we're pulling it really back here. And
Well, I myself,
Deakin and Phillips, if they can just keep this control, it's given us a tighter grip on the game at an early stage.
well, Deakin already in his 8th over, so he's coming to the end of his allotment. So we will have to be looking to replace him from that southern end.
That will probably be John Butterworth
And this will be more spin.
again.
And a chance for a catch. Well, an appeal for leg before wicket coming from the bowler. The fielder at Silly Point tried to make a grab of it. The ball going to him in the ear. But I did notice that Deakin immediately turned to the umpire. So he wasn't interested in the catch because he didn't wait to see that a catch was taken.
Well, Wayne, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Here he is again, Deakin, as this delivery outside the off stump, chopped away behind point. They're going to get at least a couple of runs here as the ball travels all the way within just 3 meters of the boundary at deep backward point, and another couple of runs picked up there on that occasion by Peter Duddridge. New to the wicket, he's up to 5. Well, I say new to the wicket, he's already faced some 20 deliveries for those 5 runs, and bringing the Australia total to 62 for 2. Deakin wheeling away from that southern end. And again, we see the batsman making some room for himself, backing away towards leg and looking to get those arms free, punching it into the outside, but into the body of the fielder onto the bat at Silly Point.
I think the skipper took one for the team then when the ball hit him.
Well, yes, quite meaty fellow though, the captain, so doesn't show himself to be any worse for wear for that knock.
Well, let's hope not, because he's opening the batting for us.
Very much so. So we've come to the end of over number 21, and it's 62 for 2. Kev, your first visit to the Caribbean?
No, it's probably about the 12th.
You're a regular.
It's my 4th trip in the last 12 months.
You are a regular. I close my case. Flighted delivery outside the all stump from Jim Phillips, and guided away into the all side by Duddridge. And picking up another single, actually the batter there being O'Reilly. Picking up another single to move to 35. So right arm leg spin, is it? From Phillips? It looks rather risky.
He bowl a variety of balls, Wayne.
Okay, one of
And that's
those
his
balls.
secret. That's his secret.
Okay, so we call him a mystery spinner.
He's been called a lot worse.
Flighted up or pushed. Sunil Narain has been called a mystery spinner.
Different class.
Well, yeah, but different levels of skill, but still, both trying to do the same thing. Here comes Phillips into bowl, and this one outside the outside, dabbed away through slip. Only a single, ball not having a lot of pace on it, and the man from backward point, a short third man more or less on the 45, runs back to retrieve. And Duddridge goes up by 1 to 6. The total up to 64. Phillips, 4 overs and 4 balls. Just 11 runs coming off his bowling so far. Has a little, removes, I believe, some moisture from the ball. Sun steaming down here at the 4 square oval as onto the front foot, pushed away into the outside. Thoughts of going for a single, but the ball traveling quickly to that man there at square cover. And the batter, O'Reilly, sending his partner back into his crease at the non-striker's end. Looking for the sweep shot, the ball bobbling away into that vacant slip area. The batters go for 1 and we'll await any signal coming from the umpire. There is none forthcoming, which means that there was a touch onto that ball and, well, something of a chance. But again, no one at home at slip.
This is where they're starting to take risks now. We're turning the screw, putting our foot on the gas.
Phillips is seeing the batter onto the back foot, punched away through cover. They're going to come back for a second run, and two more to. Is Dudridge on this occasion? Two more to Dudridge. Over number 22 completed 67 for two, and Phillips finishing his fifth over with no wicket for 14 runs. So at 67, just about the halfway stage now of the allotment of 45 overs, and at 67 for two, what would you consider to be a total that the English would want to restrict the Australians to from this stage at 67 for two in 22 overs?
We would love to keep them under 150. 170, 180 is probably a par score.
So you said you have been in and out of the Caribbean, and I believe Barbados are quite a lot. I may be able, after I describe this one, flicked away into the short fine leg area, the ball coming to a halt before the fielder from backward square comes around, that being Phillips, and a couple of runs on offer and taken. So yes, so there must be a particular reason. Would you care to tell us what has made it possible for you to be in Barbados with such frequency?
One word: cricket.
Delivery outside the off-stop, dabbed away down behind point. There's that man at backward point, just about through the vacant deep gully area. No run available. So Deakin with his final delivery. So you said cricket.
England were lucky enough to be over here for the one-dayers and the tests.
Yes, I remember. I do recall. Very much so you were here for that.
So January, March. And we came to the over 50s competition in November.
You were part of that contingent. Yes, I remember that tournament. Very much plagued by rain.
Unfortunately.
At that point of the season, but completely different, contrasting conditions here for at the start of this over 60s tournament.
Well, myself and the manager, Paul Bradley, came over just to help out with any experience that the squad needed.
Driven up to mid-off, ball traveling quickly up to the fielder. No chance of a run. Good return on the bounce to the keeper. So another dot as Deakins looking to close out this very, very economical spell of his. Just one delivery left in his allotment. Each bowler allowed a maximum of 9 overs. And here he is. The final delivery, Phil Deakins is bringing the batsman onto the front foot, pushing to the outside. A late response for the single from the non-striker, and he is gone. Run out at the striker's end, but a bit caught on his heels. The batsman, Dudridge it was, as his partner O'Reilly calling for the single, pushing it up to extra cover. Dudridge quite late in taking off. A good return coming in from the fielder there at extra cover. Bails removed by the keeper, and that's all she wrote.
Edward Gordon-Lennox has one of the strongest arms in the squad. So the Australian batsman has picked out the wrong fielder, and not only has he got a strong arm, he's accurate as well.
Well, yes, very accurate, very good return. And again, I think the batsman himself, though, would have been guilty of ball watching, not taking off immediately. The ball was struck, but the batsman O'Reilly, I thought, what made him commit to the single is the fact that he did take the weight off the shot. So he was playing for the single, but he didn't get the response from his partner, who suffered the ultimate fate back in the pavilion.
And to be fair, Wayne, it was O'Reilly's call.
Very
He's
much
pushed it
so.
through into the covers. He can see the angle of the ball. I just think the other batsman was stuck in his crease.
Very much so.
Not
So
backing up.
just to say, Dudridge run out on the arm of Edward Gordon Lennox. He made Dudridge 8, and the total with the final delivery of the 23rd over completed 69 for 3, the end of an excellent spell by Phil Deakin of left arm orthodox spin from that southern end.
I would imagine he'll be replaced by John Butterworth, and just watching John in the outfield, loosening up, That would be my suggestion.
So we're going to see. We did see the medium pace of Thorpe and I think it was Thorpe and Staple.
Tony Rhodes and Rupert Staple.
Rhodes and Staple at the beginning of the innings. Not quite impressive with the new ball, but the Australians, I would say, had the better of the exchanges in the earlies. But here we have the right arm mystery spin of Jim Phillips and his first delivery to the new batter. Kent Officer is the name. It's pushed away into the offside. Phillip, again, right on target. The batsman playing it off the wicket, choosing to go onto the back foot. One of a slightly lower, flatter trajectory. Short third man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deepish. Deep mid-wicket, straight forward square, and the man at backward square. Down the track comes O'Reilly, and when he gets down the wicket, gets to the pitch of delivery and just works it up to the fielder at that short mid-wicket position. There is no run. So just the one man back on the boundary. So Phillips quite confident in his ability to keep the batsman within restrictions. Hits again, finds that man at short mid-wicket. Good, accurate stuff as Phillips continues. One much shorter delivery going onto the back foot. The line is just on top of the off stump. And O'Reilly off the back foot.
Jim's really squeezing them there.
But very much so. Here he is again. And this time he's coming down the track. Beautifully worked. Nice. Good use of the feet. And good hands also. Wristy manipulating the ball, making sure that he cleared that man in at that short mid-wicket position on this occasion. Gets a single, keeps the strike. And 70 for 3 after 24. So O'Reilly, who has been there from the beginning, manipulating the flight more or less. One can see him deliberately looking to push for the single, making sure that he evaded that man at short mid-wicket who would have fielded a couple of deliveries earlier.
Now England will be happy with this situation at the moment, and with the bowling that we still have as well, it won't change too much.
Well,
let's hope.
Well, let's see what we are going to. So, was your call correct? Will it be Butterworth?
I'm not a betting man, but he's taking his hat off.
Oh, Chris Dearden it is. They're telling me it's going to be Chris Dearden to come into the attack.
Sounds like a bit of a change of plan. What we spoke about in the changing room, which is great.
Well, yes, there's always, as you said, the game being a fluid one, and there's no, let's say, prescription for team tactics. You know, it unfolds as the game goes on.
It flows, Wayne. It really flows.
So Chris Dearden, what style is he?
Chris is what we would call back home a dibbly-dobbly bowler. Again, mainly pace off, not giving the batsmen very much to work with and making them force it. We probably want to start making them drive a little bit.
Not a lot. No attempt to spin the ball there.
No.
Mainly drifters. So let's look at his field.
He'll bowl some cutters.
Okay, so he's right arm slow from the southern end. And he just floats this one up, the first delivery. As I said, looking like an attempt to run the fingers across the seam. Here he comes again. Right arm over the wicket. Full delivery, getting down on one knee and sweeping it away. Square on the onside is O'Reilly. Gets a single. So as I said, you're going to look at the field. He's got a man just behind point. There's a deep cover. That's the sweeper. Then he has a straightish cover and a mid-off. There's also a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a man deep backward square. Two men in saving one on the onside at straightish mid wicket and forward of square. So he's going to be bowling now to Officer. And that one is, again, you mentioned, no pace whatsoever for the batsman to work with. Having to wait a long time on that one as he comes onto the front foot. Dearden is this one a bit flatter, a bit faster delivery, and onto the back foot goes Officer. 2 men in, saving one on the offside. 2 men in, saving one on the on. And this one is being floated up again. And the batsman prepared to play from his crease. And again, not having any pace to work with. So this is going to be a challenge for the Australian batsman. As this one is off the edge, down to the man at that short third man on the 45. Swooping around to his left, fielding cleanly. So the end of a very, very, well, economical in the first place and very controlled bowling by Dearden in his very first over.
He'll be trying to make the batsman force the ball and it or play across the line. He's got his mid on, his mid off deep. So if they do drive, hopefully it's one at the most. They look like they're saving 2 runs.
So he is actually daring the batters to come after him, looking to have them make the mistake, more or less. And at the end of over number 25, 71-4-3. So any of your players who were involved, let's say, in the tournament last year are coming back for this tournament, or completely different side?
Rupert Staple was here last time, and not quite sure.
Down the track comes O'Reilly again. And again, he's finding that man there. Number 115. Butterworth. He's had a lot of work in that position whenever Phillips has been in operation. This one is down the leg side, pulled away. Nice falling stop at short fine leg.
It's all 6'6" of Tony Rhodes.
6'6", long in the air, very far up in the air, I must say. Tall, lanky figure. Rather pencil slim. Slight adjustment being made now. Phillips is asking his mid-on fielder to go a bit deeper and a bit wider. And this one floated up outside the off stump. Again, O'Reilly is coming onto the front foot, leaving his crease. Not satisfied that he's quite to the pitch, and so just opting to play a smooth, flowing defensive shot. Down the track he comes again. This time he's driving, beats the bowler, brings that man who has just been pushed back at mid-on into action. That's Rupert moving around to his left. So off to another single. 41 already from some 78 balls. He's just struck the one boundary. The total 72 for 3 brings Kent Officer, who's still to get off the mark after 4 deliveries. Facing up to the wily spin of Jim Phillips. Slight misfield, slight bubble by the man there at point. But the batsman not running on the misfield.
That was a typical yes, no, wait.
And unfortunately for them, obeying the rule of not running on the misfield. Because although he didn't take it cleanly, he was actually always in control of the ball outside the yard stump, looking for a dab. Confident appeal from keeper Goldthorpe. Umpire Adams just walks away to square leg, ignoring the appeal. But that was quite a call from the wicket keeper in particular. Both himself and the bowler, very confident appeal.
There must have been a loud noise because most of the fielders went up, some of them being 20, 30 yards away.
So a noise doesn't necessarily mean it's bat on ball, but we as cricketers understand.
I thought it was a wooden noise from here.
You've got better ears than I do, I must say. So 72 for 3 after 26 overs. So getting through their overs rather quickly too. The English bowlers and Australia still to break free. Your impressions though of the first of all the size of the ground. Do you think that it is adequate size for overseas cricket?
To be honest, Wayne, it's obviously the same for both sides, and it's always been a batsman's game. So having larger boundaries doesn't really matter.
Well, of course, and then the outfield itself not really running as you know, the ball not running across the outfield. But we did have some early morning showers around, so there might still be a bit of moisture in the ground. Dearden is in. Down the track comes O'Reilly. When looks to play that sweep shot, gets it off the bottom of the bat to the right of the fielder at backward square and gets a single. So he has been generally doing a fairly good job of rotating the strike, O'Reilly. He's now left it over to his next officer, Kent officer. And pace off again, off the back foot, slapped away through extra cover. Beats that man inside the circle, and the batsman easily trot back for another couple. So for the first time, officer getting some room, getting himself off the mark, hitting that one powerfully to the offside. Waits. Again, he's going deep into his crease, not having the room though on this occasion to impart any power into his shot. So just strokes it gently out to cover. Again, he's looking to dab this one a bit flatter, a bit faster from there. Then looking to use the pace of the bowler as officer, but finding the man there at that short third man position.
He's keeping the batsman guessing here.
Well, here he is. Well, he has lots of variety. Another one with the pace off, just flighted up. And officer can do no more than stand his ground in his crease and gently push it back along the pitch to the bowler. Another over completed here by Chris Dearden. And after 27 overs, Australia winning the toss and batting 75 for 3. So we're going to be, Kev is going to be leaving us quite shortly as I welcome back Ellie into the analyst chair. But first of all, let me say how grateful we are and I express our appreciation for you, Kev, for taking time out to come and join us. And I believe we shall be seeing one another as this tournament unfolds. I look forward to chatting with you again. Thank you once again, though, very much.
You're very welcome, and thank you for having us. Thanks, Wayne.
Beautiful. So the game continues with Jim Phillips continuing his spell. So he has bowled so far, Phillips, some 7 overs on the trot. 7 overs and a maiden for 16 runs. Has kept the batsman very quiet. Has also threatened on a number of occasions. Had a very confident appeal for a catch at the wicket turned down in his previous over. As I welcome back my analyst for this occasion, Ellie Holford.
Good afternoon to you.
Back to the chair.
Morning still, actually.
Well, yes, it's still morning here, but we seems like we've been here a long time.
I can tell you. It's like bright sunny weather.
Here comes Phillips, and officer coming onto the front foot rather gingerly. Not looking to use his feet a lot, unlike his partner O'Reilly. Officer, tall guy, prefers, one notices, to play from his crease, gets the delivery outside the leg stump, looks to flick it away down to fine leg. The ball must have brushed the pad on its way through because no wide signal coming from umpire Eugene Adams, all the way from South Africa. He stands and waits for Phillips to bowl another delivery outside the off stump. On that occasion, we did see some movement, early movement by Officer onto the front foot, but the bowler keeping it wide and also keeping it quite flat.
A very defiant O'Reilly still there on 42. Wayne, it's been there from
the very beginning. That's
inception.
already. But this is Officer facing up to Phillips, flights this one up, thinks of looking for the drive, then checks his shot and pushes it back along the pitch. So another one of those measly overs from Jim Phillips. His 8th over completed, and after 28 overs, the Australians on 76 for 3.
Just to go back and show you, Wayne, that at the beginning of the innings, you had Rhodes and Stable starting, and the Australians, they were enjoying the pace. Yeah, and they were working around getting the 2s and 3s. England realizing, hey, you know what? They're enjoying the pace. Let's try to take some pace off the ball to see what's happening.
And no one has done it better than this guy, Deakins, who finally gets rid of Peter O'Reilly, deceiving him with one, as you just on cue, Ellie, taking the pace off, floating it up, and down the track came O'Reilly. This time it was a bit wider. He missed it, and keeper goes Thorpe, making no mistake whatsoever. So that defiant, long innings from Peter O'Reilly has come to an end, stumped by Goldworth off the bowling of Chris Deakin for 42, I think it was.
42.
42, 43 in fact, of some 83 balls. Just struck the 1-4. He comes back to a rousing applause from his teammates.
We just spoke about how the English realizing that they were enjoying the pace, taking the pace off the ball. And just as we were speaking about it, we saw O'Reilly on 43 going down the track and misjudging that one. And how England must be rejoicing to see the back of him.
This guy, Chris Dearden, though, a bit of everything. We've seen him, as I said, mainly looking to get as much pace off the ball as possible, inviting the batsmen to make their own pace, to get their own power into the shots. And with a bit of variety.
He's really flighting it, though, giving it a lot of air.
Just slow. No attempt at spinning the ball, just floating delivery. Looking for more of a drift. In local terms, we talk of bowlers who push and pull the ball.
Yeah,
Pushing one through, holding it back sometimes, and just different varieties of pace and flight in his bowling. He's been very effective. He's gotten that wicket. Before this, he had 2 overs for just the 4 runs. Here he is again, another one of those dibbly-dobbly looking balls as described by Kevin Bissett. Slapped away behind point, and the batters come through for a couple.
He's not afraid to give it any air. Flighting all, giving the batsman all the time in the world to decide what you want to do. Well, here's my field, and you can do as you like with it.
So Greg Hoisted, the new batter, is off the mark with that couple of runs.
A well-spread field, Wayne.
Well, yes, he's got another, as again, locally, we call this an in and out field. He's got the 3 fielders back on the boundary on the onside. Then he's got 2 men in, saving one. As this one looking to chop it away is Hoisted. Finds the man at short third man, no run. Then he's also got the 2 boundary riders at long off and deep cover. And then he's got these 2 fielders inside the circle. So an in and out field, we call it. As this one is outside the off stump, off the back foot. This time, Hoisted is finding that gap to the right of the man at. I keep describing him as short third man, but he's a bit squarer than that. More backward point.
Backward point, correct.
He is. And away to his right.
Between, really, third man and point.
Deepish, squarish gully. For lack of a better description.
Well, terms, as you said earlier, are changing every day. So you just might get a new name for this one emerging.
Very bad. So here comes Dearden, and off the back foot, looking to nudge it through that vacant third man position because the fielder at back foot point is so wide. There's an inviting gap behind the wicket at slip. Chris Dearden was the bowler operating there. He completes a successful over, in fact, getting rid of the very defiant Peter O'Reilly in his over. And Dearden now with 3 overs, one of the wickets for 7 runs. It is 79 for 4 after 29.
Well, since the English have realized that Australia were enjoying the pace, they have not brought back any pace at all. It's been all spin. It's been all slow bowling for the duration so far. It'd be very interesting to see, because when I was speaking to Kev earlier, he told me that the fast bowler Rhodes and Staples would be coming back later on. At what point do they bring them back?
Well, I guess they most probably be coming back in the death. You tend not to want your spinners bowling in those death overs. The spinners generally complete their work through the middle overs. And we've got a case here with Phillips now in what will be his final over, his ninth and final over. So they'll also have to look for a replacement for him from the pavilion end.
He's been very consistent.
Very much so. Here he is, spinning this one out of the fingers. Not a lot of wrist. He's a finger
roller.
spinner. A bit of a roller, but spinning the ball out of the fingers. We don't see a lot of the wrist
work,
part
yeah.
into his deliveries. Kev described him as a bowler who bowls a bit of everything. I called him something of a mystery spinner. Again, he's keeping the batsman in check, keeping Greg Hoisted in check. Coming down to 17 runs off 8 overs and 4 balls. Magnificent stuff by Jim Phillips. As quite early onto the front foot is Hoisted. Actually has to wait for that delivery after it pitches.
Very, very slow delivery.
He pushes it back along the track. So, one delivery left. And he's flighting it up, inviting the drive, but not timing it is hoisted. The end of what I describe as a magnificent spell of bowling from Jim Phillips. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, didn't take a wicket, but 30 overs completed. And we take a break for refreshment with the total 79 for 4. I might also take this opportunity with the cooperation of my scorer to run through the scorecard so far, Ellie, as we look at Eric Higgins, who was caught by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of Rupert Staple for 10. Peter O'Reilly, the last batsman dismissed, stumped by Goldsworth off the bowling of Chris Deakin for 43, the top scorer so far. Peter Miller was caught off the bowling of Deakin for 8. Peter Duddridge was run out by Edward Gordon Lennox for 8. Kent Officer is still there, not out on 2. Greg Hoisted is not out on 3, as 30 overs completed, 79 for 4. And a quick look at the bowling. Anthony Rose, 3 overs for 14 runs. Rupert Staple, who got the first wicket, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 23 runs. And for that wicket, Phil Deakin, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs, and the 1 wicket. Jim Phillips, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. And Chris Dearden, another wicket taker, 3 overs for 7 runs. So generally, the English bowlers have been very, very measly, very, very economical, and Australia consolidating. But I'm sure as we come down to the third section of the innings, they will be looking to get their foot on the accelerator and increase the rate of scoring.
Well, when we spoke to Chris Bissett, he's from England, he did say that just around the 30th over or so is when you see these teams begin to press the gas in. So, but he also mentioned that back home they have a very quick outfield. So it's going to be very interesting to see at what point do Australia go. You mentioned that the pace has to come back as well. That's when they were enjoying it. So with a big outfield like this, where they have to do majority of their running, it's going to be very interesting to see when do they begin to press
Well,
this gas?
and then the well, you mentioned the pace coming back, but they're going to be coming back with a much softer ball, and not being able to come off the bat or off the pitch with the same pace as they would have when the ball was hard and new. So that is also going to be an interesting feature.
Energy will be depleted as well in this hot sun, Wayne.
Well, yes, because it is steaming down here at the Four Square Oval. But I'm sure these players are enjoying the sunshine and the warmth of the conditions. Remember, particularly the English coming out of freezing temperatures.
It's true.
Back home where winter is very much in force. And from what we've been hearing, the winter has been fairly harsh in those claims, those northern claims.
Wayne, you know, it's a bit chilly here at nights as well. I don't know about you, but I'm finding myself walking with my jacket. I can only imagine how cold it is in England during these periods.
I don't even think that we can imagine. What we are calling cold here, I'm sure these guys are enjoying it and finding it are so comforting.
It's true.
But I do agree with you. I was out fairly late last night. Actually, I had to leave indoors after midnight.
Wow.
And normally I'm not a person. I love fresh air. I like to drive with my windows down.
Yeah.
And last night, the first thing I did was roll the windows up because I was quite uncomfortable with the temperature
I
that
can
I was
tell you.
experiencing. But I also had some visitors here from Canada over the past week, and they were making fun of myself and some of us are talking about it being cold. What they tell me is that 21 degrees for them is a heat wave.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah. So
Can
play
imagine that.
about to resume, and it's going to be Chris Dearden starts and stops. Remember, 30 overs gone, 79 for 4. So we're into the third phase of the Australia innings. And on strike is Greg Hoisted. And he's looking to hoist this one down the ground. The ball comes off a thick outside edge and runs to short third man.
He really missed out on that one, Wayne. That was a loose delivery from there. Then there, just outside the off stump, giving him looks like officer the free hands to swing. He didn't cash in on it. Get in the outer part of the bat.
Off the back foot, punched up to cover. Straight to the fielder, no run. No, it is hoisted on strike. Actually, it was officer on strike for the first delivery. So both batsmen on 3. As this one is slapped away into the wide open spaces at deep cover. The man at the sweeper position brought around to his right. Picks up and sends a one bounce return into the bowler's end. Tall figure of Greg Hoisted. Strongly built too. Looks like he can give the ball quite a good whack. But he's prepared to wait on this delivery. Looks to nudge it away square. The ball comes off a thick outside edge. Runs down to the fielder there. I think that is Grant it is at backward point. Again, there is no run. So still the same field. As this time he's driving powerfully by hitting it hard into the ground. The ball goes bubbling away to that man there at extra cover. So we've got the 3 men back on the boundary on the onside, 2 on the off. As Dearden is seeing the batsman sweeping. He's chipping this one over the head of the square leg. The ball falling well in front of the man at deep backward square. So perfectly played.
When you feel that the man at deep backward square is needed though, I find that he is a waste man out there. The guy at square leg, and then there's a deep backwards,
right on the boundary.
square leg.
Well, yes, one of those 3 boundary riders on the onside. Maybe it would have been a more productive move if you could probably bring that man in off the boundary.
Yeah.
You would have, then you can use the short fine leg bordering on backward square and the square leg.
Just thinking that he
but
should
going
come
the
in.
conservative route. I
Yeah.
think the England captain, as they are going to be forced to change forced with a change of bowling from the northern end because Phil Jim Phillips completing his spell from this end is now going to be replaced by John Butterworth, whom Ked had indicated might have been coming on at the far end, but now he is going to be introduced from the pavilion end, the northern end of the ground here at Foursquare, as we see a small aircraft taking off from the Grantley Adams International Airport, which is away to the south of us here. Quite a bit of activity we shall be witnessing as the day goes on. But Butterworth, right arm off spin it looks like. And his first delivery short, punched away to the covers. They are going to get a couple runs here, is hoisted. Finding, piercing the offside field with the delivery short outside the offside, having some room, just standing tall and punching it away to the covers is hoisted for two more. 85 for 4. Hoisted up to 8. His partner officer is on 3. This one is again outside the off stump, coming into the right hander, and he's off the back foot, playing it up to extra cover for no run. Still no slip in place. Short, wide outside the off stump, going across his crease is hoisted, doesn't make contact as he looks to run it away down behind square. There's a short third man, deep point, extra cover and a mid-off. Then there's a long on. Then there's a man in the traditional cow corner area, a deep forward square, short fine leg, and a man at short mid-wicket who comes into play. That's Dearden at short mid-wicket, as there is no run of that. The fourth delivery of the over. Butterworth, right arm off spin, passes umpire Adams, coming onto the front foot and nudging it away into the offside. One gets the impression he was hoping to play that ball a bit more behind the crease. Manages to get it up to the fielder at extra cover. John Butterworth comes in again with the final delivery of his first over. Driven, the ball eludes the bowler and will bring the long off fielder off the boundary as the batsmen rotate for an easy single off the final delivery. So the over costing Butterworth some 3 runs, and Australia at the end of 32, 86 for 4. Butterworth a bit of an off spinner, some off spin, and quiet over, let's put it that way. So Chris Dearden, the man described as a dibbly-dobbly right armer, bowling off a very short run, just starting off over the left shoulder of umpire Sheena Welch. And the batsman having to wait for that delivery, plays a sweep shot and comes back for a second run. So there you have your point emphasized, Ellie, of that man at deep backward square, because had he been in on the 45,
been one.
but no more than one, even might not even have been one with his presence, because he had to come in all the way from the boundary at deep backward square, while the short square leg had to move around to his right. And with no pace on the ball, I think I tend to agree with you that man on that deep backward square is wasted. Off the back foot, played away wide of the short mid-wicket, picking up a single. So quite clever batting here by Hoisted, looking to get the ball into the gaps.
I'm wondering, Wayne, if England if they know something about the batsmen that we don't, that they're employing this deep backward square all the time.
Here comes Dearden. And I was about to say that so far this pair have been rather risk-free in their approach. But there it was, yielding to the temptation, an officer looking for a big swing. I think he swung long before that ball actually reached him.
Well,
It was so slow.
Darren is living up to his name. He's daring the officer to have a swing at
To
him.
have a swing. He did have a swing, but as I said, I can't even say he missed it. He played before the ball got to him.
Long before.
But he's going to wait again.
He's really tossing it in.
The long on.
Very slow. And lots of flight.
The long on and that deep mid wicket looking for some action, I would believe. As this one, this time he goes deep into his crease and slaps it away out through extra cover. That ball is going to go close to the rope, but it's pulled back by that man on the sweep position, who is quite square at cover, having to move around to his right.
I was just about to mention if it would not have made sinks. So they have him,
A lot straighter, a lot more in front of the bat.
Instead of having him
Yes.
cover all this ground. It's a very big ground.
Yeah, and with the lack of pace.
And
Officer
here we go.
goes for that big swing, and your man gets some action finally up there at deep backward square.
Like I said, they must know something about officer that we don't. That they're keeping this guy at deep backward square employed, and we're now seeing it coming into play.
That's a single, makes it 92 for 4. Dearden with the final delivery of his fifth over off the back foot. The man at Shortexer comes around, gets a hand on it. Danger here. The return up to the keeper is wide, and eventually officer makes his ground, but a bit of toing and froing. Yes, no of it.
Meeting in the middle.
But in the end, they did manage to get through for the single to bring us to the end of over number 33. It's 93 for 4.
Well, yes, it's all happening here at the Pickwick Ground. Remember, we're at the south of the island today. The big man cricket over 60s. It's Australia versus England. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat. And the way in the score there is
93 for 4 from
93 for
overs.
4 from 33.
If you can, Ellie, bring up the other fixtures on your device and just have an idea, give the viewers an idea of the activity as the tournament opens to their 16s.
So it's a round. Today is round 1, really.
Yeah, Joe.
You have today England versus Australia, which we're at right now at Pickwick. And we have West Indies versus USA at BNOC.
Just down the road.
Just down around the corner. And then we have the Invitational 11 versus ROW.
Rest of the world.
Wanderers.
Wanderers, which is way out of the area. So,
Yeah, downtown side.
closer to the capital. Wanderers ground at Darrell's Road.
And then-
Wanderers, the oldest cricket club there is in the entire Caribbean.
You would have to school us on this, man.
Formed in 1877, the Wanderers Club. Still going as that delivery, the first of Butterworth new over, is stroked away square on the offside for a single by Greg Hoisted.
And then we in on Tuesday, January 31st.
Wednesday.
Sorry. We have West Indies versus the Invitational 11 at Pickwick, which is here.
Right here.
And then USA versus England at Wanderers. And then we have the rest of the world versus Australia at BNOC.
Well, another single picked up by Officer as the Australians look to push on now, heading down towards the death overs.
Well, Kev did say that we would see them pushing on from 31 or so.
Butterworth is stroking away, beats that man in at the short mid-wicket position, brings the long-on fielder. Now they push right back on the rope, off the boundaries. One more to the total. So again, it's always interesting to see where the boundary riders are. It tells us, it opens us to the thinking of the fielding side as Butterworth is in again to Officer off the back foot. Hits it hard. Lots of effort going into that shot. Not timing it as well as he might. Still manages a single.
When you get the feeling that Hoisted and Officer are the power hitters for this Australian side. The way that they're shaping up, looking to hit the ball over the top, not often connecting. Be very interesting to see what happens in the next 2 overs or so.
Looking to hit this one off the inside edge. It comes a single in the dark, somewhat there to hoist it. Looking to punch that one into the outside. The ball coming off the inside edge and running between the batter and the stumps out to short fine leg. And the batsman coming through for a single. So we got getting through that over quite quickly. There was Butterworth 98 for 4. It is after those 34 overs. Not quite noticeable. There hasn't been a 6 hit in the innings so far. I'll ask Amelia to tell us how many boundaries that have been struck in the innings so far. Amelia Crick, our scorer. And just the three fours struck in the innings so far.
Of 98 runs.
Out of a total of 98.
Wow.
I think that has a lot to do not only with the size of the ground, but with the fact that we keep mentioning the ball not really running across the turf.
Very slow.
As a new over from Dearden begins, and a dot goes on to the monitor of Amelia. So approaching the 100. Australia looking for that sweep shot is hoisted. A lone voice bellowing an appeal.
I think we are seeing now why this deep backward square is employed. He's keeping hoisted very quiet because you can see he's looking to go over. He's looking to go after it now. And that's one of his pet shots.
There we saw that lack of pace once again coming into effect, and hoisted having to wait an eternity for that ball to get through to him and not able to impart any power into his shot.
I was speaking to Kev earlier, and I asked him what was a par score in the over 6. He said to me 225, but usually with a faster outfields. So he said on this field, 160, 170 is a par score.
Hit into the gap between backward point and extra cover. Slight misfield by the sweeper, but no damage done, no harm done to the England cause. Another aircraft taking off from the Grantley Adams International Airport. Things have become a bit cooler now, a bit of a breeze springing up.
You can see the flags moving now.
Yeah, the flags are fluttering a lot more vigorously. Here comes Dearden. And our officer is swinging this one in the air and through the hands of, I think that is Thorpe coming in.
That's Rhodes.
Rhodes. It is coming in from long on. Managed to get both hands to it, but was unable to hold on to the catch. It would have been a fine catch if he were able to hold on.
Indeed. So you saw him coming in, sprinting coming in from long on, just managing to get the hands on it, but as he touched the ground, hitting the ground, it pops out.
That brought up the 100 for Australia. Couple of runs to Officer, who picks up another single as he drives. He's off the back foot and hitting this one up too long off. 102, so the 100 coming up off the penultimate ball of the 35th over, and after 35 overs, Australia winning the toss and batting 102 for 4. Ellie will continue the ball by ball, and I shall resort to the analyst chair.
Yes, please. So good afternoon to everyone within the hearing of my voice. This is the over 60, big man cricket here at Pickwick. Have a number of games going on today. Wayne and myself, we are here to witness England versus Australia. And the man with the ball in hand is none other than Butterworth. So saw one being skied into the air there, Wayne, by officer, is it? Skying this one.
Falling into no man's land.
Not a
4
man in
fielders
sight.
converged, and the ball, which is no more than 15 meters away from the strike, the stumps at the striker's end falls safely.
Butterworth, ball back in hand to him. In he comes to ball up to Hoisted. And Hoisted is forward, turns it just into the leg side, and they'll come for one. That pushes the score up to 104 for 4. 30, some 36 overs being bowled so far. Really 36 over being bowled by John Butterworth. He has a in and out feel, as being said, and I'll give you those settings in a minute. Butterworth with the ball back in hand. Passes the umpire right about now to pull up to Officer. Officer's forward and looking to swing this one into the leg side. Made no connection. So you have a man at gully, cover, sweep on the offside, long on and long off. Man at deep mid wicket, deep square leg, backward square leg, and a man at mid wicket. That's the field employed by England. In comes Butterworth once more. Passes the umpire to ball the Officer. Officer swinging into the leg side, and it goes out to the man at deep backward square. And and you can see the guy getting it back in. 105 for 4, ladies and gentlemen. The latest score here at Pickwick. The ball is back with Butterworth. In he comes, passes the umpire now to ball up to Hoisted, and Hoisted's back and dabs it down nicely. The third man for 1. You get the feeling that Wayne, you get the feeling that Hoisted is going to release some tension soon.
Well, what I was just saying that our officer has seemingly taken on the role of being the aggressor. He has been the one who has been looking to play the more expansive, powerful shots down the ground. So seems to be some plan at work here. There he goes again.
There you go, down to long on with the cabby taken. Yes, it is. So Officer goes, well taken. Where the man down at long on. Australia losing their, Staples is the catcher down at long on. So 106 for 5 now the score.
And as we said,
Officer going, you just talk about him being the aggressor of the two.
Being the aggressor, he seems to have taken on that role of trying to push the scoring on and sacrificing his wicket somewhat, getting one floated up, not being able to clear the boundary at long on. And a well-dodged catch taken too by Rupert Staple. They didn't have to move a lot. The ball actually came to him, but of course, doing the necessary, doing the basics right, eyes on the ball, taking it high, and the effort of Kent Officer comes to an end.
Yes, please. The new batsman in now, and I'll get that name for you in a minute. Staples took a very good catch, as you mentioned there, Wayne. Kept his eyes on the ball and took a very good catch. Sam Davis, the new batsman in for Australia.
So we saw the ball in the air for quite a long time, Ellie, and you know of this new ruling that has been employed since last year internationally, where batsmen no longer cross while the ball is in the air.
Yeah.
So once the batsman is dismissed, the new batter has to face the next delivery. Previously, we know traditionally it was allowed for batters to cross while the ball was in the air, but now the ICC bringing in this regulation that says that the new batter has to take the position of the, but not necessarily strike, because what we're having here is that Hoisted is going to face the next delivery because that was the final delivery of the over.
Right.
Had they been allowed to cross, most probably the new batter would have been at this end.
Yeah. In. We have there then to ball to Hoisted, and Hoisted is forward and plays it into the leg side, and there is no run.
So it's going to be interesting to see now who, if Hoisted will continue to play this holding role, or if he will be the one responsible for pushing the score on.
What I can tell is that there they won't change the flighted deliveries he's doing. As we see this one, Hoisted just looking to work this one down to third man, and it's very slow, a very slowish outfield, and there's no run. 106 for 5. We're in over number 37, being bowled by Dearden. Chris Dearden. And he comes again to both to Hoysted. Hoysted back and plays it into the covers. And actually through the man the covers. It looks like Staples there, who took a very good catch just now. Is it too hot for him now?
He might want to claim that he got an awkward bounce. If I were him, that would be my story.
That would be your play.
And I would stick to it.
100.
But, as a batter, Ellie, I would have to say that I find this guy Dearden quite annoying. As a batsman myself, he offers no pace whatsoever. And
nothing to work with.
Quite nagging he is. He seems like a bowler who you would want to dismiss.
You want to get after him, but you just can't. It's so slow. You're in about 3 or 4 miles, man. You want to go forward, you want to come back. Should you stay on the crease of play? Should you swing? Your mind must be racing.
His bowling looks quite innocuous, but in Barbados, when you fall to a bowler like Dearden, you can be described as drowning in the syrup.
The sugar truck is coming. The sugar truck is coming. Don't drown in the syrup is what they tell you. As he turns, I top of his mark once more there. Then past the umpire, he's bowling up to Hoysted. Hoysted is looking to work this one in the leg side. A stifle appeal for LBW.
Well,
the
actually,
umpire is saying not out. At the end of over number 37, 108 for 5, man.
Well, actually, that final delivery must have brushed the pad because it was down the leg side. There was a stifled appeal, and then we noticed that there was no signal of wide from the umpire, which would suggest that the ball did touch something, but obviously missing the leg stump.
Taken cleanly by the keeper as well.
Who has had a good game, we must say so far.
Indeed. Goldthorpe. I'm still amazed at the dismissal of the first. He was up on the stump for Rhodes.
For Staple.
And Staple as well. And took a very good catch to dismiss Higgins.
While the ball was still quite hard and new.
And flying F1, might add. It was early in the day.
But England traditionally produces
good wicket keepers?
Yeah, very good wicket keepers. They're very, very renowned for producing good, competent wicket keepers.
So Butterworth, in he comes. A lovely shot there by that's Davis. Working this one into the leg side. They'll come for one. I believe in his younger days he would have taken 2 there for that shot.
Well, made good contact with the sweep shot. The ball traveled quickly, and then it was relayed from the deep fielder to the man halfway to the boundary. So that made it even
a lot of cooperation. In comes Butterworth to both Hoysted. Hoysted is back and works into the leg side, looking for a single and sent back by Davis immediately. Not interested. 109 for 5. Well, with just about 2 overs to go, Ian. We're in the 30th.
45 is 45.
Sorry, 45 overs we're playing. So we're just about in that red zone for Australia to start hitting that gas.
Well, yes, we are.
In he comes again to both Hoysted. Hoysted back and punishes this one into the offside. Goes out to the sweeper. And they'll come for one. Looking for that relayed throw is Hoysted. But it comes straight in this time. 110 for 5.
Heading into that area known as the death of
death
the innings.
Overs.
The death overs of the innings.
Butterworth again. In he comes to both of Davis. And Davis looking for a reverse sweep. And Butterworth throwing his head into the air in disbelief. He really thought he had his man just now. But
actually,
no edge
that was a
taken.
rather interesting shot because it appears as if the ball actually traveled over the leg stump.
Indeed. Butterworth. In he comes again. You can see Davis, he's a bit adventurous. Chips and gives this one a good whack into the leg side. Coming for one and looking for 2. Again, the relay. 111 for 5. And Sam Davis is on 3. Hoysted on 23 off of 39 deliveries. 111 for 5.
I think Davis has announced his intention. He's looked very proactive. He's really looking to to create scoring opportunities.
Butterworth, in he comes again to bowl to Hoysted. Hoysted looking to flash this one somewhere back with a point, makes no connection. And at the end of over number 39, ladies and gentlemen, the score 111 for the loss of 5.
Well, Hoysted still playing a rather risk-free kind of game. He's again, I guess they taking on the responsibility to hold the innings together. There's always the idea that you need one of your batters going through till the end. Maybe he has adopted that role. We saw Officer looking to be aggressive, and we've also seen Davis in the very short stay at the wicket so far, looking to be aggressive.
I get the sense that with that reverse sweep that we just saw from Davis, that he's not looking to stay around too long. He's either looking to get after it, win, or he's gonna get out going after it.
Well, right. These are the different plans that teams come up with as the innings unfolds. And now, as I said, we are heading into the death. And this man, Dearden, how many overs has Dearden got left?
Dearden, he has 2 overs remaining.
2 out of 6.
In he comes again to both to Davis, and Davis is back and punches this one out to the man on the sweep on the offside. They'll come for one. Discuss 2 on the side against it. So only one added to the score.
Right. England are going to have to find an over from that far end because there are 3 overs to be bowled from there, and 2 of them we expect to be bowled by Dearden. So we know for a fact that there's going to have to be an over found from that end.
Well, you still have Rhodes to come back. The opening bowler. In comes Dearden again to bowl to Hoysted. Hoysted's down the track and chips it into the leg side. They'll come for one. And that is all they'll have. A fairly big ground, but remember that these guys, they're over 60, so the pads would tend to slow them down a tad bit. Dearden, in he comes again, passes the umpire to bowl to Davis, and Davis in position quickly, but he can't get it past the man at square leg. And there is no run. 113 for 5. When over number 39 being bowled by Chris Dearden from the Vasper Drake's end. Down the leg side. Did he get some bat on that, or did he hit the pad? Have brushed something, it went down the leg side. No signal by the umpire. It would remain on 113 for 5. Dearden with a very slow off break. In he comes to bowl to, pulls this one to Davis, who gets out to party back. Had there been a slip in place, it would have been right down the first slip throw.
Well, yes, nothing wrong done by the bowler. Getting the outside edge, which he would regard as somewhat of as a success, but no one at home at slip to take the catch.
In comes Dearden again to bowl to Hoysted, and Hoysted plays this one into the offside for single. Like you said, Wayne, he's very contented to rotate the strike.
Well, yes, and playing a rather risk. He's not taking the risk. We know this Hoysted. He's got a strike, though, at the end of that over.
115 for 5.
So we're really into that death area now. At 115 for 5, I'm sure that they would want to at least accumulate no fewer than a run a ball, for sure. And if possible, even 8 runs and over, another 40 runs. So we're looking at a total. Well, the Australians will be hoping to push their total anywhere in the region between 150 and 160 from this point on.
He's what I would call an anchor, Wayne. He really anchors the innings.
Good
Australia.
word.
While he allows Davis and these guys to feel free to go after the bowling. You can rest assured that Hoysted will stay there and rotate the strike.
So Butterworth will continue.
Butterworth with the ball in hand. Give you that feel. He has a man at short fine leg, a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a man at mid wicket, a long on, a long off, a man sweeping on the offside, a cover, and a man at backward point. In comes Butterworth to bowl Hoysted. Hoysted's back and punches this one out to the sweep on the offside. They'll come for one. And again, we see the relay of the ball.
The underarm throw.
Underarm throw. Coming from out in the deep. 116 for 5, ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to go into over number 40. In comes Butterworth to Bolter Davis. Davis gets a foolish delivery and plants that front foot and sweeps it into the leg side. They'll come for one. So as Wayne was saying earlier, ladies and gentlemen, another 40 runs or so would put the Aussies into the region of just about a 155, 156. As we hear the shouts for Hoysted to get on with it. Not sure he's going to be listening though. In comes Butterworth once more. Passes the umpire to both Hoysted. Hoysted's back and beaten, taken cleanly by Goldthorpe, the keeper. And there is no run. 117 for 5. It's the over 60s, ladies and gentlemen. Big man cricket playing here in Barbados. Today's game brings together England and Australia here at the Pickwick Grounds. In comes Butterworth, to Hoysted. And Hoysted plays this one into the offside. And there's no run. 117 for 5. At BNOC, we have the West Indies. They're up against, I do believe it to be the USA. I stay on the correction. I'll have to check that for you in a minute. As we see Hoysted looking to launch this one into the leg side. And they'll come for one. 118 for 5. As we see Butterworth with the ball back in hand. Must have a plan. In he comes, passes the umpire, the ball up to Davis, and Davis is back and plays this one really back down the pitch, and there is no run. And at the end of 40 overs, ladies and gentlemen, they score 118 for the loss of 5.
And only 3 runs from that over. I'm sure the Australians would have wanted a bit more out of that. Good work, though, by John Butterworth, as the English bowlers generally have been very, very consistent. Good control stuff coming from all of them, one would have to say.
Not letting up,
The
at all.
onus, really, the onus has been on the Australian batsmen to try to create scoring opportunities.
Well, remember that we have 2 other games going on today. BNOC, we have West Indies versus the USA. And then at Wonders, we have the Invitational 11 versus the rest of the world. Yeah, so a lot of cricket going on today. Feel free to head over and have some. In comes Darren. Just past point. They're shouting 2 for the Australians. They're coming for 1, and they'll get 2 quite comfortably as the man sweeping on the offside will have to come around, has to cover a lot of ground to prevent that 2. In the end, he could not prevent it. 118 for 5. We're in over number 41, being bowled by Chris Dearden from the Vastport Drake saying. This is in his final over. In he comes to bowl to Hoysted. And Hoysted's playing into the offside. Very contented to take the ones, as Hoysted. A very patient batsman, can see. Playing the anchor role for Australia. They started very quickly and started to fade away through the middle overs. And Hoysted began to rotate the strike. They're 120 now for 5. We were made to understand that our power score would be 155. We'll see if Australia will get up there. As we saw Davis sweeping and sweeps well. They'll come for 1. The man from deep square leg will come around, and they'll come back for 2. Underhand 2 to Davis. So 123 for 5. 123 for 5. As we say, good afternoon to Mr. Wayne Holder.
Well, the Aussies looking for some boundaries now as we head closer to the close of the innings. Still haven't been able to get that ball across the rope with any degree of frequency.
Chris Dearden, ball back with him. In he comes, passes the umpire to bowl to Davis. And Davis forward and pumping this one out to square leg, and there's no run.
Lots of power, but but very little timing.
I think he's looking to get after it now. I think he's had just about enough of Dearden, who's just been a pain really in the side of the Australian batters. In he comes all along the carpet this time, out to deep mid wicket, and they'll come for one. That's all they'll have. 124 for 5.
The field setting for the English has actually worked very effectively. We find
With the slow bowling and slow outfield, really inviting the Australians to have a go. As you see the man at backward point. Man at backward point. And it's amazing to see the cooperation going on. the guy, he runs out to pick it up, Wayne, and automatically a second guy follows.
we saw the keeper actually running towards the fielder so that he may intercept the relay throw.
A lot of underhand stuff going on here.
But one of the things that I am impressed with is the movement in the field from these older guys. And though they may not have the arms as they like, but you can see them sprinting away. And they must be quite fit, because I'm not seeing any hamstring issues arriving.
None at all, none at all. Very, very fit, agile, and a lot of cooperation, they keep saying, between. It's an understanding, man.
Dearden, though, I think we should note his figures at the end of his spell.
So, Chris Dearden, 9 overs, no maintenance, a 1 for 35. Right economical winner. He was going at 3.89.
Did a very good job.
Indeed, indeed. Butterworth, though, to continue. He's bowling up to Hoysted. And Hoysted is hoisting this one into the offside as the man gives chase. It's a very long chase for the man.
Let's see if they're going to come for the third run on the throw, on the arm.
They're deciding a yes, no out in the middle. Davis will have none of it, though, sending back Hoysted. They'll get 2, and that's all they will have. 127 for 5.
I think that is the essence of over 60s cricket. The ball way out in the outfield. The batters having completed 2 and dare not come back for that third one. A run in the third one there, Ellie, would have been something like a marathon.
I can tell you. Butterworth, in he comes again to both Hoysted, and Hoysted is back and slaps this one into the offside. This one out to the sweeper on the offside, and they'll come for one. Hoysted, though, I must say, he's very determined, man. He's 34 off of 51 deliveries. Sam Davis, he's 9 off of 13.
But he has done his job of holding the innings together.
That is his job. He plays the anchor role. In comes Butterworth to bowl of Davis. And we spoke about Davis. You can see that he's the more aggressive of the two. He was looking to sweep this one into the leg side and got 1 for it.
There I talk about the placement of the fielders, because that was a perfect shot, perfectly timed, but going straight to the man in position.
Indeed.
For such a shot.
Indeed. Ball is back with Butterworth. He's in his 6th over. In he comes to bowl Hoysted. Hoysted launching down the ground. Phillips moving away to his right at first and realizing he had to go back to his left. They're coming back for 2, and they will get it quite comfortably.
Well, yeah, some aggression, some risk taken here by Hoysted for once. That one floated up and going for the big swing. Getting it in the ear, the ball falling well short of the fielder at long on, who initially was moving away to his right while the ball was traveling to his left.
Phillips, we saw him bowling earlier. Bowled fantastic. His 9 overs.
Yeah,
his spinner.
The mystery spinner.
Indeed. In comes Butterworth once more. The ball Hoysted. And Hoysted forward. Some good fielding there by the man in at short mid-wicket. Some fantastic work. It looks like Dearden. Just getting down, putting down the left arm.
Falling away to his left.
Fantastic.
One might have been tempted to say diving, but I prefer falling to his left.
At this age, you'd have to say falling
away. To his left. Not a lot of dive. But good work nonetheless.
Comes Butterworth. The both Hoysted is back again. He loves that area though, Wayne.
Well, yes. Again, his technique is actually one where he gets deep into his crease and allows the delivery to pitch and plays the ball off the wicket. And it has proven effective. It has worked for him.
Well, at the end of over number 42, with 3 overs to go, they score 132 for the loss of 5. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the over 60s big man cricket here at Pickwick. 2 teams doing battle for today. We have Australia, and they're up against England. Australia winning the toss and electing to have a knock first.
Ellie, let's give some credit to the very kind sponsors of the tournament.
Indeed.
Cricket West Indies Masters Association being able to acquire the sponsorship from Blue Waters Water and also the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. So we must mention them.
Thanks.
The very, very important part that sponsorship plays in events like this. Blue Waters and Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. BTMI, take a bow.
Thank you very much for coming on board and hope that you will return again. Without them, we could not be here today. So we do take this time to say a special thank you to these sponsors. Remember that is a 45 over game, over 60s. We- Fantastic work with Mr. Ake and his team. And we do take this time to say a special thank you to them as well. It looks like Staples is coming back into the attack. Rupert Staples. I will say good afternoon to Mr. Hackett and his team. Staples.
Also, DA Computer Services, another one assisting in the production.
Staples right down to business. He goes right in the block work. But
Chance of 2 runs here,
Forsyth.
and they're not going to come back for the second run, but that ball played up to mid-on. No one at mid. There's a long on, then there's a mid-wicket, and the ball stopping in the mid-on area, but the batsman choosing not to come back for a second run, which seemed to have been on offer.
So this field here, we have a third man, we have a point, we have a deep backward point, we have a cover, a sweep on the offside, a long off, a long on, a deep mid wicket, and a man at square leg. That's the field. So a lot of space in the mid wicket region. In comes Staples to bowl. We just spoke about it, going down the leg side, and they're shouting to the Australians and coming back is Davis. Hoy said, ambling back down. Davis is back into his crease already. 100 and a leg by signal by the umpire. 2, actually. So they get 2 leg bys, the Australians. 135 for 5. Went over number 43.
So, Ellie, you were wondering when we were going to see some pace again. Here we have Thorpe.
Staples.
Rupert Staple back in the attack.
In he comes to bowl. There's bowled him. Davis losing his castle to Staples. He really was a menace to the Australians the entire morning, keeping a very tight line. And we saw the aggressor Davis there losing his castle.
Well, coming back in the death, Staple, and doing the job for his captain. Yorker length delivery, and Davis going across the line, defeated and having his middle stump rock back. So Staple coming back to do the job that his captain would have asked of him. Bowl full, bowl those Yorkers. He did attempt one early in the over that went down the leg side, but this one right on target. And Davis, who tried and tried hard.
Tried hard indeed. But this man Staples, I think a lot will rest on his shoulders on the back end here. He's been very tight, line and lengthwise, not giving the batsman a lot of room to play with. Mm-hmm. And you tend to get batsmen on the go in these final overs. So it's going to be very interesting to see Torrington and Hoysted going here.
Well, yes, you want your bowler to be looking to execute those Yorkers towards this end of the innings, not allowing the batters to get under the ball and strike it away into the outfield. And Rupert Staple has done a very good job, and this will be his final over, the penultimate over of the innings.
Well, Dale Torrington is the new batsman, Wayne, and he be facing up to Staple.
Well, there will be no room for sighters. He's got to hit the ground running now.
I can tell you this. Staple, who's bowled some 6.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24 so far, has the ball back in hand as Torrington settles over his blade. In comes Staples once more. Passes the umpire right about now to bowl up to Torrington. Torrington is back and beaten, taken cleanly by Goldthorpe, and there is no run. 135 for 6.
Good change up there by Staple. Running the fingers across the ball, bowling it into the pitch.
Ball back with Staple again. Just looking to do some adjustments in the field. Not sure what is it. Asking the man at square leg to just go a bit backward. And that's it. So the man from square leg goes backward to backward square leg. In comes Staple once more. Passes the umpire to bowl up to Thornton, and Thornton can't get it past him. Actually, it goes through. A bit of confusion out in the middle, and Thornton is able to get back into his ground. He was looking for a single, but Hoyt said with his back turn, he was never interested in
The
it.
cardinal rule says don't run on the misfield.
As Thornton settles over his blade, in comes Staple once more, passes the umpire, and Thornton looking to woof this one into the offside, makes no connection. And at the end of over number 43, ladies and gentlemen, the latest score here at Pickwick, 135 for the loss of 6.
Well, good over by Staple, doing exactly what he was required of him, getting the wicket and keeping the scoring down. And as you said, we've got some 2 overs left, is it?
2 overs. 2 overs.
So Staple is actually going to have another over from that far end.
Well, Butterworth.
So
Top.
this will be the final over from this end,
Yes,
the
please.
northern end,
Arthur Bethel end.
the Pavilion end, the Arthur Bethel end, the Four Square Rum Distillery end. Call it what you like.
A number of names. So I have to have all these names for this end. How much names do you have for
On the far
Yeah,
side is
for
the
the
southern
Vasport
end, the
end.
Vasport Drakes end, the airport end, the Hopefield end, the Hopefield Manor end. You can think of.
comes Butterworth again to bowl up to Hoysted, and Hoysted gets this one into the offside, and they'll come for one. Hoysted, I think he's been a thorn in the English side.
But he has played well. He has been
He's 39 off of 56 deliveries.
rather intelligent batting on his part. And as I mentioned to you earlier, you already could have seen that his role was to hold the innings together, to be the batter who is going to be there at the end. And he's done his job magnificently so far.
As the
Well,
ball is
He's
back,
done his job magnificently. Even if he gets so, no, he would have done his job magnificently.
the ball back with Butterworth. Just looking to do some adjustments in the field. Bringing the cover, pushing the cover back, sorry. In he comes to bowl to Thornton. Thornton gets one down the leg side, sweeps it and sweeps well. This is going to be a lot of work, some fancy footwork. Beautifully done by the man on the leg side, on the sweeper boundary. Some lovely footwork there. Can't make out who the fielder is, but what I can tell is some fancy footwork, man.
Superb work.
I really thought it went before.
Any of the players in the Premier League in England would have been proud of the work done. Going down the wing and saving that ball from going over the line.
In comes Butterworth again to bowl to Wabba, he's gone. Thornton gives the charge and goes stumped. Some lovely glove work there by Goldthorpe. You really thought at one time he had connection, but he was beaten in flight by Butterworth, who had deceived him and was stumped beautifully by Goldthorpe.
Well, Goldthorpe has had a very, very good game behind the stumps, I must say. The batsmen are having a steer at wicketkeeper Sheena Welsh when she raised the finger. I think he might have been thinking that the ball was so slow that he might have been able to get back into his ground, but deceived by that delivery outside the yard. So obviously going for broke, having the big wild swing and missing, and the keeper making no mistake.
Well, we did say that in these dying overs, they do have to press the gas now. So, and you saw that that intention there from Thornton.
Well, yes,
trying to get on with it.
Well, yes, there's, like I said, no room for sighters. You've got to hit the ground running. And as we say in Barbados, Ellie, as you know very well, it's like a clearance sale. Everything must go
Everything must go.
at this stage.
Well, the new batsman in is none other than Claude Orlando. And he is there because Batsman was stumped. Claude Orlando.
Has a show business name.
I can tell you. I can tell you. The ball back with Butterworth. We see it's very busy at the airport today in the background, Wayne.
Well, yes.
In and out.
Well, yes, this is our busy winter tourist season, and we expect we hope for as much activity as possible.
It's true. Very true.
To help to bolster the economy. Tourism, our number one income earning product
In comes
as a
Butterworth.
country.
Again, the ball up to Orlando. Orlando back and immediately he's off the mark. Plays this one out to third man. Well, as you said, we're into third.
To third.
To third.
No longer a third man in cricket. No longer a batsman in cricket.
Just
It's third or batter. But then again, Ellie, if we have done away with the term batsman,
In comes Butterworth. Flashing at this one is hoisted and beaten, taken cleanly by Gothorpe.
I've constantly asked this question. If you're going to do away with the batsman, how about batsmanship? Is it no battership?
Good question. We have to say it. Can't be batsmanship.
But we know of batsmanship, yes.
We know of batsmanship, but if you're done in the
but
way
the
of batsman and you don't have batter, then you have to say battership. At the end of 44, with 1 over to go, the score 139 for the loss of 7. Today's game brings together England, and they're up against Australia. Australia winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 139 for 7. 2 batsmen out in the middle for Australia. We have Greg Hoisted. He is 39 off 58. And Cloyd Orlando just joining him. Relatively new to the crease. He is 1 off 1.
So it's down to that final over now?
Yes, please.
It is. And the
Rupert
total at this
Stable,
stage is
139 for 7.
so nowhere near that 155 target that of which we were imagining Australia would have wanted to get it to.
Well, Rupert Staple, in he comes to bowl to Hoisted. Sorry, that's not Hoisted, that's Orlando. And Orlando plays this one down to long on for 1.
But you know, it's always said you never know what is a good total until the second team bats.
I can tell you, runs on the board or what? Runs scored.
On the board.
Yep. 140 for 7, ladies and gentlemen. 140 for 7. They said to me earlier that a par score on this ground for the over 60s is 150. Can they get those 10 runs in this last over? We have to wait and see. Staples into ball to Hoisted, and Hoisted looking to manufacture a shot. As we saw the underhand business going on again.
Well, he did manufacture a shot because he did go down in the fashion as if he was looking to play a lap shot, but the ball was outside the off stump, and he managed to get the bat down and guide it away to third man.
I thought he was going for the Dill scoop just now. In Stables comes to bowl up to Orlando. Orlando is beaten, taken cleanly. I can't stress enough how impressed I am with Goldthorpe, this wicket keeper.
This wicket keeper, very much so.
Some nice glove
has
work.
been standing up to the wicket for the entire innings.
Has not moved, has not wavered. In comes Staples once more to bowl up to who's that?
Orlando.
That's Orlando. And they will come for 1 and complete it. 1 more to the score, 142 for 7.
So a fierce rivalry between these two countries.
The oldest in the book, win.
In anything that they do, particularly so in cricket.
In comes Staples to bowl to Hoisted. And Hoisted is looking to all of a sudden, well, you can expect it now. This is the last over. He's trying to get as much as he can. And he's lucky, in my opinion, because
looking to get cute,
Staples has been very, very strict on the stump the entire day.
Just nagging around that, as we mentioned earlier, that corridor of uncertainty just around the off stump, just outside the off stump. He's consistently been nagging around that kind of line.
In he comes again to both Hoisted. Hoisted is bold, losing his castle to Staples. So Hoisted goes 142 for 8 now the score. with only actually
That's the
actually
close of the innings.
that's the final delivery. So Hoyt said losing his castle at the final ball of the innings. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat 142 for 8 at the end of 45 overs.
Well, good work by Hoisted, one must say. Eventually dismissed off the final delivery
Staples.
of the innings. Greg Hoisted it is, coming back to generous applause by his teammates and supporters for that innings that really held the Australia batting together. 142
for eight.
eventually. I mean, we would know how good that is when the English start to bat, but at least they have managed to survive the 45 overs in the face of some excellent stuff, some very disciplined, controlled bowling by the English. I think they must be commended. Staple, Phillips, Dearden, the Deacon, like all of the bowlers actually playing their part and doing a wonderful job. So the game is on with 143 to win.
I think the guy that pulled it back for them win was Phil Deacon, the left-arm spinner from the Vossport Drake Saint.
9 overs for 17 runs.
He really was a nuisance to the
So
Australian
if we
batsmen.
can get a run through of the scorecard as we close off this phase of the commentary.
We'll get
But
that.
I think when Amelia has got it all together, right? When we'll await Amelia to provide us with the information. But nonetheless, Ellie, the game got going a bit late this morning for reasons unforeseen. But I guess the pitch itself, the pitch has looked a very flat, easy pace surface. Batting not much of a problem. One didn't get the feeling that there was any great grip or that the ball was gripping and holding in it, but just a slow, low, flat surface.
Good for batting. We saw O'Reilly getting 42. Looked very comfortable in early stages. That's the opening batsman for Australia, and he was pushing around. You saw that they had to be in the beginning was O'Reilly and Higgins beginning to push it around. They were enjoying the pace. The ball was hard, and they were getting the twos and threes. But coming through the middle overs now, we saw Phil Deacon coming into the attack, slowing it down, and really forcing Australia to look for boundaries. That was not the case though. They had just about 3 or 4 boundaries coming through the middle, and then it was all up Chris Deering and John Butterworth.
So as the ball got a bit softer, the pace off worked for the English too. I thought that the bowlers they didn't offer the Australians a lot of pace to work with on the very slow surface, and I think that was effective in keeping the scoring down for the Australia team. So we still all right. So, but as I mentioned, the sponsors, Blue Waters and the BTMI, as we now have that scorecard for you, Ellie. Give us
So
a
that
rundown.
scorecard, we had Eric Higgins and Peter O'Reilly opening the batting for Australia. It was a touch and go for a minute between the two. Eric Higgins, he was the first to go. He was caught off the bowling of Rupert. He was caught by John. Peter O'Reilly, though, he was the talk of the town with 43. Peter Miller caught Richard. He went for 8 off the bowling of Phil. Peter Dudridge was run out for 8. We had Kent Officer. He made 11. The only other highlight that we had there was Greg Hoysted, who batted to the end, Wayne. He made 40 from 61 deliveries. 142 for 8 off of 45 deliveries, Australia, after electing to bat. In the bowling department, We had Anthony Rhodes, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Rupert Staple, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 27. Phil Deacon, he really bowled well. He bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Jim Phillips, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. Chris Dearden, well, he was a thorn in the Australian side. Very, very slow. He bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. And John Butterworth, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. Yeah, so they require 143 for victory. And when they come back, we will see how that run chase goes, Wayne.
Well, of course, we will see how the run chase goes. We will see what the 143 represents as a target when the English bat. But of course, that will be when the game resumes after the luncheon interval. We will be back with you here on the stream, which is a production of the Anything Cricket Let's Talk, Flash Drive Media, and DA Computer Services, and of course, the Big Man Cricket Over 60s, organized by Cricket West Indies Masters Association, and with sponsorship from Blue Waters and the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. More when we return for the England reply to that 142 for 8 made by Australia. So here we go again as we welcome you back to the Four Square Oval. The second half of the opening encounter, well, the opening round of the Big Man Cricket over 60s competition put on by Cricket West Indies Masters Association. 45 overs to get 143. That's England after they held the Australians to 142 for 8. I've got with me Alan Bagor. I'm going to ask you to spell that name for me just for my own purposes.
So it's B-O-U-G.
B-O-U-G.
O-U-R-E.
O-U-R-E. Bagor. Okay, sounds French.
Yeah, it is French, Wayne. And look, it's great to be here this afternoon.
Well,
What a fantastic afternoon I got here.
Well, yes, thank you for accepting my invitation to be part of the commentary here on the stream. This stream going as far as the World Wide Web would take it. And, of course, you being a member of the Australian outfit. First of all, I'm going to ask you, how confident are you with 142 runs to defend?
Look, the best thing about cricket, it's such a fantastic game, you never know what you can do with 142 runs. If I was going to sit there and say this morning what we need, I would have said 170 would be a very good score to have on this ground today. We've got 142. You know what? England bowled extremely well. They bowled tight. They took the pace off the ball. And that's what made it very difficult to bat today.
Well, here we are seeing the third delivery of the England reply. Not yet off the mark. Richard Merriman and Kevin Grant. Actually, it's one without loss. I don't know where that run would have eluded. Deceived me. It actually was a wide bowled off the very first delivery of the game. So one without loss. And Stuart Ridge, the bowler from the northern pavilion end. Right arm, medium fast, and now we get a run off the bat as Merriman tickles one down to fine leg and picks up a single to double the score. It's 2 without loss in the first over. So who would be the main men, though, for the Australian side on the bowling side of things?
Oh, look, at the moment, obviously Stuart bowls well. Steve Moore, who's at fine leg at the moment, he'll open the bowling from the other end as well. Steve will take the pace off the ball a little bit more than what Stuart does.
Well, yes.
And that'll make it interesting for the first few overs, just to see which way this game's going to go.
Well, we have Kevin Grant facing up on strike, and he is immediately off the mark, gets a delivery, pitched up outside the off stump, comes onto the front foot, squeezes it away behind square for 1, and he now gets going. 143 the target, 3 without loss the total. Let's look at the short ridge, tall, stringy looking right arm pacer with a bit of a double arm action, and bowls a delivery on the off stump, pushed into the outside. There is no run, the end of the first over. 3 runs are coming from it, and the game well and truly on. Alan, you have had a look at the conditions. What are your thoughts of the conditions of play, the outfield, the pitch?
Well, the outfield is certainly slower. There's a good slope on this ground here at Pickford. The outfield is slower than what I thought it was going to be. Some shots this morning that I believe should have gone for 4. I mean, the outfield was slow. The pitch is, obviously the pace is off the ball a little bit. The ball's not coming through as you would like it to. And that's going to make it difficult getting these guys on the front foot and being able to do a lot with it. Australia just needs to back up here, dig in deep, and play the same sort of game that England played this morning.
Well, as you mentioned, the sharing the new ball would be Moore. Stephen Moore, they tell me.
Should be Googled at the other end, yes, that's right.
Stephen Moore? Or
Stephen's nickname is Google.
Google?
Yep.
So we're going to Google it.
He got that because if you want to know anything, you just ask him. He'll tell you what it is.
Oh, he's Mr. Google himself.
Mr. Google himself, that's correct.
Well, he's going to bowl right arm. It seems to be medium pace-ish. And gets his first delivery down the leg side. And a wide is immediately called and signaled by umpire Sheena Welch standing there at that.
And this is what Australia is going to have to watch. We can't afford to give any runs away. We can't afford to give wides away. and we need to be on the ball in the field.
That's another, a wide delivery outside the off stump this time. Not wide enough to be penalised for it.
No, it was probably as wide as you can go. The umpire looked like she was going to walk across and signal a wide, but she's let that one go.
Short pull, excellent fielding at backward square. Man falling away to his right, short delivery. That ball was screaming away towards the deep backward square boundary. And that's Stuart Ridge, it is?
There's Stuart Ridge
At
over there.
short fine
very,
leg.
very well fielded.
Magnificent work. No run
And if
result.
Australia are going to win this game, that's exactly what they're going to have to do.
Moore again bringing the batter onto the front foot. That batsman being Grant. Pushed into the offside. There is no run. So the first time in the Caribbean, Alan?
It's my first time in the Caribbean. It's lovely to be here. I only got here yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
It's lovely to be here. The temperature is very much like it is in Australia,
Right,
where I come from.
Well, you preempted my next question because I was going to ask you what was
that one a wide.
But that's a wide on this occasion. I was going to ask you what the weather was like when you left Australia.
When I left on Friday night, so the last week's been about 38 degrees every day. So it's been nice and warm, and the week before was around that 30 to 35. So
Outside the off stump, late decision to leave that delivery alone. I think that one drawing the batsman forward, but eventually recognizing that it was much too wide to have to play at it, and making that late decision to pull his bat within the line of the delivery is Grant. Unlike the English, Alan, who would have left freezing temperatures.
well, interesting you say that. I actually flew through Manchester on my way. I was out of Brisbane up to Dubai and Manchester, and then down this way. And Manchester, I think, was about 3 degrees when I was there. So these boys certainly won't be used to 30.
The only thing I know about 3 degrees is a singing group. The 3 degrees.
That's right.
So
Yeah, no.
I really couldn't imagine.
No,
Here we are
it's
in
way too
Barbados.
cold for me.
Here we are in Barbados. So when we experience temperatures under 24, we get cold.
That's exactly right. I'm the same. But yeah, it's a lovely day today. I mean, the temperature's probably only about 30 degrees, but the humidity's up there. It's probably up in the mid 80s, I would say.
5 without loss after 2. Usually we get a bit more of a breeze coming across. Somehow or another it has been rather absent today, that cooling breeze that comes across. But generally, how healthy though is Masters cricket? Where are you from in Australia? I guess I should ask.
So I'm from Queensland. I'm actually west of Brisbane by about 4 hours. I grew up there, and just let Stuart come in for this next ball. Poles, the ball's
stuck
up.
on the pad. Ball doing a bit too much. We recognize the bowler himself wasn't interested in the appeal as the batter came onto the front foot. So yes, you were saying.
So what you'll get from Stuart is in swing. Stuart bowls good in swing, and that ball was probably going down the leg. Yeah, Western Queensland. It's it's all farming area and all the rest of it. And it's I've played most of my cricket in the west.
Richard off the back foot and one just back of a length. Ball bouncing quite generously. A tall man, Stuart Ridge. And this Australia team, so this is made up of an Australia-wide selection, a pool of players.
That's correct. So right at the moment, we've got about 4,800, I think, veterans cricketers in Australia. It's currently the fastest growing cricket in Australia.
Rich, short, pulled into the onside, not making very good contact. On this occasion is a Merriman. Would have wanted to do a lot better with that delivery.
And
Short.
so yeah, we got about 4,800 players now in Australia. So it's the fastest form of cricket, fastest form of cricket
This
in
is
Australia.
players over what age? What age group you're talking?
So this is 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Okay.
We've just this year started off an over 40s competition as well, and so now we'll have 40s through to 70s, which will be really good because people can come out of grade cricket now and continue on to play in their 40s, where they might have to have normally given it away.
And as far as the world competitions, I think there has been a World Cup for the over 50s at some stage or the other.
There was, so over 50s cricket in Australia started in 2016. I was part of that as our first nationals. We did a tour to England straight after that, where 18 players went and played for a month in England. Then we had a tour to New Zealand and Ridge again bowls. The ball just short of a length, pushed out through to the covers where it's fielded for no run. We then did a tour to New Zealand in the over 50s, and then an over 50s World Cup. And last year was the inaugural over 60s World Cup, of which West Indies came over and played, which was held on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, Australia.
So who are the defending World Cup champions at the moment?
Sadly,
Over
it's
60s.
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Pakistan played extremely well. I played the World Cup last year, and we played Pakistan.
5 without loss, the total.
We played Pakistan in the semi-final. We played extremely well all tournament. Pakistan in the semi-final, they beat us with 2 balls to go, and they played New Zealand in the final, and Pakistan won that.
So here comes
More.
the first delivery is outside the awesome. So a number of the players in this particular team would have been part of that team who went to the final.
There's 5 of us that were part of that team. So we've got 8 new guys in this team that we've brought over here to the Caribbean. So some of those guys are getting their first taste of international cricket today, which is really good. And that's why we had a cap presentation for 7 of those guys this morning.
So you've got some young over 60s.
Young over 60s. I think I'm the second youngest, I think. I was only 60 in September last year, and then one of the boys is only 60 in March this year.
Here comes more outside the awesome, driving, diving, stop, but not fielding cleanly, allowing for a single. So 1 more to the total. 6 it is without loss. We're halfway in the 4th over. And Grant with that single goes to 2, brings Merriman on strike. Richard Merriman.
And this is what Australia need to do. I mean, Australia need to field well here, keep
triangle.
the singles down, see if we can keep England below 2 and over for the first 15 at least.
Well, at least what we can say for sure is that the boundaries were very hard to come by.
That they are, and we saw that
your
this morning.
innings, and you will have to maintain, keep the boundaries down, keep the boundary shots down.
That's right. So no falls if we can help that, and just our fielding, throw ourselves around in the field, pick the ball up, get it back to the stumps.
One thing I must say though is that the Australians somehow or another they look fitter than that I would have expected for players over 60, driven hard into the cover, straight to the fielder, no run. But the fitness levels, I am very impressed with. I guess what is it like preparing? Well, not only for a tour like this, but generally.
Look, I mean, most of these players are still playing club cricket on the weekends. We play competition, over 60s competition through the year as well, through the winter. So a lot of these guys are playing cricket all year round, which you can do in Australia. Well, certainly in the northern parts of Australia, like New South Wales and Queensland. Victorians, they can generally only get the summer, but that's what's keeping everybody fit. And one of the selection criteria with our sides is that you do need to be mobile and you need to be fit. You can be a good batsman or a good, whatever. If you're not fit, you're probably not going to get picked in the side.
Well, okay, so
I mean,
also
myself, I spend time on the rowing machine, on the bike, on the punching bag to try and keep my fitness up like that. I try not to do too much running because obviously the older you get, your knees and everything else get a bit of a hammering. So the rowing machine's really good for that.
sounds like a healthy, a healthy nation that you're developing there.
Well, it would certainly be nice if a lot more people, concentrated on their fitness and it would make everybody's health a lot better.
Well, stroked up to mid-on. First delivery of the 5th over. 6 without loss after 4. Remember the target 143. Australia held to 142 for 8 in their 45 overs after winning the toss and electing to bat. As this one is wide outside the off stump. And the batter walking across and leaving it to the keeper.
And Wayne, I noticed when I arrived into Barbados yesterday that this is the home of Sir Garfield Sobers.
So you only noticed that yesterday?
I actually think I knew that before, but for all the listeners, anybody watching, I mean, anybody who doesn't know.
Well, yes, this is the homeland of Sir Garfield Sobers. We regarding as he was serenaded in song, the greatest cricketer on earth or Mars.
Look, I would agree. I mean, I certainly think if he's not the best all-rounder that's ever played cricket, he's as good as anybody else that has. And I certainly rank him as the number one all-rounder in the world.
Well, Sir Gary's still very much here with us, a national hero here in Barbados.
Well, he was in Australia actually only about 18 months ago or 2 years ago, and he had a dinner at where I was working at the time. So I actually got to see him. So wonderful man, still in good shape.
Still looking rather sprightly and a fairly active Sir Gary.
And then I noticed saw Brian Lara when he was in Australia recently, and I tell you what, I'm glad he's not playing over 50s cricket.
Well, yeah, he's not playing.
No, he's not. He's not playing over 50. Well, I think he's Brian Lara's 52, isn't he?
Well, yeah, just about. And did you get to see his outing there it was during the World Cup when he suited up against Rashid Khan and really showed his medal and showed that he still has it.
Look, I did watch that segment on the during the World Cup, and he played the ball extremely well. And I mean, it's good to see Rashid Khan put himself out there and throw the ball down at Brian Lara as well. But Lara didn't have any trouble.
The great BCL. So yes, a number of Barbados, the home of a number of legendary cricketers, the birthplace of a number of legendary cricketers, starting with the likes of the 3Ws, who were all of Barbadian birth. Sir Clyde Walcott, Sir Everton Weeks, and Sir Frank Worrell.
Sir Frank Worrell, yeah.
All members of that famous West Indies team that participated in that tour,
and
Australia 60-61 with the
in the Tide Test in Brisbane. That's correct.
Very much so. So Wesley Hall, also Barbadian, born and bred. Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith,
right?
Both. Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall,
Big Bird Joel. Yeah, that must have been
Desmond Hayes and Gordon Greenwich. Actually, I had the honor and privilege of playing in the same club team as Joel Garner for a few years. Right. I actually kept wicket to Joel Garner.
Must have been interesting. They probably wouldn't have been doing it up over the stumps.
Well, no, definitely nowhere near the stumps. Actually, I can recall one of the more infamous moments of my little cricketing career, keeping to Joel Garner, Garner bounding in with the new ball, and the balls just bowling some mountains for some balls, and they had to put in a long stop for me because it wasn't that I was keeping body, I just couldn't reach the ball. Yeah. They were traveling that high. Through the offside, a couple of runs in the making, the ball running out towards the deep cover boundary. The batsmen are going to settle for two as the runs coming rather slowly here for the English. I'm going to ask my audience to bear with us as we continue this discussion, but not a lot has been happening as far as run scoring are concerned. It's 10 without loss now, and we are well into the 6th over.
No, and this is what Australia have to do. I mean, that shot was quite uppish, so the English at the moment looking like they're trying to force the scoring along a little bit, and that ball was uppish and could have gone to hand.
Fielders closing in from that offside. It's interesting to see a circle of fielders starting from slip, gully, backward point, square cover, extra cover, and the mid-off, all inside the circle, all moving in with the bowler, really putting the press on the English batters. I think challenging them.
And that's good to see. Even at over 60s level, people still walking in with the bowler, putting pressure on the batsman, making the batsman uncertain if the ball is going to them, whether they're going to chance it and take that run, or whether they're just going to wait and see how things go.
Understanding and obeying the rudiments of the game as this delivery is down the leg side.
That'll be a wide call and
will be called a wide. So Moore has been guilty of missing the radar on a couple of occasions.
He has, yes. Steve normally bowls outswingers, and he needs to get that line right. He needs to be on or just outside off stump and making the batsman come forward. As he comes in again now, moves into the stumps. Up, bowls. The ball's full. It's hit through mid-wicket very, very nicely. And then English will come back for 2.
They're going to come back for the second run. That's wide of the mid-wicket fielder, forcing that man from mid-on to run around some 20 meters to his right. So two runs easily taken. So we have Merriman on 6 and Grant on 3. 13 without losses the total. 4 deliveries gone in over number 6. Slight adjustment made to the fielder there at mid-wicket. In the onside of mid-wicket, a mid-on and a man on the 45 at short fine leg. Moore is bringing him forward, groping somewhat, making a late decision to pull the bat inside the line, but I think he was committed. He was genuinely beaten.
He was genuinely beaten with that ball. They're just pushing at the ball instead of waiting for the ball to get to him. And this is what we're going to see with this wicket. It'll slow up as the afternoon goes on.
Most probably, as it gets drier. Short, looking to whip this one down to fine leg. The batsmen are going to come back for a second. We'll wait to see whether there was any contact made with the bat. No signal coming from umpire Welch, which suggested that he did get some bat and created some excitement for the bowler, who actually had to stifle an appeal.
He did, that's right. I think if he's flicked that ball off middle and leg by the look of it. And it's always interesting even the ball hits the pad at that point in time. But Australia, need to get this ball outside off stump and get the English batsmen coming forward on this track.
Well, still early days. Slowish start by England, but I don't think they will mind.
No, that's right. I mean, they're getting themselves set out there, getting a look at what the wicket's doing, whether the ball's doing anything either off the wicket or through the air.
With all 10 wickets in hand still favour themselves to reach a target of 143. Australia would be thinking nicely stroked into the covers, but for no run.
Nicely backed up by Michael Riley there. So that's what we need to do. Back up the fielders, help each other in the field.
I might suggest that if Australia are to win the game, they might probably need to bowl the English. Is that necessarily so?
No, I think so. I think that's what has to happen this afternoon here. I don't think we'll hold them to 140, but we certainly need to bowl them out.
Driving again is the batsman Grant, but again he's finding that man at extra cover. So he still can't score. Short Ridge in his 4th over, just conceding the 5 runs so far.
Yeah, and Ridge bowling to his field quite well here, actually. I mean, this is what they need to do.
Again, on that off-stump line, as you mentioned, the offside field of a wide slip bordering on gully. Then there's a backward point to cover, a short extra cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, the mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and short fine leg, all inside the circle, all challenging the English batsmen to pierce the field or go over the top.
That's right, giving them the opportunity to go over the top and take some risk.
Slower delivery, outside the off stump, stroked straight up to the man at point. Again, the Englishman can't score. Pressure beginning to build here.
No, and this is a good over by Ridge. If he just continues with this line that he's bowling at the moment and the length, then it just adds pressure to the English batsmen.
Well, taking their time, not yet. No need to panic up to this at this point in time. Right arm over the wicket is Ridge. And this time looking to get across his crease is Merriman. He does get across his crease, but then doesn't make contact with
Looked
the
like
bat.
the ball actually held up just slightly there, Wayne. And, I mean, that's if this pitch is going to start to do anything, I mean, I guess that's what it'll do. It'll start to hold up and maybe prop a little bit. I'm certainly new to the Caribbean. I don't really know what this wicket will do.
Yes, it probably go down a little, get slower and lower as the afternoon goes on, as it loses its moisture. But again, really excellent stuff here from Short Ridge, keeping the English batsmen fully in check. They are prepared to just survive for the moment.
I think that was a maiden, that one, was it?
That was actually a maiden over.
Now, very accomplished scorer. Amelia here this afternoon with us, doing a great job with the scoring.
Well, Amelia always does a great job
I'm
with
sure
the
she
scoring.
does.
Quite cooperative. One of the local scorers who I particularly enjoy working with.
Yep.
Because of her.
Well, I had the pleasure this
Manner.
morning. I had the pleasure this morning of scoring in the book actually beside Amelia, and she helped me out quite a few times. It's been a while since I've scored.
But yes, women scorers in cricket. I don't know how prevalent it is in Australia, but it is one of the emerging phenomena of local cricket here in Barbados. Women are taking up those scoring duties.
And look, and that's what needs to happen as well, because if the women are involved in cricket as well, it means the men play cricket as well. So, women supporting the men's cricket, men supporting the women's cricket. And I mean, women's cricket obviously is starting to take off worldwide, and Australia, certainly the Australian side is quite good at this point in time.
World champions, aren't they?
They are world champions
More
at the moment.
into ball, looking for that big pull shot is Merriman on that occasion.
See, that ball stayed down a
That
little,
ball
actually.
stayed down outside the leg stump. So as we said, it is going to get a bit slower and lower. As I said, as it loses its moisture, the preparation moisture, well extracted by this unyielding sunshine, sunlight.
Yep, that's what it is. And, a bit of scattered cloud about, but I mean, the odd bit of cloud will come over from time to time, give the players a bit of respite from the heat. But generally, it's just going to be a sunny afternoon by the looks of
Lovely
it.
Caribbean afternoon. More outside the all stump. Keeper is
Claude Orlando is the keeper, up to
Orlando.
the stumps at the moment for the medium pacer, and doing quite a good job.
Claude Orlando. I had to comment. He has a show business name.
Yeah, he
Claude
does.
Orlando.
That's right.
Here's more. Outside the all stump. Shortest delivery. Going for that pull shot a bit early was Merriman, managing to get it away just to the right of the umpire, standing at square leg and picking up a couple of runs, but almost deceived there on that occasion.
He was early into the shot there, and I mean, he got himself in position, but he just played the shot a little early and therefore didn't quite get it. The ball probably should have gone through mid-wicket, and Moore needs to pitch the ball up. He can't afford to drop short like that on this pitch.
In again, and bringing the batsman onto the front foot and pushing it away square down through the gully area.
And that was a good response by Moore to the ball before, getting just back of a length and making the batsman come forward to it.
So now a man in that gully and also a very short extra cover, both going down as this delivery is again just about on the all stump of the front foot, guided away square on the offside. A quiet end to over number 8, and after 8 the English 17 without loss.
Well, I mean, Australia wouldn't be too unhappy with that at the moment, maintaining England to just under 2 and over. And this is what we need to continue to do the entire afternoon. It's just keep the pressure on, keep the field inside the circle as long as we can, and make the English take some risks or try and force the ball through the gaps.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the England openers respond to this challenge that has been thrown down to them, as again those close fielders move in and driving this time and finding a gap in the offside field. The batsmen are already completing a second run. They're going to challenge for the third, and yes, Grant is going to come back for the third. He's running to the danger end and making it quite easily, but a nice stroke there on this occasion from Grant. Stuart Ridge getting over pitching this one on the all stump.
Just slightly over-pitched, and he's come through, but this is what I said. I mean, he's had to hit the ball through the gap, and so there's always an element of risk. I'd rather see from a fielding perspective the batsman coming forward. It gives you some sort of a chance along the way.
Here is Ridge again. And this one is outside the all stump, looking to chop it away. Down the third man, the appeal goes up, and so does the finger of umpire Adams. Wicket number 1. Is it Grant gone? It's Grant gone, caught at the wicket by Orlando. It's Merriman gone, in fact, caught at the wicket by Orlando off the Stuart Ridge's bowling, and the Australians finally making the first breakthrough.
And look, we're in over number 10, over number 9, are we? Over number 9. I mean, we're still at 2 and over, and that's what this fielding the way it is at the moment keeps building pressure, and it makes the batsmen try to force the runs so that they don't get too far behind in the run chase.
Well, manufacturing a shot there, that delivery, it was outside the all-stump. Might have been a bit too close to him for the shot that he attempted.
Well,
he looked to run that one behind point.
He did, and Ridge will be bowling in swing. That's his natural ball. So that just tightened him up a little bit as the ball got a little close to the body, and therefore now he's just got it. Looks like he's got a top edge back through to the keeper.
Simple catch taken by the keeper. So the opening partnership worth some 20 runs in 8 overs and 2 balls. And coming in at number 3, a very Barbadian sounding name. If I were to be anywhere in the world and I hear someone called Neil Brathwaite, I would immediately think this must be a Barbadian.
Well, he is from his family's from Barbados. He was born here. As far I was talking to him this morning actually for 10 minutes or so. His family is born here. He was born here, moved to the UK, and now he's come back today or this tournament to play in Barbados.
To play in Barbados for England, as have a number of as has Geoffrey Archer.
Yeah, Archer. This was Archer's home ground here.
This is not he actually played for this club also. This is his home parish. He lives just a few kilometers away to the east of us here,
right?
Where he's a local resident, where his family lives.
A very good bowler.
Yes, and good young cricketer he showed signs from quite early that he was going to be something special.
And I'm sure from a Barbadian's point of view, it's a shame that they moved to the UK and play for England rather than stay here and play for the West Indies.
Well, it is a shame. It is unfortunate, but it is the reality that comes into play, and you can't fault players for making use of opportunity when it arrives.
Absolutely.
And,
they get paid well to play in county cricket, and then obviously for England as well. And it gives them more opportunity.
And you have the choice, and you can't deny them the right to choose. So we have to accept it. We still consider him our own,
yes,
no matter what. Although his exploits will not be to the benefit of West Indies.
So cricket in the West Indies, is it improving? Are the number of young players increasing with cricket in the West Indies, or are you seeing some sort of a drop off there?
I would have to admit that cricket does not hold the presence in the Caribbean as in previous years, and we've had a falling off of numbers of young people participating in cricket. There's still quite a lot of talent, quite a lot of excellent natural skills among the players in the islands, but the numbers have diminished somewhat. The number of young people playing the game.
So are they going to other sports? Is football taking young players away?
Very much so. Football, particularly, has taken over from cricket as the mass sport among the locals in the Caribbean generally. And Barbados used to be the cricket island. I mean, we consider ourselves the headquarters of cricket,
right?
In the West Indies. Still very healthy in Barbados, mind you, cricket, but not to the same extent as in previous years.
I think Barbados or the West Indies, I think that's not only what is happening here. I think that's happening worldwide. That a lot of the young children playing sport are going to football or soccer, as we call it at home, and that will be taking away talent from the cricket fields.
Well, yes, but still a lot of good natural talent around, and a good athletic talent in among our players. So I still expect that we'll be able to maintain a very decent standard. Quite a need we need to the authorities need to put in the necessary work, because again, players used to come through naturally. That is not going to happen anymore. So we've got to put those programs in place, those methods in place
to encourage the young people
and to get to make the best use of the talent.
Well, that's right. I mean, there's certainly any number of players that have come from the West Indies that are very, very good, and as role models for these young children.
got a few Barbadian cricketers I know in Australia, even now,
Yep.
playing in the, I guess at the grade level and at the lower levels. As a matter of fact, it would be a good thing for you to explain to us how does the structure and the various tiers of cricket in Australia operate. We know of the first class competition, and we hear of grade cricket. What else is there?
So we have very, very good lower age group cricket and the pathways that they are trying to provide for junior cricketers to come all the way through to senior cricket. So there are good programs for 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, and that's where we encourage these young cricketers to come through and start playing, because cricket's one of those games. If you start playing when you're 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, then you'll play cricket all your life. Cricket's generally not a game that you start to learn at 14, 15, 16.
You know this gentleman in front of you? You recognize this face?
I do recognise the face. I'm just not sure what his name is, that's all.
That's Dwayne Smith,
Oh, is it? Right.
the former West Indies player, but who
it's
scored
good to see
100
them
on
here.
debut.
Yep.
Yeah, actually.
And it's good to see them here.
Well, yes,
In the veterans cricket. So that's what we're trying to do in Australia, is to bring the young children on, start them early, get them interested in cricket, give them some opportunity to play, and then they can step through into there's state cricket at age 12, and then there are state teams at age 17, and then state teams and national teams at age 19, and then obviously into by then you're playing grade cricket, and from there to first grade cricket.
22 for 1 after 10. So the different tiers, it goes from the first class level that the Sheffield, it's still a Sheffield
So
Shield?
Sheffield Shield. So
Sheffield
Sheffield Shield is
Shield.
still very strong.
So that's the top level. Then below that comes
Then below that comes first grade.
First
So
grade.
metropolitan first grade, that is the major capital city first grade cricket structure. Then they also have second grade, and that goes all the way down to fifth grade. In some places sixth grade. So that's the progress for the junior cricketers to come through those levels at grade cricket.
So we've got, as I mentioned, a number of Barbadian cricketers who are playing their trade in Australia. At what level will this generally be?
No, so those people will be playing in the metropolitan, so the large cities, Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, Adelaide, and they'll be playing anything from third grade through to first grade.
Okay, good. So we've got a change of bowler. Peter Dudridge
Yep.
coming on from the northern end.
So Peter was in the World Cup squad last September in Australia.
Went to the final. Losing finalist. So he replaces Shortridge. 23 for 1. And he starts with a wide.
But Peter will have the pace off the ball.
Oh, yeah. So
Dudridge
I'm going to
again.
have to leave you shortly, Alan. I don't know if you're prepared to stay on with Ellie, my next my
I can
co-partner.
do that if
Well,
he
okay,
wants
we'll
me
be glad
to,
to
and we'll
have you.
continue.
Of course,
And
we'll be glad to have you.
I can also swap out. I got Glenn Richardson sitting over here scoring with Amelia at the moment. Glenn's also a member of last year's World Cup side in Australia, and he'd be certainly happy.
So we can
He's
have a chat
he's a
as-
doctor in Tasmania in Australia, and he might be able to add a few more things than I can.
So we can have a chat later as the innings progresses.
Yep.
But for the moment, I'm going to vacate this seat and I'm going to ask Ellie to come forward to take over from me with the ball by ball.
It's
been
been
nice
it's been a
talking to you.
pleasure, Wayne.
And as I
Lovely
said,
to meet
the,
you.
the tournament goes on, and I'm sure we'll meet again.
It does. We will.
Right,
do.
hang in there. All the best.
And Dudridge at the top of his mark at the moment. Moves in now. Up to the stumps. Bowls. The ball's full. Batsman forward. Where the ball's picked up at forward point by Mike Riley, and it comes no run.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Ellie. I'm very well. And yourself?
I am great. Enjoying the sunshine?
Love the sunshine.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Australia, where I live in Australia anyway. And that's in the air, and
Out.
that ball is out. Dudridge has his first wicket on his fourth ball of his first over.
So which part of
England
Australia from?
now 2 wickets down. I'm from Queensland, actually, Ellie.
Queensland.
Queensland, yeah. So Brisbane's the capital city of Queensland. We're on the northeastern side of the country. It's quite a large state. I think I'm trying to think how many times, say, somewhere like the UK would fit into Queensland. Probably about 25 times. But I mean, so yes, it's
Huge.
2,000 kilometres from Brisbane to Cairns.
Wow. Well, we just saw the dismissal there of Grant. Am I correct? That's Grant there. That just went. So Grant is out.
And that was a very important wicket for Australia. That's now the two opening batsmen that have been removed. We've managed to keep them to less than 2 runs and over.
Wow, it's 25 for 2 now. We're actually in over number 11.
Number 11, so just slightly over 2 and over.
Yeah.
And that's where we need to be.
So, Alan, you think that the runs that have been put on the board by Australia, you think that they're enough to hold England here?
Look, we're going to have to bowl England out. I don't think we're going to be able to hold them to the 140. This morning when we had a look at the ground, I thought the ground might have been a little faster than it was, but once we started play, I thought 170 would have been a pretty good total to have on this ground to be able to hold a side to. At 141, if we don't bowl England out, I think we'll struggle.
So, and the field is a bit bigger, I understand, from what you guys are accustomed to playing on.
Yeah, look, over 60s, normally the field is 55 metres. We're 65 metres here today. And that does make it a little more difficult. But the field is very grassed up and it's quite slow. Like that ball there struck nicely through mid-wicket. And it pulls up 2 metres inside the boundary and the batsmen come through for 3.
So this is Duddridge with the ball.
That was Duddridge with the ball. And see, a shot like that in Australia, you would expect that to go for 4 every time.
So
on every
the outfield
oval.
is faster.
The outfield is faster, yeah.
Well, at the end of over number 11, the score is 28 for the loss of 2, ladies and gentlemen. The 2 teams doing battle for you guys today, Australia and England. This is the over 60s big boy competition. And we really have to say thank you to DA Computer Services, and I'll get the rest of these sponsors for you in a minute. Blue Waters and BTMI. Really have to say thank you to these guys. Really have to say thank you to these guys for coming on board, because without them, we could not be here. BTMI, Blue Waters, and DA Computers.
And it's good to see. It's good to see these companies getting on board with veterans cricket, because without the sponsors, it makes it very difficult for the players to self-fund these tournaments.
Right. So this is the first time in the Caribbean, Alan, or
this is my first trip to the Caribbean. That's correct. It's,
and how are you enjoying it?
Love it.
I
love it.
You'll be back.
It's really nice. I'll come. But the people that I've met so far are very friendly, very easy to get along with.
I'm going to ask you a trick question. I'm not sure you'll answer it, but have you tried the rum as yet?
I think I had about 8 last night. So we had a few Mount Yays before we went to bed.
How did you enjoy it?
Love it. Yeah,
love it?
I love it. Well, see, my favourite drink in Australia is Bundaberg rum, so it's the sugarcane area as well. It's grown, it's made the same way, and the rum was lovely.
I'm glad to hear it. Well, the new batsman is Monty Douglas. It's 28 for 2. The man with ball in hand is
Mike Riley is the chain.
Mike Riley. He's coming from the Vastbert end, Alan. In the comes, pass the umpire, the ball up to Monty. Monty's forward. The bat well in front of the party. Plays it into the leg side, and there's no run. 28 for 2.
And Mike will hold the pace off the ball here, and this will make it very interesting for the English to see how well they play spin. Mike bowls very well.
And he comes again. The ball to Riley already. He's not sure if he wants to go or he wants to get. Before he had the ball played, he was looking to get back into the crease.
That's right. So he's going to have to commit if he wants to come down. Mike will float the ball like that. Give the batsman the opportunity to come down the wicket if he's game to.
Right here again comes Riley to ball to Monty. Monty's back and plays it just actually to the man at point. I thought it had beaten, that looks like
Stuart Ridge there at point.
Stuart Ridge at point. I thought it had gone
no,
past.
that's no Dale. I'll have to check and see.
Okay, here comes Riley once more to go to Money
That's
is
out.
stamped. Is
He's
he?
given
Yes,
him,
he
the
is.
umpire's given him.
He really didn't know. That's the third time that he tried to go down to Riley, and this time he was deceived by the flight, and he was stumped by the keeper. So
And that's-
England losing the third wicket now, Alan.
And Ellie, that's what we'll see with Riley. I mean, he'll flight the ball very well, and he's bowling into this little light breeze. There's not much breeze.
Not
there,
much
but
at all, not
it'll be
much.
enough to make that ball dip late. And if he can keep that sort of flight, then England are going to struggle.
It's very interesting. We saw earlier when Australia were batting, England, they started with the pace, and then they realized that the slower bowling was doing the job for them. So they took the pace off, and they brought on the spin. Now we're seeing the Australians doing the same thing. They're bringing the slower bowlers. The guy for me that did it for England at the time was
Was Phillips, I think, bowled and
dear me, Dearden?
Dearden.
Yeah.
Bowled from the southern end.
He was doing it, and now we're saying Riley doing that same job from that very end. The bigger part of the ground, asking the guys to head into the breeze.
That's great.
So it's going to be very interesting to see how England go about chasing down this 141.
It will. I mean, as I said, the reason we play cricket is it's like this. 140 can be enough. It's a funny game, and that's why we like to play it.
Yes, indeed it is. 28 for 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Pickwick ground in the south of the island of Barbados. Just a few blocks down the road from Six Roads. Have you been to Six Roads
I
yet,
haven't
Alan?
been to Six Roads yet, but I do notice. I mean, you were talking about, had we had a couple of rums since we've been here? I noticed the rum
Foursquare.
rum aging bond for Foursquare over there, number 3.
You would pick that, Alan.
And the shed's completely full of barrels.
Yeah,
I might
man.
go and grab one to take home. with us.
No problem at all. Back in the day, they said people, they had to sail down from England, to Barbados, and the only way to prove that you really went to Barbados, you had to bring back a barrel of rum.
You have to take back a barrel.
Yeah.
Yep.
In comes Riley again to the new batsman. The new batsman being Edward Gordon. And he
Riley
gets one into the leg side, and they'll come for 2. So immediately Gordon Lennox off the mark, 28 for 3.
Just slightly full on the flight there. He was able to get the ball on the full and didn't have to come down the wicket to it. So,
You got a gift. A loose delivery really from Riley. And he comes again, passes the umpire the ball to Lennox. And Lennox is looking to slap this one.
That's out.
She's out. Slapped her right into cover. The man did not even have to move. Gordon is disgusted with himself. Giving his
O'Reilly, I think, has
Look at
picked
away.
that ball. O'Reilly's taken that catch very, very well. Here's the opener. He was one of the opening bats this morning for Australia. Scored 43 and a good 43 today. Even though it took a few balls, I think there was he's faced 70 balls for his 43, but did well and picked that catch up extremely well.
I'm
Australia,
telling you.
this is where we need to be.
Well, you really need you were saying that you would have to bowl England out. You're well on your way to doing it. You're 30 for 3 and we're only in over number 12.
No, and this is where we need to now keep our foot on their throat, keep the pressure on, do not let up from here.
The oldest battle in history.
It is
From the Ashes,
Australia.
England and Australia. It's a ding-dong battle. It goes back and forth even into the 60s.
It does. That's right. And we play it with as much passion as they do in their 20s and 30s. When they're
Lovely.
playing in the
Love
open
to see
competition.
it. Love to see it. Well, we're here in Barbados to enjoy this over 60s big boy competition. We understand that the game down the road at BNOC between the West Indies and USA is over already.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the Americans, they scored 82 runs.
Right.
And the West Indies, they got it with just losing just 1 wicket.
Oh, very good. So,
Yeah.
and it's one of the things we spoke about. The West Indies will be strong at home.
It would be a very entertaining match. I think you guys play them on Wednesday.
Well, I think we do. That's correct.
That's gonna be.
And it'll be a good match, and the West Indies, as I said, will be strong at home.
Yeah, indeed. In comes Riley once more. Pass the umpire the ball to Dearden. First ball for him, and Dearden's forward. Getting a bit of his own medicine. Riley tossing it just as he would have tossed it at Dearden in the innings. And at the end of over number 12, the latest score here at Pickwick, 30 for the loss of 4.
So Australia continue like this. This is what we need to do. Keep this pressure on. Don't let them get away.
Well, England, they have a lot of overs to play with, but losing 4 wickets, they have to be very cautious as they go about this run chase. Very technical, as we see Chris Durden and Neil Braffett. And Neil Braffett is, as I understand, he's a Bajan, has roots here. So it'd be very interesting. Does he have any knowledge of the ground? We'll have to wait and see. The bowler is Dudderidge. I pronounce that
So
right, Alan?
Dudderidge is
Dudderidge.
correct, yep.
And it's all spin
Peter-
from both ends.
Peter Dudderidge, he's from Victoria in Australia.
I was made to understand you have to have a visa to come to Australia?
No. To come to Barbados?
No. I mean for a Barbados to come to Australia. Do you have a
I think you can get a visa on entry.
Ah,
Because you're part of the Commonwealth, the same as we are.
Right.
So travel within the Commonwealth, as far as I'm aware, for the guys
flighting
from-
this one is Dudderidge and Braffett sweeping
That
nicely
might be the-
out to backward square, and they'll come for 2 and complete it quite comfortably.
Nice return there by Ridge from the square leg boundary.
Yeah. 2 more added to the score, 32 for 4. If you're just coming in on coverage, you're listening to the voices of Alan and myself, Ellie Holford, here at Pickwick. And we are covering the over 60s match between England and Australia. Australia winning the toss, elected to bat, and they posted a score of 141.
141. And,
141.
as you say, we did win the toss this morning, and I thought the right decision was to bat.
Right. As we hear again, this one, Dudderidge to both to Braffett. Braffett tucks it in to the leg side, and there is no run. And then we play England there, 32 for 4, Alan.
And that's right. And then it was interesting, though, that England, if they'd have won the toss, they would have fielded. So
Everything worked out.
everything worked out.
And he comes again. And Braffett looking to run this one somewhere back with a square. There's no run. We're in the 13th over.
Right, so it looks like he's got plenty of time with this here at the moment. So he's looking quite settled at the southern end.
In comes Dudderidge once more. Passes the umpire, the ball up to Braffett. Braffett gets a flighted delivery and he plays it out to mid-off. And there is no run. It's very, what's the word I want to use? Very comfortable, the Australians. The field placing that is set. The guys don't even have to move, Alan. The ball's going straight and very good field placing.
Well, that's what happens if your bowlers bowl to their field. I mean, that ball then, though, was short on middle and leg and has been pulled out to square leg. It's returned by...
And again, a guy
Stuart
out
Ridge
in the
now.
deep as well. Just a couple of feet to his right, and he's on the ball.
That's right. So, if your bowlers bowl to the field that you set, it looks very easy. At that point
Very
in time.
easy. At the end of over number 13, Alan, he scored 34 for 4, chasing 141 for victory.
Right, well, the good thing is England are 4 wickets down. They're almost at 3 runs and over. I mean, that's all they need to win this game is 3 runs and over. So
Right.
Australia needs to continue with taking wickets.
And Riley, ball is back with him. His captain now has employed a silly mid-off. No helmet. But there then, he doesn't look like a big hitter of the ball. And so Riley has employed the silly mid-off. In he comes. The ball to Durden. And Durden is back and plays it to first slip. And there is no run.
Yeah,
34 for 4.
Hoisted falling away to his right there to pick that ball up. And again, no run.
In again, Riley passes the umpire once more. The ball up to Durden. Durden gets a foolish delivery and is contained just to play into the pitch. And again, no run. You'll be very happy with what you're saying so far.
Very happy with the way Riley's bowling here. Nice flight. The batsman has to take a risk to get down to the ball and force it through the field at the moment.
In comes Riley once more to bowl up to Durden. Durden gets a foolish delivery. They plays into the offside and they'll come through for very easy run, comfortable. One more run. Any particular danger guy that you guys will be watching out for on the England?
Look, we haven't played the England team. They didn't come out to the World Cup, so we're a bit short on information as far as what the English team goes. Today's the first time we've seen them since before COVID.
Wow.
And so it's a bit of an open game at the moment.
Well, back in the Bible times, everything was 74 BC and 64. Now we have 2013 BC.
That's correct.
2013 before COVID.
That's right. Exactly.
So we have BC, AC, and DC.
Yeah, that's right. So, how was Barbados during that COVID period?
It was no. I believe it's fair to say that it was no different from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Every place was locked down. Everybody trying to follow the protocols and so on. So, look, this is it for me. I believe everyone is happy to be back on site.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's the same moment
Yeah, man.
of you back
Everyone
able
is
to
back
travel.
to travel.
That's
and,
right.
Yeah, and enjoying it. It's been difficult for some to be home locked up.
Oh, it has. Did you have any lockdowns here in the in the Caribbean?
Yeah, we did. And it's been difficult, you're not able to work some, so especially for persons that would have had to be looking into their savings and stuff like that. It would have been tough. So I do believe I speak for all of the world when we say we are glad to be back outside and having that behind us. It's been a confusion, a run out. Oh my goodness gracious me.
They were wide.
There and then.
So that was a wide by Riley, and the batsmen have come back for two. There's been a mix-up, and he's run out.
There and then. Brathwaite was never interested in it. There and then he almost ran 3 all by himself.
Almost run
Alan?
3 by himself. Brathwaite should have returned that run. Would have probably made it. I would say.
I believe,
Nice and
yeah, I believe he would have gotten there because here was there and then looking for that third run, going back down, and Brathwaite not interested.
And this is what pressure does. The pressure's building, 5 down now.
35 for 5. England falling apart at this moment, chasing 141. They need for victory.
Who threw the ball there?
Darren he
think it
still
was the-
cannot believe he'll
the
run
opening
out.
bowler, I think it was Stuart
He'll
Ridge.
have to come off.
Just
35
wait.
for 4.
Wait until we go back to where it was. But yes, it was Stuart Ridge that threw the ball.
Darren can't believe. So it's all happening here at the Pickwick Ground, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you earlier, the two teams doing battle for it today. We have Australia and England, the oldest battle in history.
But, I see your Dearden doesn't look too happy with the outcome of that.
I'm sorry?
Dearden doesn't look too
No,
happy.
at all. I mean,
Braithwaite was running to the danger end. So,
Yeah.
we
we all as cricketers, we don't like to go the run-out route.
don't like
Yeah.
LBW and run-outs. 2 decisions that we don't want to see.
A guy will argue it all day. Riley, ball is back with him. In he comes. The ball up to the new batsman. I'll get the name of the batsman for you in a minute. Butterworth. Worth all the butter in the world. And at the end of over number 14, 35 for the loss of 5.
Right, so Australia, you would consider are probably on top at this point in time
Yeah.
with 5 wickets down.
We would, you would.
They've kept the pressure on the English here really well. The English batsmen are struggling a little bit now. We've taken the pace off the ball. The opening bowlers are through their initial spells. I think if Australia continues the way they're going now, we
well
have
on
a
top.
good chance. We have a good chance to bowl them out. And as I said before, I think we have to bowl them out if we're going to win this game.
Well, seeing that you're lacking information, you don't know what the middle order batsman looks like. So you really have to keep the pressure on. But I have a question for you, Alan. I see you have a guy in your team called Officer.
Kent Officer, yes,
yeah.
he's from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland.
And what is his job? Before, I mean, is he really an officer or is that just his last name?
That's his last name. He actually drives limousines.
Wow.
Which picks up people at the
Airport?
Sunshine Coast Airport at Mooloolaba on the Sunshine Coast, and so he's a limousine driver. Kent, and I'm not sure how many people would know this, so only about probably 6 weeks ago scored 205 in a 50-over game, which included 6 sixes in 1 over.
It's funny that you should mention that because just today, me and Wayne, we were speaking, and I said to Wayne, hey, Officer looks like the guy that goes after the bowling. And I was not even privy to that information.
Right,
Just
well,
looking at him.
That was about 6 weeks ago. Now, Kent can hit the ball extremely well. The thing is, this is his first game in the Australian side.
Ah.
And so nerves obviously played a part today.
Well, in comes Dutteridge to bowl up to Braffett, and there's a dot ball, no run added. The score would remain on 37-4-5 as we see the West Indian teams easing up. Yep, they've won their first game against the USA today. In comes Dutteridge to bowl up to Braffett, and Braffett is forward and plays it into the offside, and there is no run. It would remain on 38-5.
So you were saying earlier there, Eli, that West Indies beat the USA today, bowled them out for 82 this morning.
Quite cheaply.
Yeah, and then got them with one wicket down.
1 wicket down. Dust them off and came up now to see what's going on in your game.
Well, I think we're playing them on Wednesday, so they'll be interested to have a look and see what we're doing as well.
Well, we'll see. Time will tell. I'll be here to see you, Alan.
Oh, we will. We'll be here.
The ball is back with Dutteridge. You just saw wide. So one more added to score to push up to 40 as Dutteridge passes the umpire once more to bowl up to Braffett. He gets the Larry just touching down on the off stump, and he tugs it out to Officer at mid-on, and there's no run. Remember that we are back here on Wednesday when Australia take on West Indies. Over 60s, ladies and gentlemen. It's a good atmosphere here at Pickwick. In he comes, Dutteridge again to bowl to Braffett, and Braffett is on top of it and plays out the gully, and there's no run. And at the end of over number 15, chasing 141 for victory. They require 101 more for victory. They're 40 for the loss of 5.
And Australia are in a very good position here now, Ellis, and keep this pressure on is where we need to be.
I believe so. I believe Australia are very happy as we see the water break. Like I said, the conditions here is a very big ground. From what I've been told from yourself, Alan, and from Chris from England, they told me the field is roughly way bigger actually than the ground that you're accustomed playing on. You play on a 60-meter ground.
So normally, I'm pretty sure it's a 55-metre ground that we normally play on. We're on a 65-metre ground today. So, I mean, it does make a difference. But it's the same for both sides. So it shouldn't make any difference to the actual outcome of the game.
I was made to understand that the outfields also are much faster in England.
Well, certainly in Australia, the outfields are much faster than
What
they
about
are
England?
here at the moment. English outfields are depending on how short they mow them. They can be fast, but they can also be slow like this as well.
Okay. Well, remember that we are back here on Wednesday. I'll get those games for you in a minute, Alan, just to tell you about these games on Wednesday. You all are back in action again on Wednesday against the West Indies. And here we go. So on Wednesday, which is round 2, we have West Indies. Actually, West Indies are playing the Invitational 11 at Pickwick here.
They're playing the rest of the world, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Australia
playing the rest of the
Australia
world.
play the rest of the world.
Right.
And the USA take on England at Wonders. The rest of you're at BNOC, which is the Barbados National Oil Company ground.
Right.
Which is just down the road from us, about 2 minutes drive.
Right.
Yeah.
And
5 minutes walk.
I hear there's a possibility that the final may well be played at Kensington Park.
Well, that would be something to see.
We were speaking about it on the bus coming here this morning, and providing all of the players, because there's obviously a cost with having to be able to use Kensington Park.
Yeah, right,
and if
right.
all the players and anybody who attends is happy to pay $40 a head to go, then the final is going to be held at Kensington Park.
I'd love to. I'm seeing it here.
Place
Yeah.
to play.
To come. What a place to be. That would be very interesting. You'd have a very good outfield, a
That's
good
right.
deck to play on.
Imagine yourself commentating from Kensington Park.
It'd be a dream come true.
It would be. That's right. But as we finish the drinks break here now, Australia going back out onto the paddock.
Very anxious to get back out, the boys.
Very anxious to get back out there and keep the pressure on this England side.
So let me ask you a question, Alan. In the normal over 60s, what is the par score usually?
I mean, as I said earlier, on this ground here today, I would have called a par score 170.
Right.
I think we're 30 runs short as far as that goes. In Australia, the grounds are a little bit faster, and a par score is generally around that 225 mark.
All right.
You know, 225 in Australia is a defendable score, as I thought 170 would be a defendable score here today.
And another question that we have for you, I'm sure the listeners and the viewers, they are very curious to find out, is this the first time that this over 60s Cup is being played, or do you have a defending champion?
No, it's the first time that the Big Man Caribbean Cup's been played. Last year in September was the inaugural over 60s World Cup,
Right.
which was won by Pakistan in Australia.
Ah.
I was fortunate enough to be playing in that World Cup side, and we got beaten by Pakistan in the semi-finals.
Ah.
They beat us with 2 balls to go, so
Wow.
we were quite disappointed. Obviously, as
I know the
hosts.
Australians play hard cricket.
Yeah, we were quite disappointed to lose with 2 balls to go, and then Pakistan won the final. So this is the first Caribbean Big Man tournament, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, I can see the swell in your face. It tells me all the words I need to know. I got the call last night and said, Ellie, we need to get you up to do the commentary here at Pickwick. And I thought for a moment, would Mark Wall, Steve Wall be up here? And I was like, hang on a minute, these guys aren't that old.
No, well, Mark Waugh and Steve will certainly be eligible to play over 50s, but you look, the amount of cricket that those guys have played, I don't expect to see them playing in. It would be good to see them turn up for a game or two.
Yep.
Just to add a bit of weight to veterans cricket, as Miller bowls from the southern end, it's hit this time 2
Out.
straight to mid-off.
Oh my goodness.
Eric Higgins, the Australian captain's taken that ball above his head. First ball after drinks, and we have another wicket. We're 5 down.
England crumbling on the
5 down or 6 down?
6 down.
6 down now for 30.
No, for 40. 40 for 6. 40 for 6. England right after the water break, losing another wicket, that being John Butterworth.
And Australia couldn't have asked for a better start.
Could not have asked. It looks like it's going to be an early evening for you, Alan.
It is, and look, it's not over yet. There's, as we said before, cricket's a funny game.
It is.
We cannot let the pressure off here. We need to maintain our foot on the throat of the English right at the moment and keep them right down where they are.
So if you get an early evening, Alan, do you head over to the beach?
We will.
Or do you find a watering hole?
Yeah. We'll probably go to the beach first, and because we're staying at the Horizon down on the must be on the northern side of town.
Okay.
Sorry, on the southern side of the southern
That's
side
on the
of
south
city.
coast. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's just walk across the road, and we're in the water. So
Nice.
Happy to be doing that. And I think tomorrow.
Tomorrow's a break. Tomorrow you have a break,
and
and then
we've got the rum tour tomorrow.
Enjoy it.
We will.
And where's the rum tour?
It's a tour done by a company here in Barbados, so I'm not sure where it's going to. I think it is actually going to Mount Gay Distillery.
That's a lovely.
Which I think, if
nice.
I know correctly or remember correctly, is the oldest rum distillery in the world.
Yeah. That's down Spring Garden, ladies and gentlemen. St. Michael. So today's game brings together Australia and England. Australia winning the toss, electing to bat, and posted a score of 140. England looking to chase it down there, 40 for 6. They require 101 for victory. The man out in the middle for them now is none other than Jim Phillips. In comes Riley. And Phillips turns us into the leg side, and there is no run. Australia keeping their feet on the throats of England. Very quiet at the moment as Phillips settles over his blade. In comes Riley once more. Passes the umpire to this delivery. Phillips is leaving this one alone. It goes down the leg side. A wide signal by the umpire. So one will be added. So finally, England off of the 40 mark. They're up to 41 now. Riley to bowl Phillips, get a foolish delivery, and he leaves this one alone. England trotting along very slowly.
Lovely flight, that ball from Riley.
He's not afraid to give it flight at all. In he comes once more. Passes the umpire to bowl up to Phillips. And Phillips again leaves this one alone. Contented. Really thought that was a bit wide, but he lives to get away with it.
It was. And I thought Phillips was going to have a go at that one, being wide enough, but we've got a backward point and also a cover point.
And he comes again to Phillips. Phillips leaves it alone. I guess Phillips, he would not take that opportunity, saying that they're 5-6 down. So I guess he's trying to be careful and try to build that innings.
He'll want to get himself set here and have a look and see what the ball's doing.
And again comes Phillips. This time down the leg side, a wide signal by the umpire. So one more added, 42 for 6. England are really looking up the mountain here. They really have a big mountain to climb. Can they make it? Time will tell. In comes Riley again. To ball to Phillips. And Phillips forward side for BW. Opposite that's out. So Phillips goes. He raises his head in disbelief. Australia now. England are down for 7. 42 for 7. Oh my goodness gracious me. England, oh England, what have you done?
And Ellie, a good crowd now this afternoon. With the West Indian team turned up, it looks like we've probably got around about 100 people with us this afternoon now.
Well, just about over the 150 mark. And I think they're scouting, Alan, coming to see what you guys have.
Yeah, I'm sure. But it's good to see people turning up to watch.
Indeed, indeed. Well, you know, it's still a day of work here in Barbados.
Yeah.
So majority of everyone will be at work. But we have, if you have a chance to come down tomorrow to the Maxwell Sports Club, we have tape ball cricket. You've heard of tape ball before, Alan?
I haven't, no.
Oh, so what it is,
ball tape,
it's a tennis ball that we tape, and we play T20 with it.
Right.
So it's a competition that we have, and if you're lucky, if you have time tomorrow evening, you come down to Maxwell Sports Club.
Maxwell Sports Club,
Yeah,
right?
that's right there in Briar Hall.
That's down on the beach.
No,
is it?
no, it's on down on the highway.
Right.
I'm not. If you was to answer a taxi driver or however you're getting around to bring you to Briar Hall ground, the game starts at 7 p.m.
Right.
Yeah. You come down, you get a good game of cricket. I'm commentating there tomorrow night.
Very good.
And I'll be happy to share the mic with you.
Oh, I'd be happy to do that with you as well.
So you come down.
You're doing an excellent job, by the way.
Thank you, mate. As we see Dutteridge into Braffett. Braffett plays this one into leg side, and there's no run. So I was telling you, you come down there, we take a tennis ball, we tape it with electrical tape.
Yep.
And we play T20 with it, 20 overs. We play LBW, all the rules of cricket.
Right. I think you'll see England become a little tentative here now. They won't want to lose any more wickets, particularly in the next 4 or 5 overs, if they're going to have any chance now
of getting over that
reaching
line.
This total.
Agreed. We here to see Dodger again to both Braffett, and Braffett is very quiet. And like you rightly said, Alan, he has to concentrate. He can't go for those big shots. He has to look to rotate the strike. It's a big field. If you can pierce the gap, you can still pick up 2s and 3s.
That's right.
In comes Dutteridge again to bowl Braffett. Braffett's back, and this time plays it out to point, and they'll come for one. The Australians, they're very agile in the field, though. Must say, they're not giving away those 2s and 3s. They're lucky to get one, England.
Yeah, and no, the Australian boys are moving quite well in the field, and you know, it's easy to move well in the field also, though, when you've got 6 wickets and the opposition's only in their 40s chasing 140.
The encouragement is there. Dutteridge, boys, back with him. And the new batsman, John Goldthorpe, he is the wicket keeper.
Goldthorpe was the weekend, kept very, very well
He
today.
did. He did a fantastic job behind the stumps. I saw him with that first dismissal to get rid of Higgins. That was a very, very good take.
It was.
In comes Dutteridge to bowl to Goldthorpe, and Thorpe is forward, gets the inner party bat, it just trickles onto the leg side out to square leg, and there's no run.
And if England are going to give themselves some opportunity to get this 100 here, then they're going to need to play like this. Very, very cautious. Just pick the bad ball and hit that.
Well, they have the overs to do it, Alan. I think that they just need to rotate the strike. A lot of them are getting up trying to go for these big shots. You have to use the whiff of the posture and see what happens.
And that's right. I mean, it's all about turning the strike over now. If you can turn the strike over, get a single every other ball, then you win this game.
Yeah, well, 6 ones are 6.
That's right.
Yeah, so 6 singles from here would definitely help out the situation. They are 43 for 7 though, Alan. We're in over number 17. Well, over number 18 is about to start. Riley to commence that over, and it'll be very interesting to see how the next 3 overs go for England.
It will. Well, Braithwaite hasn't faced Riley. I think this is Braithwaite's first ball.
First
to
ball,
Riley,
yeah.
Actually, so it'll be interesting to see with the flight that Riley gives the ball, and how Braithwaite attacks it.
In. He comes now, Riley, to board Braffett, and Braffett is back and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Well, Braffett, he lived at the other end, and he has now moved.
He did, that's right.
In comes Riley once more to bowl up to Braffett, and Braffett is leaving this one alone. He's really batting careful here, Alan.
He is, and it's whether or not his patience is good enough to leave that ball alone.
For how long can he survive? We'll have to wait and see. Riley, in he comes to bowl up to Braffett, and Braffett gets a foolish delivery that he gets trickishly onto the offside, and there is no run. As we see, the Bills look like they've been disturbed.
Where it was the keeper that touched those stumps on the way past as Thornton returned that ball from backward point.
43 for 7. We're in over number 18, being bowled by Riley from the Vosper Drake's end. In he comes to bowl Braffett, and Braffett is leaving this one alone. He really cannot afford to take any chances here, Braffett.
No, not at this stage.
England really on the back foot here, and Australia will be loving it. As
Certainly
you see,
Australia will be loving it.
Sweeping well is Braffett. They'll come for one, they'll discuss two, and they're coming back. They'll get it quite comfortably in the end. Who's that in the deep there, Alan? Can you make out that person out in the deep? In the white hat?
Yes, I'm trying to see. I think it's Sammy Davis.
Davis?
Yep.
Caught around there in a flash.
I think that's who it is, yep. And picked up well and returned to the keeper.
Indeed. They're 45 for 7. Braffett, he's really trying his best here to keep England in the hunt. He's going to have to dig deep. In comes Riley again to bowl at Braffett, and Brafett's back and plays it out to point.
Well, and this is it. I mean, it's not a big equation from here. It's still only 3 and over.
The game has not gone anywhere. The only problem is, Alan, is the wickets. England, they have leaked a lot of wickets, and they will need to dig deep here.
If Braithwaite and Goldthorpe get in here and just turn the strike
game is
over,
on.
the game is on. It's still a long way from being over yet.
I suspect, though, that Australia will not make it any easier for them.
Won't make it any easier. There's no point making it easier when you're playing cricket. It's hard enough as it is.
Yeah. And the heat factor, well, you guys will be more accustomed to the heat than England.
We are, and interestingly enough, it's actually backed off a little bit. There's a bit of cloud cover now. The ground is...
Gus, I will be one saying that's out. Goldthorpe goes. England slipping further down the rabbit hole. 45 for 8 now. Alan, you must feel...
starting to feel a little towards being confident at this point in time.
I can see you now here. Your shoulders are moving, and you're feeling a bit excited, huh?
Oh, look, it'll be an excellent start if we can win today's game.
You're being modest, Alan. I think the game is yours already.
Well, I've played a lot of cricket over a lot of years. I think this is my 53rd consecutive season that I've played cricket.
Whoa.
So I started
Without a break?
I started when I was 8. I haven't missed a season.
Wow.
Since I was 8 years old when I started.
Right.
And I've seen a lot of games that you think you've won that it's best not to be too confident until you're walking off with the trophy.
With the trophy. So Alan, you're telling us here, right here and now, that you believe that this game is not over?
Look, I would say it's getting close to being over. Look, it's easy to be confident when you've got the mate down for 43 or 42, chasing 140, and the equation is still 3 runs and over.
Yeah.
That's the bit that's not that. If the equation was 6 or 7 runs and over, I'd be sitting here saying we've got it in the bag.
Yep.
But the equation's still only 3 runs and over. England bat the overs out,
and they have a chance.
They have a chance.
The big problem is the wickets. I mean, only 2 more wickets.
Major problem.
That's the major issue that they have here.
And it's like all batting sides. Generally, they're bowlers at this end of the batting lineup, and they're not normally the ones that are needed to make 100 runs to win.
Dutteridge back with the ball. First ball, he bowls up to Deacon. Deacon was the guy, the left arm spin. So he bowls left and he bats right.
That's correct.
He did a fantastic job.
Diving away to his left to save that. So even with 8 wickets down, Australia's still throwing themselves around in the field.
Looking great. In comes Dutteridge again to bowl to Deacon. And Deacon is forward. Had they had in a silly mid-off, that would have been interesting to see what happened there.
Ball pushing forward well away from the pad with that is...
To any young
is
boy
deep
looking
in.
on that, it's not the correct
That's
way to
not
push
the
forward.
way it's not the right way. I see now we've got a silly mid on in play, or a silly mid wicket actually.
Yeah. In he comes again to bowl up to Deacon. And Deacon is forward this time, bottom part close together. And
Pushed
there
forward,
is
waited
no
for
run.
the ball to get to him this time,
And
rather
that's
than,
it,
rather
that's
than
it.
reaching for it.
That's it. 45 for 8. Being over number 19 being bowled by Dutteridge from the northern end. In he comes again to bowl up Deacon. Deacon leaves this one alone. So we have the two ends here, Alan. We have the for Bethel end, which is this end
Right.
here that Dutteridge is at.
The
And then we
northern
have
end,
the
yep.
Vosper Drake's end.
Right.
Yeah? So Dutteridge operating from the for Bethel end. In he comes to bowl up to Deacon. And Deacon leaves this one alone, taken cleanly by the keeper. And there's no run at the end of over number 19, Alan. The score here at Pickwick, 45 for the loss of 8.
And Australia in quite a commanding position, but certainly can't take the pressure off at this point in time. As we're talking there, the equation's still only 3 and over. England bat the overs out, they're in with a show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't be as modest as Alan. I'll say that Australians they're crushing it at the moment. And I do believe it's only a matter of time before the fat ladies singing here at Pickwick.
Well, let's hope that's the case here this afternoon.
Riley to continue. In he comes, past the umpire, the bowler Braffett, a flighted delivery, and pushing it down the ground is Braffett, past the man, it looks like Officer. Will they run into the
Might be
boundary?
the first boundary
Yes,
for England,
it
from the England
does.
side.
So it really was a good shot by Braffett. He just pushed that one, Alan, down the ground.
He did, yeah. The ball was a little bit full. He got down there. He come down the wicket to it, got it on the full, and pushed it straight back past the bowler for 4. I think that's the first boundary by the England batsman.
It indeed it is, and it came off the blade of Braffett. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that we are watching the over 60s big boy competition, and we take this time to say a special thank you to the sponsors: BTMI, Blue Waters, and DA Computer Services. Without them, we could not be here today.
Isn't it great to have sponsors
It's
for
great.
these tournaments? It makes it a whole lot easier for the players, for the organisers.
Indeed.
They start to get some funding.
So Riley to continue, he'll be bowling up to Deacon, and Deacon leaves this one alone, taken cleanly by the keeper. Who's the keeper again there, Alan?
Claude Orlando is the keeper. Claude Orlando.
Oh, Claude Orlando.
And doing a good job here this
Indeed,
afternoon.
indeed, flighted this one. And
Little bit of jump out of there from Riley that time. That ball actually climbed a little bit high up on the bat.
Deacon get in some of his own medicine as he
Yes.
was tossing it early in the day as well. Riley again, in he comes, tossing again, and down the leg side. He really should have cashed in there, Alan.
He should
That
have
was a
done it.
gift going down the leg side.
Yeah, it was a gift ball down the leg side. Should have been 4 realistically, but the ball was called a wide, so he'll at least get another one to have a shot at.
Well, here we go. They have now employed a silly mid-off. In comes Riley again to board Deacon, and Deacon is contented to play it into the leg side, and there's no run. The score remain on 51 for 8. We're in over number 20, being bowled by Riley from the Vasport Drake's end. And he comes again to board Deacon, and Deacon leaves this one alone. Australia keeping England very quiet. You can hear a pin drop out in the middle.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You could hear a pin drop.
You could hear a pin drop at the moment. And what needs to happen here? I mean, England look like they're just going to try and play the bad ball, that if there is a bad ball bowled in the over. And Australia need to make sure they don't get frustrated if they can't get these last 2 wickets in the next few overs.
It's true. It's very true. So as we hear the
Not sure what
supporters,
the cheering's about there now. But,
I think they're beginning to believe on like you, Alan. You're still being very modest about it.
oh, that sounds like the English ladies over there trying to get their batsmen to where they can get themselves back in the game, which is going to be a very, very big ask.
A very big ass. A very, very big ass. So Dutteridge back with the ball. In he comes. He's bowling to Braffett, who has been an anchor for the English team so far. He has not been careless with his batting. He has not played a loose shot. He's been very tight.
He has,
And
and just waited for the bad ball, as we saw in the last over.
he got a 4 for it.
He got 6 off the last over, 2 bad balls.
And here he comes again. The ball, Braffett again. Braffett goes into the leg side. We just talked about how careful he has been. And he got a single there, playing that one into the deep on the leg side for 1.
Very good return by Stuart Ridge there from 3/4 of the way to the boundary over the stumps to the keeper.
With a big ground such as this, yeah? 52 for 8. So the field that they have employed, they have a slip, they have a point, a cover, extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, guy coming in out of mid-wicket, a man at backward square, and a silly mid-wicket.
Silly mid-wicket, yeah. The captain, Eric Higgins, got himself in there at silly mid-wicket.
In he comes again to bowl up to Deacon, and Deacon is punching this one out to mid-off, and there is no run. As we say, good evening to one and all. We say good evening to one and all, everyone listening within our voice. I have Alan here from Australia with myself, Ellie Holford, and we're at Pickwick. It's just about 10 to 3.
So there'll be some people starting to wake up in Australia at the moment. It's about
Yeah.
4:45 in Australia on Tuesday morning.
Whoa.
So a number of people have got the link. So hopefully some people are starting to turn it on.
Turn on. And what would you be doing on a Tuesday morning, Alan? Had you been back home now?
I'm probably getting out of bed and getting ready to go to work.
A cup of coffee?
And do something like that. Yeah, a cup of coffee. See, it's daylight in Australia in the mornings now at about 4:30 in the morning. So
You guys love your coffee, don't you?
love having a decent cup of coffee and almost like it as much as having a rum.
In comes Dutteridge once more. The ball to Deacon, and Deacon is forward, ever watchful. So, like Alan said, they're just about three runs and over. If they can get the rotation going, they're not out of the game. But I suspect that due to the loss of wickets, England, they will be trying to survive. It's just about survival here now for England. But I feel for Australia that they will just be thinking it's just a matter of when.
That's what you'd be thinking, and that's what I'd be thinking if I was out on the field, and I'd be quite confident if I was out on the field at the moment.
If you're on the field, but you're not on the field. So
no, I'm not on the field, so I don't have any control over what's happening. So, I'd like to say, though, good morning to anybody in Australia who might have picked up the link that's being delivered here today from Pickford. And just to let them know that Australia won the toss this morning, elected to bat. Didn't score as many runs as what we might have liked. We were all out for 141. We weren't all out. We were 9 down for 141 in the 45th over.
In comes Riley to bowl to Braffett. Braffett was tempted to go at that one, and in the end, he left it alone. So good morning to everyone in Australia. We hope that you're tuning in to a good game of cricket here in Barbados. The sun is out, and no rum at the moment for Alan.
Well, it's probably almost time to start those runs. I'm sure that you've got some here, so we should be having one while we're in the commentary position.
Well, if you come down to cricket tomorrow night, I'll make sure that you'll have some
tomorrow night.
Riley, in he comes to bowl to Braffett, and Braffett leaves this one alone.
stayed
A
low.
wide signal by the umpire, rightly so. So one more added to the score. 56 for 8. So you have rum sours, you have rum and coke, you have rum punch. There are a whole list of ways that you can drink your rum. But Braffett coming back for 2 and getting it in the end. They complete 2. So Braffett getting some bottom ball and getting some runs, some much needed runs here, Alan, for the English team. So that's the tree that they need to go over.
That's right. That's
what they need.
And as Riley moves in again, quite a bit of jump off that ball, and it was quite wide. And thankfully, from an Australian perspective, it wasn't called a wide. But that's it. 3 runs and over is all that's needed.
Braffett looking to dig deep. In comes Riley to bowl to Braffett again, and Braffett leaves this one
Down the
alone.
leg side.
So wide again. So that's 4. So I think that Braffett is going with a plan here.
Well,
Trying
I
to
think
frustrate Riley to bowl into the channel that he wants.
That's right.
And get what he can when he comes. And he comes again to bowl to Braffett, and Braffett leaves this one alone again. And there is no run.
Braithwaite batting quite sensibly here, leaving the ball that might have some risk associated with it.
Well, they have roughly of 23 overs remaining, playing it into the offside.
The key here is patience.
It is, and we're seeing it from Bradford. He's doing a very good job for England. They must be very happy seeing him.
I was speaking to Neil earlier in the day before play started, and he's actually from Barbados. His family's from Barbados. His father's moved back here now. They did grow up in the UK, and his father's moved back here a few years back, and residing back in Barbados.
Well, actually, we were talking about the names earlier, and we were identifying the last names that are Bajan oriented, and we had Phillips, which is a Bajan name. We had Grant and Bradford.
Right.
So these are all last names that you
Would associate with Barbados.
would associate with them, correct. So when you hear Bradford, we were automatically saying, well, this guy must be Bajan.
Yeah.
So the ball back with Dutteridge. In he comes. The ball up to Deacon, and Deacon getting a kind of a back pitch delivery into the pitch. And it goes down the leg side. You would have seen it brush the pad on the way through.
Can you explain to me what Bajan is?
Bajan.
Yeah.
I'll give you that in a minute. In comes Dutteridge. The ball to Deacon, and Deacon playing this into the offside. So it's a bit of what we call broken English.
Right.
So you have standard English, which is what you and the English speak. And then Bajan language now is the broken. I'll give you some of that in a minute. In comes Dutteridge to ball to Deacon, and Deacon is flashing out this one. It passes the wicket keeper, and they run dangerously, and they're coming back for three. Bradford, very agile between the wickets, and they get three. You didn't see, did he get any bat on that? Yes, he did. There's no signal from the umpire.
It went between the keeper and first
And
slip,
first
actually,
slip.
but it went along the ground.
So 61 for 8. England inching ever. I'm beginning to think that you're right now, Alan. They're going at just 3 and over. They still have a lot of time to bat.
There is a lot of time to bat. As you said before, though, 8 wickets down is very, very difficult from here.
Being very stubborn is Bradford. In comes Dutteridge to bowl to Alan. To bowl to Bradford, and Bradford is forward, back and back close together.
You would say
There's
that
no
Brathwaite is the key to England
I
at this point in
I
time.
was
If
just
Brathwaite
about to
is
say
not
that.
here, then I would say you'd call it almost just about over.
I was just about to say I think that he's the glue for this England team, and he is back and plays it into the leg side, and there's the run.
And as I said before, Australia must watch that they don't get frustrated if they can't pick up a
Indeed,
wicket here.
indeed.
Particularly when we have them 8 down already.
Well, in comes Dutteridge again to bowl to Bradford, and Bradford punches this one through the offside. A lovely shot from the young man Bradford. A run there, just actually runs into the boundary now before. A lovely coverage right from Bradford, who was on it in a flash. All along the carpet, Alan. It really was a joy to watch.
Lovely shot. Today, there's been very few boundaries, and I think that's probably only the first boundary that's been hit along the ground the whole way. So a lovely shot forward on that ball, pitched up through the covers, and the result was 4 runs.
So 7 coming off of that over, Alan. England will be very happy with that. 65 for 8 now. We're in over number 23.
So 23, so that 22 overs left to go.
24, sorry. So 24, 21 remaining.
21 overs remaining.
21 overs remaining.
And the required number of runs must be
I'll
80.
get that for you in a minute. $78 runs to get, Alan.
78 runs. So the equation's crept up as close to 4 and over. But Brathwaite in control out there at the moment.
Looks very comfortable. Very, very comfortable.
And I'll continue for the Australians getting out of bed this morning. There, as I said earlier, Australia won the toss, elected to bat, ended up at 9 for 141. At the moment, have England 8 for 60.
They're 65 for 8.
8 for 65
Yeah.
in the 23rd, in the 24th over.
Yeah, yeah. and Riley is your man. So I'll give you some Bajan slang after this ball, Alan. In comes Riley. He's bowling up to Deacon, sorry, and Deacon plays this one into the offside. Some top feeling there by the man in the covers. That's have not.
I think it's I think it's Peter O'Reilly in the covers there at the moment.
He looks like an older Smith.
Yes, that's right.
Right. So I was telling you about the slang. So Bajan slang, hard ears you won't hear, one way you will feel. It means if you don't listen, you're gonna feel.
Right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hard ears you won't hear, one way you will feel. If you don't listen, you learn the hard way.
You learn the hard
You
way.
learn the
that's
hard
right.
way.
A clip under the ear.
So how do you say that? Give me the slang for that in Australian.
You learn the hard way. Yeah, well, it's the same. I mean, it's basically, if you don't pay attention, you'll get a clip under the ear.
A clip on the ear.
A clip under the ear. You know, just a short little clip under the ear, and that'll make you listen.
In comes Riley to bowl up to Braffett, and Braffett driving all along the carpet out to mid-off, and there's no run. So the other one we have is Cat Luck, Ink Dog Luck.
Wow.
Cat Luck, Ink Dog Luck, meaning that what's good, what may happen for you or what may happen for him is not going to happen for you.
Right. Okay.
Yeah?
So interesting. So
Yeah.
do you
The-
speak very much Bajan yourself? Or
Yeah. If I had to speak Bajan, they say that we speak pretty fast.
Yep, pretty much like Australians. I mean, Australians speak fairly fast as well.
Yeah, so if I had to do a conversation in Bajan slang, you probably wouldn't understand it.
No, that's for sure.
But for me, I think we speak generally slow.
That I speak generally slow.
I think that we speak, Bajans speak generally slow.
Right.
When you listen to the Trinidadians and the Jamaicans speak, whoo,
Well, then it becomes a little more like the Northern English.
yeah, I have to ask them 3-4 times. Repeat what you said. Can you repeat what you said? It's that fast. As we see Dutteridge playing out to Deacon, Deacon plays this one into the offside, and there's no run. 67 for 8. We're over number 25.
Amelia, how many overs has Dutteridge had now? So Dutteridge into his 8th over.
So it's all tied up at the moment. The only thing that's stepping in Australia's favour is the wickets.
Is the wickets.
It's the wickets. But if Braffett can find a partner in Deacon to stay there, I think that this game is going to be very interesting in the next 10 overs also.
In the next 10 overs, if Brathwaite can stay there and if Deacon can stay with him, it certainly will.
So Braffett is 23 off 46, and Deacon is 4 off 22. So Braffett is the glue to this England team. In comes Dutteridge to bowl to Deacon, and Deacon is forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run.
And the benefit from this over here in particular, the equation gets a little higher again. I mean, you know, it's coming up on a maiden. No runs.
It's
off this over so
climbing
far.
all the time.
And it just continues to add pressure as Dutteridge bowls pitched up, and Deacon just pushes the ball out to silly mid-wicket. And the end of the over.
67 for 8. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the over 60s big boy tournament. Big man tournament, sorry. The big man tournament, Alan. And
the
this
Big
is
Man
brought.
Caribbean Cup, that's correct.
Yep. And it's brought to you compliments of DA Computer Services, BTMI, and Blue Waters. You know, without sponsors, you can't have anything going on, Alan.
No, that's right. And look, it's really, really good of the sponsors to come on board for this because, you know, you would get sponsors saying, well, what are over 60s going to do for us? Well, you know, water for a start.
It's
what
true.
A wonderful
A
sponsorship.
foolish delivery that Allen tucks into the leg side, past the man at mid-wicket, and they'll come back for 2. Deacon struggling to come back, but Braffett looking for 3. Deacon is
Really,
he's not
that's,
even reaching in as yet.
Well, I mean, you know, Brathwaite trying to do what he needs to do here, and if his partners aren't going to run and extend themselves,
They're gonna be a problem.
Then it's going to be a problem. It's never easy to run threes. It doesn't matter how old you are. It's never easy.
It shows how fit Braffett is. Huh?
Well, it shows how fit Brathwaite is, and but it's also dedication.
Here comes Riley to both of Braffett, bottom part very close together. And the young boy watching, that is how you play defense. No gap.
Lovely forward defensive shot there. Because Riley bowling quite well.
He is indeed. Not really any loose deliveries, and he comes again very high. And just as you give him the compliment, as soon as and that's the tree.
Umpire, signalling a wide from the other end.
And that's the tree that they need, as you said earlier. They need to go at tree. So they have the tree from the over. Anything no passes is bonus. Down the leg side, did he get back on that? And we have to wait and see, and they'll come through for what is a leg by signal from the umpire. So 4 from the over now. 70-8, England.
And I'm pretty glad sitting here at the moment that it's not they're not only 3 or 4 wickets down. I'd be a little less a little more concerned if that was the case.
I'm telling you.
The England upper order hasn't done the job that they needed to do here.
First aggressive shot from Deacon there, and it cannot pierce the field. It goes to the man at backward point.
Dale Thornton at backward point has fielded that extremely well.
Fantastic job. As we see, the airport is very busy today, Alan. We've seen about 30, 40 planes.
There has, that's right.
In comes
That
Riley
looks
once
like
again.
Looks like that's a private jet, that one. Probably a Falcon 7X or something along those lines.
Your eyes are better than mine.
That ball almost got pulled back onto the stumps.
Not a single. So Deacon moving up from 1 to 5. That it goes up by 1 to 5, and Braffett, he is still there on 25.
That ball off, I think it came off Riley's hand, did touch the stump, so Brathwaite must have been still in his ground.
Well, at the end of over 26, Alan, the score 72 for the loss of 8.
72, so 70 required. 70 required from, what do we got now, 18 overs?
20, just about that. So Dutteridge coming in to complete.
This will be Dutteridge's last over.
Yeah. Remember that we are back here on Wednesday, 9:30.
On Wednesday with the West Indies playing the Invitational, is that correct?
Yep. And you guys are down at BNOC, Barbados National All Company Ground.
Playing the rest of the world side.
Yep. In comes Dutteridge to bowl up the Deacon. Deacon works this into the leg side. He's looking for a single that I don't think he could complete, Alan.
I think Brathwaite probably would have made it to the other end, but Deacon might not have made it
I'm
to
not
this
sure
end.
about Deacon. Not sure.
So they stayed where they were.
Yeah. In comes Dutteridge to bowl Deacon. Deacon is back and plays it into the leg side, and there is no run. So they require 70 runs for victory. Can they get it? Australia required 2 wickets for victory. It's very interesting. Dutteridge forward all along the carpet, but he can't get it past the man at extra cover. And there is no run.
Another good over here from Dutteridge, keeping the scoring
very tight. Very tight.
No runs so far from this over.
In comes Dutteridge flighting. If I was the captain of Australia now, I'd be looking to put in a silly mid-off, just a temp Deacon.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Yeah.
Put a bit more pressure on the batsman now. Don't let them get comfortable.
In he comes again. The ball Deacon. You see how he's coming forward and he's playing it.
Pushing at the ball, and the ball
Air
is
upishly
actually in the air.
Yeah. So I'd put in a silly mid-off just to see. For 1 or 2 balls, if I can get the wicket of Deacon.
I think this will be Dutteridge's last ball of his spell.
Yep, and he comes again. The boy Deacon again is forward, and at the end of over number 27, latest score here at Pickwick is 72 for the loss of 8.
And that's Dutteridge's spell. Bowled 9 overs straight. And Amelia, what were Archie's figures there?
9, 3, 23, 2.
So 9 overs, 2 for 23. Thank you, Amelia. So Peter Dutteridge, 9 overs, 2 for 23. A good spell on today here with Australia, only defending 141.
He was on hand over 17 overs. But you went off and
So just having a short drink here for the batsman and the bowler who's just finished his spell.
Yeah.
Thanks again to the sponsors.
Blue Waters. You had any since you were here, Alan?
I have actually, yes, and it's been good. I also had some of the
Very refreshing.
yeah, and I also had a bottle of the what is in the black bottle? I can't remember what it was. now.
Mobby?
Yeah,
Malt?
malt.
Malt.
Yeah,
Oh.
very nice.
You enjoyed it?
Yeah, I did.
Which brand did you have?
not another ours right here.
I'm glad that you're enjoying the island life. I'm very sure that you'll come back.
I'd love to come back.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, I mean, if this tournament's going to be played, once a year or once every 2 years or something along those lines, and the good thing is
But will it be played in Barbados every year?
that
Oh.
is that a Blue Waters?
I cannot eat people think if you want to keep it.
So this is what you had, Alan?
Yeah, that's
this
what I
is
had, yeah,
a
the,
Blue
Blue
Waters
Waters
with
malt.
non-alcoholic malt.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Turning this one nicely off the pads is Braffett. I must admit that Braffett looks very composed, Alan.
He does. He's playing a very, very good innings here. He's not panicking. He knows.
He's 25 off of 34 deliveries.
And he'll know that if he gets out, England's
it's
chances
over.
are
It's over. It's over. So 73 for 8. Ball back with Riley. In he comes. He be bowling to Deacon. So this is Deacon's forward. I really think that Australia, and there they don't go now. They're not putting the silly mid off. I
And
think
just that little bit more pressure to Deacon.
I'm really thinking that they should have employed that from the over before.
I think, yeah, what you were saying is right.
And he comes again, playing this one into the offside, and there
Didn't
is
really know a lot about that ball, Deacon, then. Wasn't quite sure whether he wanted to come forward and play it through the covers or just forward defensive down the wicket.
well, here again. He comes to board Deacon. Deacon is stifle BW. Umpire saying not out.
Oh,
Well, that was a
umpire
very
saying it
good
was-
show.
Umpire was saying it was drifting down the leg side, but yeah, that's adding some pressure now by Australia.
73 for 8. Riley. I think that because now the silly mid off is asking Deacon to manufacture some shots. And he comes again. And Deacon maneuvers throughout that over. So at the end of over number 29, 73 for the loss of 8, it's Braffett and Deacon out in the middle doing battle for England. And they require just about 69, 60 runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, for victory. Can they get it though? That's the thing. That's what.
Well, coming up on the next drinks break. So Australia in the box seat here at the moment, but need to keep the pressure on.
Well, I'll be.
We got Dale Thornton, I think, is the bowler that's.
Pierce coming back into the attack.
Is it? It is too. Yep.
So, Torrington, I saw him warming up earlier in the day, and
Right.
he looked very good going through his action. A very smooth
Yeah,
approach
very,
increase.
very smooth.
And
Yep.
he looks like he was an in swinger.
He bowls an in swing.
Yeah.
That's his stock ball as an in swing. And it just depends on the day as to how late he can get that swing to work.
Well, we'll see what happens here for Torrington.
I think bringing him back on though is may well be
This is Ridge.
Stuart Ridge. Yep.
Short Ridge, and he comes to boy Braffett, and Braffett is forward and
And
plays into.
I think Brathwaite will find this easier actually than the spinners.
Well, by rights, Bajans they love pace.
Yes.
We don't really like spin.
No.
So if Braffett is a diehard Bajan, you'll see him enjoying the space. In comes Ridge, the ball Braffett. Braffett is back and plays it into the offside, and there's no run.
Quite easily done by Brathwaite there in control,
in
just
behind
pushing
it.
the ball out to forward point.
In behind it. 73.
And as an opening batsman myself, and I prefer the ball. Every batsman prefers the ball coming onto the bat.
In comes Rich. The ball Braffett going down the leg side. Stifle people LBW on Brad saying not out. So remember that we are back here on Wednesday. Come on and enjoy a good game of cricket.
Wednesday, that'll be the West Indies versus the rest of the world.
Rest of the world.
No,
And
the Invitational.
the Invitational 11.
Invitational,
And
yep.
you'll be playing the rest of the world
And
on
Australia's playing the rest of the world.
down at BNOC.
Yeah.
Let me get. We also have one more game on Wednesday as well.
Yes, which should be England playing
The USA.
the US.
That's at Wonders.
That's at Wanderers.
Yeah.
Right?
That's actually down in St. Michael, more central area
Okay.
of the island. In comes Ridge. To ball to Braffett. Braffett, a lovely shot. Into the leg side it goes. Crash into the boundary now. So Braffett really looking comfortable at the crease.
This is the danger of bringing the medium paces back on.
Oh my goodness, he really latched onto that one. 77 for 8. We're in over number 29 being bowled by Stuart Ridge.
If we're going to bowl medium pace, it needs to be on off stump, pitched up, making the batsmen work for their runs.
It's going to be very interesting. What does Ridge do here? In he comes. The ball to Braffett again, and Braffett playing into the. Actually got part of the pad
Off the hip.
and
Yep.
trickles into the leg side, and there's no run. 77 for 8 at the end of over number 29.
One before drinks.
Huh?
One over to go before drinks.
Oh yeah, one more.
And,
One more.
Australia's still in a commanding position here, but need to get this game finished.
Very interesting
We
to
don't
see.
need to be at over 42 and still here.
It's going to be very interesting. I think I'm beginning to see how you were viewing it from the beginning, Alan, because England, they're still there. They're creeping up to that 80 mark now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes.
Again, spin from the southern end. It'll be a change of bowler. I just can't pick up the number of the of the bowler there at the moment to see who it is.
Well, I'm going to turn you over now, Alan, to Wayne Holder and let him come back into the commentary booth.
It's been excellent this afternoon.
So, Alan, you are doing a marathon session. But again,
Thank you, Wayne. Well, you guys
You-
are
you-
doing most of
you-
the commentary, and I'm enjoying sitting here talking to
well,
you.
yeah,
guys.
you have the ability, but you do have what it takes. We have proven that.
Thank you.
So, here we are. The game
We'll get-
still on at this moment. At one
The
point, we would have feared that this game might very well have been finished by now. The last wicket fell. Amelia is going to tell us when
Yeah, and I think we've got Peter Riley now from the.
the score was 45 when the last wicket fell. So
And
we
as,
are.
we've been speaking here in the commentary position. Braithwaite holds the key to what happens for England's chances in this game.
Well, yes, he's on 30. And the bowler is Peter O'Reilly.
Peter O'Reilly, the opening bat. That's correct. He
Well,
batted
that's
quite well this morning.
very
43 off about 75 balls or 77 balls. And got Australia off to a good start.
Very much here. Here he is with the ball. Some loopy off spin looking to swing this one away into the onside is Deacon and taken on the pad. Some stifle appeal from the bowler, only the bowler. But the game has taken on completely different proportions now with this partnership between Deacon and Brathwaite.
I think the partnership must be getting up towards 40, Wayne, by now.
Well, yes, they would have come together at 43, at 45. So some 33 runs. Just 33 runs they have added. Deacon has been there for 42 balls, actually, for the 5 runs. But
And doing the job he has to do.
importantly, the important thing is that he is there. And
And, you know, from an Australian perspective right now, the important thing is to not get frustrated with this partnership.
onto the front foot, that one bouncing a bit. Traveling in the air somewhat, a short leg fielder would have been interested in making a catch of that.
Very, very interested for a short leg fielder there. But
But- Definitely not in place. Australia still very much in control at the moment. As O'Reilly, again, as I said, loopy off spin, driven into the gap on the offside. A couple of runs here for Deacon as he trots slow for the second run. And we notice that the English support has come alive again.
it has. And they're trying to encourage their side to get this remaining
As the-
50-odd runs.
As they very well might. So we have come to the end of the 30th over. 80 for 8 is the total, recovering from a rather precarious 45 for 8. The Englishmen still very much alive, even if not kicking at the moment.
Look, yes, I think so. I think if you were wanting to call it from here, you'd say Australia's still in the box seat from what it is. One wicket would probably seal the game as far as Australia goes. But Braithwaite controlling the game very well out there at the moment, knowing full well that he only has to maintain around about 4 and over. And he's doing that well. If Deacon stays with him, this is going to get interesting in the last 15 overs.
Well, it is already interesting at this stage as we head into the final refreshment break of the match after some 30 overs. And I take this opportunity to run through the scorecard of the England reply. Remember, they started with Richard Merriman and Kevin Grant. Merriman was caught behind by Claude Orlando for 10. Grant was caught off the bowling of Dutteridge for 6. Brathwaite, who came at number 3 and has remained there ever since, is presently not out on 30. 57 balls he has faced. He has struck some 3-4s, including the shot of the match, Alan, if I remember, an extra cover drive that Neil Brathwaite played, batting from the southern end.
That's right, and that's what we were talking about at the time, because we brought the medium pace back on. The opening bowler, Stuart Ridge, came back on from this end. The ball was up and outside off stump, and he smashed that between mid-off and cover.
A glorious shot.
Very, very nice four.
So he remains 30 not out. Monty Douglas was stumped by Orlando off the bowling. Well, he was stumped off Orlando for 3. Monty Douglas 3. Edward Gordon Lennox went for 2. Chris Dearden was run out for 1. John Butterworth, he was out for no score. And Jim Phillips, leg before wicket, no score. John Goldthorpe, the wicket keeper, also leg before wicket for no score. At the present, Phil Deacon has been there for some 44 balls for his 7 not out in the partnership of some 35, unbeaten for the 9th wicket. And just to come, Rupert Staple, the batter to come. The bowling for the Australians, Stuart Ridge, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Stephen Moore, 5 overs for 13 runs. Peter Dutteridge, 9 overs. He's completed his allotment, 3 maidens, 23 runs and 2 wickets. And the man doing the real damage, Mike Riley, 9 overs, no maiden, 26 runs and 4 wickets. Peter O'Reilly just the 1 over for 3 runs. The extras are 21, made up of 20 wides and 1 leg by. And at 80 for 8, the English requiring another 53 runs, 63 runs in fact, with some 15 overs still
Yeah, and
available.
it's not unachievable from here.
Obviously, just the 2 wickets in hand.
That's the big key. That's the big key for Australia. 2 wickets in hand. As I said to earlier, Australia's starting to wake up in the morning at home. It's around about 25 past 5 in the morning in Australia. So hopefully we've got some listeners to the coverage we've got here this afternoon, Wayne.
Well, let's welcome them and say welcome to Barbados, as Stuart Ridge it is, to resume from the northern end of the ground, and his first delivery is striking Brathwaite on the pad. Brathwaite seeing the ball quite well now. He has been there ever since the fall of the first wicket.
And Brathwaite's played a particularly good innings here.
Faces up now to Ridge. Gets a pitched up delivery, goes for a big drive, the ball peeling off the inside edge between the stumps and the batsman down to fine leg. So a single in the dark there for Brathwaite, lifting his head somewhat, seeing that pitched up delivery, looking for the big drive.
That's right. The ball pitched up again, ended up between the keeper and fine leg. Brathwaite's been very patient with his innings so far today, and that's one of the loose shots, one of the very few loose shots that he's played.
Ridge is into Deakin, who is coming across, tearing this one square on the offside. He's coming back for the second run. A late decision to go for that second run by Brathwaite. Deakin was always interested in going for 2. Slight misfield there in the offside. So a couple more runs picked up there by Deakin. He moves up to 9, and the total up to 83 for 8.
And we need to be careful here. 4 runs and over is all England need.
Rich bowls a full toss, stroked away, wide of mid-off. More runs here for Deakin. More runs here for the English. 2 more. That one very much overpitched, so much so that it was a full toss. And just stroking it gracefully was Deakin. Not looking for a lot of power, but making sure that he timed it well and got it into the gap.
Time the ball into the gap and take 2. The ground is still quite slow,
Very much
as
so.
it has been all day.
Well, all day. Here is Ridge in streaming sunshine, and this time he's pulled his length back somewhat, and Deakin coming across his wicket again. One notices Deakin quite inclined to move quite early across his wicket, and looking to get onto the front foot as often as much as possible.
And that'll be taking away any swing. So Stuart Ridge bowls some nice in swing.
Here he is again, Ridge. Again, he's short on the legs, turned away to the man at the backward of square this time. No run. So the end of that over. I believe the Australians may be becoming a bit concerned now with this partnership, Alan.
The Australians need to stay very patient here. If they start to get frustrated in the field now, then what will happen is we'll start to see some misfields, and it gets difficult from this point onwards. So we stay patient, bowl good line and length from here, and Australia's still in the box seat.
We've also got to remember it's just a matter of 2 balls, 2 wickets.
2 wickets.
It
That's all it
is
is.
all the Australians need.
But if we're here in the 43rd over, at 8 wickets down still, life's going to be fairly interesting.
It will be.
Because I think, as we said earlier, Australia really need to bowl England out to win this game.
To win this game, and that still is.
I think that still is the key at this point in time.
Occasion.
So Brathwaite will be on strike, and Brathwaite's the one in control here at the moment.
Yeah, Brathwaite is on 31. He'll be facing up to O'Reilly. Again, he's got just the one man in the deep square leg. Is there, other than that, all the other fielders are either in the circle or on the edge of the circle. O'Reilly loops this one up, driven up to mid-off, wide of the bowler, who gets a hand to it but unable to make a complete stop.
Well, I think the bowler chasing towards that ball there puts them down in the batsman's mind and kept them to no run on that ball.
He shadowed the ball and kept the batsmen in their respective creases. Here he comes again, flighting this one up, plays the on drive, does Brathwaite, just allowing that one to come to him. Although it was floated up, many a batsman might have been tempted to get down the trap.
But I think in this in the current situation, I mean, Brathwaite, that shot there was the shot that needed to be played. Take the single. Don't do anything silly at this point in time.
The mid-on comes in a bit now with the change of batsman. As he gets a similar delivery on the full. Actually, does Deacon. He does come onto the front foot, gets it on the full, but straight up to the fielder there at mid-off.
He can possibly missed an opportunity there, a full toss. Possibly could have got between cover and the wide mid-off that's in at the moment.
Here he is. Again getting a full toss. Again, he's hitting it hard, well fielded by that man coming around from mid-on. Can't stop the single, though. So once again, the strike rotated between this pair, this ninth wicket pair, who have actually changed the course of this match when all the traffic seemed to be heading Australia's way.
And it certainly was, and we were talking about it earlier.
As onto the front foot comes Brathwaite. And
That, if all England needs to do is bat the overs out, and they will possibly win this game. So Australia need to get a wicket here.
especially with Brathwaite at the crease, he's been inclined to put away the bad ball. There he is looking for a drive, gets
Very
it
well
up to the
fielded.
man at cover. Well done in the covers. That one stroked
Fielded
quite
by
nicely.
Greg Hoisted in the covers there. Got down to that ball well. It was hit very, very firmly by Brathwaite.
Well, importantly, Brathwaite kept off strike.
And I think that's correct. Brathwaite's off strike. And I think one of the things that Australia has done very, very well today has bowled to the field. So they've
Okay.
set the field and the bowlers have actually bowled to it. And that's not always an easy thing to do.
Well, actually, it was this a similar comment that I had made about the English when they fielded. I also thought that their bowlers bowled very well to the field, and the captain also was in good control,
Yep.
in setting his fielders.
And I think, really, if you look at today's cricket, it's been a bowler's day.
Although one wonders why it should be. Brilliant sunshine, nice
Perfect.
seeing light.
Perfect Caribbean day.
The pitch itself dry, a bit slow, a bit on the slow side, and that may have been a part of the reason that the batters did not all have it their own way.
That's right. The
Because-
wicket is quite slow.
Yeah, the ball not really coming on to the bat. In typical Caribbean style, driven up to cover. There's a man there at the edge of the circle, no run.
So Wayne, this is what you consider your winter. I mean, I know it's your dry season, or do you just call it a dry and a wet season here in Barbados?
Technically, it is winter. This is the winter in the northern hemisphere,
Yep.
nonetheless. So it is winter. We don't have a drastic change of weather conditions at any particular point in the year. Like you mentioned, we are now going into what will be our dry period, our dry season.
Right.
We had a very, very wet, rainy summer. The summer months are when we get most of the
Right.
rain, which is around the time of the hurricane season when we get the hurricanes and those storms coming across. But now we're drifting into the drier part of the year. Here comes Deacon and driving expansively, but straight up to the man at cover again. Can't break through this very heavily packed offside field, made up of a short third man, backward point, square cover, extra cover, and the mid-off. All beginning to move in now with Shortridge as he delivers. And both a slower delivery, clever change of pace. And Deacon can do no more than to just come forward and then fend this delivery, pulling the bottom hand away. As that ball bounced a
And
bit
the ball
awkwardly.
jumped a little bit.
All
there
right,
on
bounced a
that
bit
one, Wayne.
awkwardly, although it was a slower delivery.
It was. It
Probably-
probably come off the seam. And
Well, okay, you're calling it. I was just about to say the same thing. Probably landing on the seam. Probably a cross-seam delivery.
probably a cross-seam delivery.
There he is. Rich. Very thoughtful in his approach. Bowls a full toss. Falling just short of the man at mid-wicket. The batsmen are going to come back for a second run as the ball heads out towards the straight-edge mid-wicket. Deep position. But a close call there for the batsman, Deacon.
Almost went the hand of Eric Higgins, the Australian captain, and Eric's a very, very good fielder.
Luckily for the batsman, the ball falling in front of the fielder who was diving forward. Unable to get a hand on it.
And isn't it good to see people over 60 diving at the ball.
Here it is, a short delivery. Looking to crash it away through the offside is Deacon. Hits it hard into the ground off the bottom of the bat. The ball bubbles up to the man at the edge of the circle at cover and brings another over to a completion. 33 overs gone, 89 for 8. We still have some 54 runs to get, and there are now 12 overs left.
Wayne, have you seen much veterans cricket in your commentary career?
Well, no, I haven't done a lot of commentary on veterans cricket. There is fairly healthy competition here on the island, limited in some ways.
So are you surprised at the passion that is coming out in the cricketers on the field today? That
Definitely.
The amount of cricketers diving for the ball,
Diving for the ball,
stop runs in the
chasing
field.
after the ball.
Yep.
I mean, these guys bring a different level, especially in the area of fitness preparation to what we are accustomed to here in Barbados. We used to have a very, very popular island-wide over 40s competition, which has gone on the wane somewhat in recent years. But most of the Masters cricket now is in the category of the over 50s. So it's going to be O'Reilly into bowl to Brathwaite, and again Brathwaite just picking off the single at the beginning of the over. Gets himself down to the non-striker's end. 90 for 8. This is the start of the 34th over.
We're starting to get a little frustrated with this with this partnership at this point in time, Wayne.
Well, they may have to be looking to find a way. They must find a way past this partnership, which is growing in stature. And I believe, well, Brathwaite has been full of confidence all along, but Deacon has also grown in confidence as the partnership has continued.
Well, he has, and he's been very patient as well.
He waits for O'Reilly and comes onto the front foot, just prepared to pat it away into the outside, just biding his time, waiting for his scoring opportunities.
Waiting for the bad ball, that's correct.
Yes, he has been scoring when looking for that over-pitch delivery or the one that is dropped a bit too short. Gives him some room to play shots. Here he is, facing up to O'Reilly. Gets a short delivery, plays a naughty shot, looking to cut this one away square. The ball goes over the top edge into the gloves of the keeper.
And Orlando doing a good job with the gloves this afternoon for Australia.
Well, both wicket keepers have done fantastically well. As this delivery is pushed through, but outside the off stump, and Deacon picking up the line, allowing it
Two
to.
balls remaining in this over, is there, Wayne?
Yes, still 2 balls to go. Just the 1 run off the over so far. Actually, it's just 1 delivery left.
1 delivery.
As he is driving up to extra cover, gets a
Shot the
single.
stumps, it's hit the stumps.
Actually strikes the stumps at the non-strikers end, but the batsmen, both of them, have overrun the crease and not able to take advantage of the ricochet.
Striker a little fortunate there that they didn't give away another run.
Well, exactly what I said. Both batsmen actually, because of the close nature of the run, both batsmen overrunning the respective creases. And so, like you said, Australia granted a reprieve and only the 1 run. Importantly, it is going to be Deacon on strike at the start of the 35th over. It's 91 for 8.
91, so 50 required now by England.
Yeah, 52 to be exact.
52 required.
To be
And
exact.
How many overs left to
And we will have 11 overs left, so 52 off 66 balls.
Yeah.
So it's beginning to get a bit close.
It's getting a little
We're
close.
beginning to, but we're still a way off. I mean, I still maintain that Australia is still in the ascendancy, just requiring the 2 wickets.
They are.
But we've been saying so for a long time.
We have. we spoke about it earlier, and the fact that, Australia need to maintain some pressure on England here. A couple of maiden overs would go a long way to helping Australia's scores right now, and will help pick up a wicket.
Do you think, though, that Australia may have been guilty of sitting back and waiting for things to happen once this partnership began, rather than trying to be proactive and make something?
It's one of the things that happens with cricket. You get 8 wickets early in the game. and you start to just back off that little bit. And we just need to be careful that's not what's happening here.
Well, we've seen Dale Thornton reintroduced into. I said reintroduced, but Dale Thornton introduced to the attack. Something looking somewhat like Stuart Ridge in his stature.
Very similar, the two of them, yes.
Yeah, tall, right arm, medium pace. And Thornton is on the off stump, pushed away screen on the offside, and they are going to now get the single because of the misfield. That is one of the dangers that you would have pointed out, Alan. The Australians getting a bit frustrated, a bit some misfeeling, some errors
need
in
to
the
settle,
field.
need to settle and just get this
Because
game back under
there absolutely
control.
was no run on that occasion
There shouldn't
except
have been a
through
run.
the misfield. One
And
more.
now we've got Brathwaite back on
And
strike.
Brathwaite on strike. Thornton to bowl to Brathwaite. On the legs, turned away, square on the onside. Only one run available. One run to be had.
Yeah, the other thing, Wayne, at this point in time is medium paces are easier to face than what the slow bowl. We saw this morning, England kept slow bowling on all through the innings, and the ball was very, very difficult to hit.
Kept the pace off, take the pace off the ball. Yes, that was very effective for the English.
And I just
Onto the front foot edge, the way down to third man, gets the single.
3 balls, 3 runs.
Getting that
4 balls, 3
strike,
runs.
getting that strike rotation going. 48 more runs from 63 balls. Full toss, looking to bowl a slower delivery on this occasion.
Fortunate
It's
there, it was hit
Thornton.
straight to the cover point fielder, and it was fielded very, very well.
Time it as well as he might have either, Brathwaite. Deep mid wicket in place, the only boundary rider. Pace on that delivery, pushed into the onside, calls for the single and gets it easily. Intelligent play by Brathwaite, deliberately taking the pace off the shot and just dropping it away.
One
into
ball
the
to go
onside.
on the over, I think, and we'll retain the strike.
Moves up to
2 balls to go.
35. Actually, we've got one delivery left.
One ball left in the over.
And some 5 runs from the over so far. As Deakin is quite early onto the front foot, guiding this one away. Now he is looking really comfortable now, Deakin.
This is the danger of medium pace at this stage in the game.
Gets a single. So at the end of 35 overs, 97 for 8 is the total. 46 more runs from 60 balls, a rate of 4.6 runs per over required.
It's getting tight.
Continues to. But it's good for the game, though. Because
wonderful. I mean, you know, at the end of the day,
despite the fact that I know that where your allegiances lie,
of course.
we of course thinking in the vein of the neutral, one would want to see a close contest.
Yes.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind a close contest once Australia wins.
A close contest with Australia just winning at the end.
Well, yeah.
A very good result. But look, you know, no, I'm sitting here commentating with you, Wayne, and you know what, trying to make it as impartial as I can.
Well, yeah, I
Obviously,
understand.
I'd like to see Australia win, but I said earlier, after you'd left the commentary after your first stint, that all that has to happen is England have to be patient, bat this game out, and they have a very good chance of winning it still.
Well, you called it right ever since then. And here we are, still here after that wicket fell again.
I think it was 44 runs when the last wicket fell, wasn't it?
44, 52 in the partnership. So the partnership already passed 50, Alan.
That's right.
A partnership of some 52.
You know, you'd think that the English camp would be starting to feel just a little more confidence at this point in time.
Well, yes, this pair definitely seem well set, importantly. But O'Reilly continues, gets a delivery down the leg side. A wide is the signal, one more to the total.
Yes, and Australia can ill afford wides at this point in time.
98 for 8.
Not only is it another ball, I mean it's a run.
A run and another ball. O'Reilly to Deacon. Deacon on the front foot, strokes this one away into the covers. Again, we're going to see at least a couple. Yes, they're going to settle for two. The ball pulling up inside the deep cover boundary, but stroking this delivery into the gap and picking up a couple of runs. The Australians still not pushing the field back, still keeping those fielders in the offside up in the circle.
And I think that's still the right thing to do, to keep the fielders in the circle at this point in time.
Still maintain that challenge to the English batsman. O'Reilly to Deakin coming onto the front foot, just working it away on the onside, going with the tide on that occasion, closing the face of the bat as they made contact with the off spinner bowling over the wicket, the ball angling in towards the leg stump, running to that man at backward square. No run, the result. Already looking for this breakthrough. Is seeing him driving is Deacon, not fielded cleanly by the man at cover.
And Deacon's starting to play some more shots now, been very, very patient to date. Faced a lot of balls, and now is starting to get on the front foot.
He's actually faced some 64 balls for his 18. This one pulling back the length on this occasion, O'Reilly, and Deacon onto the back foot and just allowing the ball to strike him on the thigh pad. Outside the off stump, left alone by the batter.
Looks like we have one ball remaining in the over.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do. 100 up, 100 for 8 as he's driving this one coming off the inside edge. Didn't know a lot about that delivery. Floated up this one. He flighted this one outside the off stump. Invited the batsman to go for the drive.
And a better over by Australia, that one. Keeping the scoring below what's required to get this job done by England.
100 for 8 after 36 overs. The equation, 43 runs from 54 balls.
So close that down by 6 balls then on the runs required. So Australia keeping the pressure on here as they do need to.
So Thornton, it looks like, is going to continue. O'Reilly, 4 overs. Only 10 runs he's conceded from those 4 overs, O'Reilly.
O'Reilly, yeah.
Not
Thornton needs to be very careful here.
Thornton is pitching up outside the off stump, driven into the covers. Once again, Brathwaite with a single. So one good thing that the Australians have been doing is keeping Brathwaite off strike.
That is the key here. Try and bowl 5 dot balls now. Keep Brathwaite at the other end.
All right. So
Allow that pressure to
101
build again.
for 8. Now some fielding changes being implemented. We see the field actually closing in on the offside in particular for Deakin. Very interesting. We've got a short third man and a short third man. A fine short third man and a wider short third man. Backward point cover and a mid-off. And here we see, we talked about the field closing in on the offside. And here is Torrington bowling much too straight, bowling on the legs of the batsman and getting and conceding
not
a
bowling
run.
to the field and
So
giving away a single.
on this occasion, definitely not bowling to the field. Strike rotated, Brathwaite back on strike.
And look, through the majority of this innings, Australia has bowled particularly well to the field. They've set the field and bowled to it. They're just falling away a little bit at the moment, Wayne.
Here is Torrington outside the off stump. Decision to leave this one alone made by Brathwaite, coming onto the front foot, picking up the line. So the ploy seems to be to bowl just off stump or just outside the off stump.
And Brathwaite playing a very intelligent innings here, just waiting for the ball that he can hit.
He's getting a good delivery, straight, well on target. Good delivery on that occasion from Thornton. Just
And that's what Thornton needs to bowl here. He needs to make sure he's got his line and his length right. Restrict the drawing of Brathwaite at the other end. See if we can keep Deacon on strike at this end after this over.
well, not giving him a lot of room on that occasion, Thornton. Number 10 on his back. Bowls a short delivery outside the off stump, chopped away, wide of the man at third man, knocks it down. Brathwaite is keen to come back for the second run, but advised against it by Deacon as the return comes in from that deep third man position.
I think as Brathwaite's probably a little more athletic than Deacon out there at the moment.
Very modest of you to say probably. Definitely.
And I think there was a second in that.
If there were two Brathwaites running. But there's only one Brathwaite onto the front foot, steered away square on the offside into the deep gully position. No run. Brathwaite will get the strike. Another over completed. 37 gone. 103 for 8. 40 more runs. 48 balls left. And it begins to get closer and closer.
It's getting tight.
Getting
But,
a bit closer
Australia
and
just
closer.
need to maintain their vigilance and their patience here in this game.
Well, yes,
Need to
we
keep
have
the pressure on and
8 overs,
allow the wicket to come.
8 overs, exactly 5 runs and over. So a run a ball will do it for England quite well.
It will. And I think the key to England and their possible victory in this game is Brathwaite out there at the moment.
Still, Brathwaite, ever since he came in at number 3, he has been the key.
He
And
has.
it remains.
He's played a very, very controlled innings, and now he understands what's required to get this game completed.
The England innings imploding somewhat to see them reeling at 45 for 8 at one stage before this pair got together.
And what a wonderful game cricket is. The
what-
way it turns around.
Well, cricket, I always maintain, is a game of momentum, and the momentum shifts back and forth.
That it does.
And we've seen the momentum really continue to shift in
And
into
a
the
wicket
favor.
here is probably all Australia needs. And the game will
That's
go
all
in a
I'm
couple of
saying.
overs.
Two balls it can finish. But then again, this is cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. Someone much wiser than you and I had coined
very,
it.
very much wiser than me anyway. I mean,
Full toss,
Very
driven
full
into the
ball
offside. Single picked up. One more to the total.
Brathwaite off strike, even though I thought it was a poor delivery by O'Reilly that time.
Well, not managing to find the gap. It was a full toss and not managing to get that ball into the gap on the offside.
And Brathwaite's been good at that today during this innings of his. The bad ball he's managed to put away.
Missing out on that occasion as Deacon faces up to O'Reilly, gets a short delivery, pulled over the infield on the onside, and coming back for a second run. No, they're not actually going to come back for 2. I thought that had 2 written all over it.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that Brathwaite called the
But Brathwaite may be
called
favouring.
only for the single, but maybe wants to hold
Yes,
the
he
strike
wants
and
to be on strike,
control the game,
particularly against O'Reilly. A man gone right back on the boundary at deep mid wicket. No. As he gets a short delivery, pulls it away square. The fielder right back on the boundary there at deep square leg. Just the 1 run. 105 it is. Target now below 40, into the 30s.
As I said earlier, we don't want to be here in the 43rd.
Well, this is actually the 38th, so we're 5 overs away from that. O'Reilly tossing the ball from hand to hand. Makes his way in now from the far end and brings Deacon onto the front foot very carefully, very gingerly. Pushes it away in the offside. No run. One can begin to feel the tension beginning to build here.
That it is, and Australia needs to maintain their patience out here.
Outside the off stump. No need to play at that one is Deacon. And happily leaves it alone through to keeper Orlando. And over 38 is done and dusted. 106 for 8 is the total. Deacon on 19, Brathwaite on 47. 37 runs needed, 42 balls still left.
Still just slightly over 5 and over.
41. 47. Cleaned up.
Still just slightly over 5 and over.
Well, yes, still a runner ball basically. But we also noticed that that gap between balls and runs beginning to close gradually.
They are gradually starting to close. I mean, it's in the balance. The game hangs in the balance at this point in time, and it really depends on one wicket.
Well, yeah, you said it, but also the Englishmen, a big over for England, could really swing the game decisively in their way. And I say a big over, I say an over in which, let's say, 13, 14, 15 runs are scored.
You would think it'd be difficult. I mean, there hasn't been an over that's been that big today. England still only have 2 wickets in hand, so Brathwaite I don't think is going to chance his hand at this point in time. If we get through to over 43 or 44, then we may well see Brathwaite chance his hand to try and get one of those big overs.
And then to add to that, the bowling has generally been very disciplined.
Yes, by both sides.
By
All
both
day.
sides, all day. Here is Thornton. He's bowling to Neil Brathwaite, and Brathwaite getting a delivery outside the off stump, coming forward, and then opening the face of the bat and guiding this one down to third man. Happy to get this single.
Very controlled, very thoughtful, knowing we need 5, knowing that England need 5 and
5
over.
and over. And brings Deacon.
Now falls to
Back
Deacon.
on strike. Phil Deacon was excellent with the ball earlier today, and now showing his worth with the bat. Coming at number 10 in the order, as this delivery is outside the off stump, looking for a drive off the edge, traveling along the ground. Good stop by that man there at that wide slip field, diving away to his left, getting a hand on it, and saving his side at least a run, maybe 2.
Well, I'd say maybe 2 runs he saved there, and again though the strike turned over.
Brathwaite back on strike. It's 108 for 8. Deacon goes to 20. Pulling his length back, pushed away into the offside, offers a single to Deacon. Does Brathwaite? Deacon turns the invitation down. Ball much too close to the wicket keeper and that fielder coming in from backward point. Third man right back on the boundary. There's also a long leg and a deep mid wicket. These are the fielders in the deep. All the other fielders inside the circle looking to save the single. Outside the off stump, pushed away, square on the offside, straight to that man there at backward point.
Clever bowling there by Thornton, bowling to his field now, keeping the ball pitched up and
Keeping it.
just maintaining Brathwaite's inability to score runs.
Well, at least more than a single at a time. He has the option of opening the face and running it down to third man.
That's
On the stump, flipped away, plays a nice looking on drive. Only gets a single. A bottom hand coming in, nice whippy shot. You know, they say the
lovely shot by Brathwaite
they
there.
say the on drive is one of the more difficult shots to play in cricket.
Yeah, that's right.
But good execution there by Brathwaite.
He controlled that very well.
Very well so.
Another single.
Kept it along
3
the
off
ground.
the over.
Kept it along the turf. And the Deacon back on strike. Bowls a full delivery down the leg side. Got away with that one. I thought it's a wide is the
that's a
signal.
wide signal
He'll
by the
have to
umpire.
he will have to re-bowl that delivery. But I'm sure that Deacon is very, very disappointed. He didn't any bat whatsoever on that. Could very well have seen it running quite close to the boundary.
Almost to the boundary that would have
Behind
gone down
square.
the hill here at,
Yes, down the slope on the western side of the ground. Ground slopes very markedly from east to west as he's coming into his wicket. Gets a good delivery. Played out towards forward square. Brathwaite is
almost a mix-up in the run there. Brathwaite was 3/4 of the way down the wicket, and Deacon stood his ground.
well. That ball, I don't think the run was on. The ball was traveling much too quickly to the fielder, although he eventually didn't pick it up cleanly. But there was no way that Deacon was to know that. And eventually, the run wasn't taken. The over came to an end. And now we are down to 110 for 8. The equation again, 33 runs, 36 balls.
Yes, well, it's getting closer to that run a ball.
Still less than
Just slightly less than one a ball.
6 runs and over. I think it's about 5.5 runs per over required.
And that's
So
been steadily climbing. The
those-
runs required.
The runs required and the
Steadily
balls bowled are
climbing.
getting closer and closer to each other.
Brathwaite's still out there, as I say, with at over 43 or
And
44.
we are seeing a case, in modern day cricket jargon, you have the term of taking the chase deep.
That's
And that is exactly what Brathwaite and the English are doing here.
he's doing that.
They're taking it deep, and that always offers that opportunity. Whipped away into the onside by Brathwaite for a single. So once you go deep,
Then the
35
chances-
more
the
runs,
chances
32 more
open-
runs required.
The chances open up once you do that.
So here now is Deacon. Again, the field make some changes made. Once Deacon comes on strike, more fielders come into the circle, saving one. And O'Reilly wheeling away from that southern end is bringing the batsman forward, Deacon, and he's satisfied to just gently nudge it back along the pitch. The bowler walking through picks up. Again, there's no run.
Patient again and just waiting to see if there's a bad ball.
Waiting for scoring opportunities. 111 for 8.
England's nemesis number.
111 full
Yeah.
Nelson.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it. I think that is regarded as an unlucky,
Unlucky
number for the
England,
English.
Yeah.
111 for 8.
Let's hope for Australia's sake this afternoon that plays.
That superstition is actually something to it. Flatter delivery on the pads, much straighter this time, and Deacon standing his ground, playing from the crease.
As we were saying earlier, the oldest tradition in cricket, Australia versus England.
Very
And it
much
is,
so.
As much as I want Australia to win, it's lovely to see the game getting to this stage
this
and being
stage.
this close.
Very much so. O'Reilly to Deacon. Deacon is driving the ball coming off the inside edge and scuttling along the ground. Didn't carry through to the keeper in the ear. I think that one might have been off the edge onto the pad, in fact.
Looked like it was off the edge onto the pad, close to the bottom edge of the bat.
Tempting
toe of the bat.
delivery from O'Reilly, and Deacon almost falling for the trap. Waits again and gets this one on the pads. I think this one striking him outside the leg stump. Another tight over sent down by Paul O'Reilly.
And it's good to see O'Reilly here not losing his form, but not trying to, shoot the ball in to try and restrict the bowling, trying to restrict the run scoring. Just keeping the ball tossed up, making the batsman take chances.
So very thoughtful cricket being played here from both sides.
From both sides,
It's come
yes.
down to something of a battle of attrition.
It is.
And it's going to be the person who loses the team which loses its nerve
Concentration,
first.
loses concentration. I mean, both batsmen have been out there for some time now. I think Brathwaite must be into the 60-odd balls he's been out there.
75 balls he has
75
faced.
balls. He's been out there since
Well, as a
the
matter of
first
fact, he's
wicket.
faced 85 balls.
85
Deacon
balls.
has faced some
And
75 deliveries.
concentration comes into it at this point.
Thornton to Brathwaite. And here he is advancing out of his crease before the bowler delivers is Brathwaite, and managing to get this one up to the fielder on the edge of the circle at cover and going with this shot for the single. So going with the flow. 112 it is. 112. All right, 112 as Deacon comes on strike and gets a short delivery. One hammered into the pitch by Thornton, looking for that big pull shot, but late on the shot is Deacon.
Yeah, I think the ball just got a little big on him early and unable to get it away that time. Once again, though, Thornton needs to be thinking about pitching the ball up outside off stump and making the batsman come forward.
I think he gave him something to think about. Looking to get onto the front foot quite early was Deacon. I think that is why he was defeated with that delivery.
That's it.
I'm not so sure that he can afford to try that again.
I'm sure Deacon can hit the ball a long way. He's a large man.
Yeah, now a man pushed back right deep at mid-wicket, squarish mid-wicket. As this delivery is stroked away into the covers. And he is going to come back for a second run, Deacon. Nice flowing drive into the offside between the cover and the man at point.
And the English fans come alive.
For another couple of runs. Cheering every single run now. The English contingent. 114 it is for 8. Drive through that man at extra cover. I think he might have managed to get a hand to it.
Took some
and
pace off the ball.
Slowed the momentum of the ball and just allowing for a single. But a good expansive shot, adventurous shot. Notice Deacon becoming a bit more adventurous now in his stroke play.
He is, that's right. He's getting on the front foot early. Trying to strike the ball through the cover region.
Alan, this partnership now worth some 70 runs. Quick delivery outside the all-stump, a Yorker length delivery, wide of the all-stump. Coming down late on it is Brathwaite, unable to make contact through to the keeper. But this partnership already worth some 70 runs.
It is. And it's a dangerous partnership now for Australia, this. Australia need a wicket here in the next over to get this game back in their favour.
Thornton looking for that wicket. How glad he will be to get rid of Brathwaite. Straight on target. Brathwaite onto the front foot, meets it with the full face of a defensive bat. Back along the pitch to the bowler, no run. Another over completed. Now we've done some 41 overs. 115 for 8. Listen to this equation. 28 more runs, 24 balls. The runs now gone ahead of the balls as far as numbers are concerned.
That's right. And that was what Australia need to do, is to continue to maintain pressure here, and a wicket will come. I mean, we see Deacon is starting to open up a little bit and try and score runs when the pressure's back on England now. It's more than a runner ball, and Braithwaite's still very controlled with his batting and the way he's doing it. Deacon just becoming a little concerned with what the equation is.
Although we remember taking it deep, Alan. Take it deep. You always have yourself a chance. For fear of you claiming me, citing me for sacrilege. Think about Mahendra Singh Dhoni.
Yes, that's right. That's
This is the
exactly
perfect kind of game that you would have seen a Dhoni take it right down before looking to explode at
If
the
you get
end.
yourself into the 45th over, you're in with a chance.
Very much so. Well, as long as you're there is a chance. So
So
the
Riley's
captain
gonna continue from the
very
southern end.
meticulously trying to get his fielders in place. And when he is finished, he comes up with a backward point, a point, deep cover, extra cover, and mid off.
It'll be interesting to see how Deacon approaches this over.
Mid on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and the man just behind square, and he's balled him. Again, the perfect off spinner's dismissal, opening up the right-handed bottom, looking for that big drive, and the ball coming between the gate and striking the all stump. Australia right back in it with a crucial wicket.
A crucial wicket there, and I think the occasion has got the better of Deacon in that case. I was just saying before that ball, it'll be interesting to see how Deacon plays this over because he's been starting to expand his shots a little. I think that time there, patience was the virtue, and he allowed that to get on top of him.
Well,
England 1 wicket to go.
And that was Deacon, bowled by O'Reilly for Deacon going for 23 off some 80 balls, didn't score a boundary. The total now 115, so 70 runs added for that 9th wicket partnership.
A very, very good partnership, and I think all the credit goes to O'Reilly maintaining the way he's bowling. Still flighting the ball, still giving the batsman opportunity to be able to strike the ball through the offside.
Discipline, that's a key word.
Discipline by the bowler.
Discipline
in this
and
case.
patience. Discipline and patience paying off in the long run. So I'm sure that the Australians now breathing a bit easier.
A little easier.
A
now.
little easier.
The good thing is, the best way to control runs is to take wickets. And one wicket remaining, and the run rate is over 6 and over.
Well, I think the game has reached a stage where Brathwaite has got to take control. I don't think he has
to.
any other option now. He has to take control.
I think
of
if
the
England are to
situation.
win here,
If
Brathwaite has
England
to
had
take
to have a
control of
chance,
this game.
there must be a reason why Rupert Staple was saying that number 11.
Generally, you don't see the bowlers aren't the most prolific run scorers in the side.
Well, he's a left-handed batter.
First left-hander of the day, actually.
The
There hasn't
first
been
time we've
another
seen a
left-hander
left-hander
play, yeah.
for the entire day, I believe.
And Australia, we only have one left-hander in our side, and that's me.
And so we are going to see O'Reilly opting to go around the wicket to the left-handed batter. Right arm, off spin to Staple, and gets the delivery outside the off stump, looks to slash it away behind point. Looks to have made a slightly late decision to go after that ball. Wide of the off
Ball's
stump,
gonna be turning away from him there, so no danger for the batsman in that shot.
unless he plays and gets an edge. So, slight adjustment made as O'Reilly comes onto the front foot, does Staple. Hopeful
Very
appeal.
tight decisions now for the umpires.
Well, rather hopeful appeal on that occasion. Batsman getting well onto the front foot. The off spinner going further away outside the off stump. But one must down looking for that big drive, beaten. That one going under the bat as he's a teasing delivery from O'Reilly.
I think looking at this over, looking at
Staple,
who is the
Staple,
staples of
Staple.
that batsman at the moment, you may see Brathwaite try and take control of this game in the next over.
Well, he must. O'Reilly. The Staples are moving around in his crease, gets a delivery outside the off stump, but the most important thing is that he doesn't make contact. The ball is through to the keeper. One delivery left in the 42nd over, 115 for 9.
Australia pushing some fielders back, hoping for a single.
Well, that's clever play. Clever tactics. As O'Reilly is seeing Staple watching this ball carefully into the gloves of the wicket keeper. So he's going to allow Brathwaite to take the strike at the start of the new over.
I think this may be the key over for the England innings. What Brathwaite can do in this over.
This may be the hour of decision,
It may
or the
well be,
over of
yes.
decision, we might say.
Are we into the 41st over, Wayne, are we?
I think 41 gone, 42 overs gone, in
41
fact.
42.
42 overs gone. So we've got 3 overs left, some 18 balls. That was a maiden over
So in the
by
43rd.
O'Reilly. So we still got 28 runs to make off those 3 overs. So you see that.
And I said earlier in the day, we really didn't want to be in the 43rd from an Australian perspective.
Well, here it is. We are.
We are now.
And Brathwaite on strike. And Thornton to bowl. But I must say that I do admire the patience that's shown by the Australians on the pads, worked away down towards long leg. Brathwaite goes quickly for one. He's thinking of coming for the second, but the ball is back into the keeper. But I must say I do admire the patience shown by the Australian captain.
Eric Higgins, the Australian captain, has really moved his people around the park the way he needed to today and maintained control to ensure that there was no impatience in the Australian approach to this
Many a
innings.
captain might have been able to drop his field back, concede. The only thing that I can find, fault that I can find with the Australians is that there for a while, it seems as if they were just prepared to wait for things to happen rather than be proactive.
After they were 8 down, that's correct.
Here comes Thornton to bowl to the last man. Staple, and his drive is up to mid-off, a shy at the non-strikers and just bounces over the wicket, and it would have been a very, very interesting call had that been a direct hit. What is in fact true is that the batter has completed a single. Brathwaite is back on strike. The total is 117 for 9.
Australia not panicking though.
Over the wicket he comes now to Brathwaite. And he's driving this one powerfully up to extra cover. They're going to come for the single. The effort there by that man at extra cover. Gets his body behind it, but unable to prevent the single.
Archie Dutteridge doing an excellent job there. Getting behind it. Didn't quite get his hands to it, but got his body behind
got
the ball.
enough of it, enough of himself behind it to stop it from piercing the field.
Because Brathwaite had hit that well enough for it to be another 4 through the covers.
Well, if not for at least 2, there's a man at long off, but at least another couple of runs for sure. Possibly 4. So the left-handed Staple comes back on strike as Thornton opts to go around the wicket. And bowls a short delivery outside the leg stump, looking for that big pull shot. Ball comes off the body. The return to the non-strikers and not taken cleanly. Staple eventually makes his ground. As a matter of fact, they signaled a bite, so the ball actually, I thought that ball would have taken the body of the batsman, but the umpire
anyway,
signaled a bite.
No, he's changed
There was
it
no
now.
change to a leg bite, so that I thought my eyes were deceiving me there for a while.
I thought it hit him up the rib cage actually. So
Actually, and just bubble away into
Brathwaite
the
back on
onside.
strike.
But the single is the important thing. 119 now for 9. And we are in this 43rd over that Allen dreaded so badly previously. Pitched up on drive. He's played that shot well today, Brathwaite. Only for 1 though.
Still very, very controlled bowling by the Australians here. Just allowing the singles to be taken.
Well, yeah, singles are not a danger to Australia. I'm going to ask Amelia I'm going to disturb Amelia again by asking her to show me how many boundaries have been hit in this innings up to this point in time. Brathwaite himself has struck 3, and nobody else has struck any. So you are correct. 3 boundaries in the innings. Outside the all stump, looking for a big slash is Staple, not making contact, taken low down by keeper Orlando. So Thornton finishes another over.
Getting very much in favour of the Australians.
Well, run away 23 more runs.
Off 12?
Off 12 balls.
2 pull.
Almost 2 runs per
2
ball.
runs per ball.
Almost 2 runs per ball, I think. And 12 balls.
Now the fate rests entirely with Brathwaite.
Everything in the hands of Neil Brathwaite. Has been there ever since the fall of the first wicket.
And he's on strike.
He is on strike.
2 overs to go.
The over to be bowled again by O'Reilly. Brathwaite on 48. So a landmark in the offing, a milestone in the offing.
And O'Reilly has been very, very disciplined in his approach.
O'Reilly 7 overs, 1 made and 14 runs he has conceded. So it would this one would really have to go against the run of play for England to really force themselves back into a strong position to win this match.
It'll be interesting to see whether Brathwaite tries to take the game with this over.
See how he goes. Let's look at the field, especially those deep fielders. Long on, a deep mid-wicket around the cow corner area. Deep forward square, down the wicket comes Brathwaite, not prepared to go airborne, hitting the ball along the carpet for a single. There's also a deep cover, was going to be the sweeper.
Very controlled, which is what his entire innings has been today. So Brathwaite now moves to 49.
He's 49. And last man, Staple, comes back on strike. Deep mid-wicket, just forward the square. A man on the long leg position. There's also going to be another man at deep backward square. So the 3 of the 5 fielders allowed outside the circle. 4 of those fielders all on the onside. No one saving 1 on the onside, so they are prepared to give the single.
Yeah, and we can do that
on the
at the moment.
onside, the Australians. O'Reilly is outside the all stump, looking for that cut. He has not been successful in playing that shot so far, Staple.
And O'Reilly still giving the ball plenty of flight, making the batsman take the risk.
Bowling to the number 11 batsman, Rupert Staple. O'Reilly, down the track he comes. Well, he appeared to be coming down the track. Actually, that back foot still well grounded inside the crease. Not taken cleanly for once by Orlando.
The England captain over here giving plenty of advice from the grandstand, saying just take the single.
Well, he wants Brathwaite on strike. They require that Brathwaite gets the most of the
needs to
strike.
be on strike.
Yeah.
If England have
Any chance whatsoever.
But Australia certainly getting into the box seat here.
Not one six struck in the entire match. Pushed into the offside. They go quickly for the single. And the Australians quite prepared to allow that single.
And what's that? 21 now remaining, Amelia, is it? 21 remaining off
8
8 balls.
21 off 8.
Not impossible.
But Neil Brathwaite
You would think that something has to happen here.
on the threshold of the first half century of this game. This one has gone right down. Not necessarily to the wire, but we're going to get all 90 overs bowled, it appears. As Brathwaite is down the track, again, not looking to go over the top.
Lovely ball by O'Reilly there. Good discipline, throwing the ball up, enticing Braithwaite down the wicket.
Hit out towards that man coming in from the cow corner. And the batsman can only get one.
Well, I think it's more that Brathwaite wanted the strike. So that's the end of the
Brings
over.
it-
What's the book saying?
So actually, Brathwaite on 48. We're just about to,
batted extremely
we're just
well
about to
for
celebrate his 50, but in fact, he's on 48. So we're down to the final over.
21 required.
20 more runs
20 runs
required.
required for the 20 for the win.
20 for the win, yes. 19 for a tie. 123 it is for 9. And Brathwaite on 48, actually is on 48. And Dale Thornton, 5 overs for 20 runs so far. So, as a matter of fact, it is Stuart Ridge who is returning for the final over. So he bowled the first and he's going to bowl the last. Someone once said the first shall be the last and the last shall be the first. Here comes Stuart Ridge to Neil Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving this one up to mid-off for a single. Moves closer to his half century. He's on 49. But singles will not do it for England. One gets the feeling, though, at this point in time that England have conceded.
I think that's probably the case. I mean, 18. 18 off the 5 balls remaining. You would expect that Australia should win from here. An outside edge, 4 runs down through the slip gully area. Anything can happen.
Well, it's a cricket game, and
I wouldn't have it any other way.
I have had so much egg on my face in calling cricket games that even this I'm not going to call.
That's what I had Eli in here before saying Australia's got this game won when they were 8 for 44, and I said let's not get too carried away.
Rich to Staple, swings, misses.
And
Staple.
I'm surprised that Brathwaite hasn't gone down the wicket here and just said to Staples, listen, just get bat
Just
on
get
ball
on
and let me
ball.
get back down the other end.
Or even let's make up our minds to run the single, whatever happens, even if it goes through to the keeper. Hits this one in the air, wide of the man at mid-off. They are going to turn for the second run. Let's see if they're going to attempt a third. The return is relayed. The comes in now to the bowler's end. And They do get the 3 runs.
And I suspect 3 balls remaining, Amelia. Brathwaite on strike.
16 runs required, 3 balls still to come.
A couple of maxes and or one maximum and
Well, a
and
couple
2
of
falls.
maximums will do the job.
Haven't seen it all day. Let's see what happens.
Brathwaite comes back on strike. Certainly has been the best of the batters for England.
He has, and it's becoming a little too
Yeah,
close.
the
for
long
comfort
off
for
and long
Australia.
on, dropping deep. And outside the off stump, chopping this one into the ground off the inside edge. Excellent stop by the keeper. Leaping away to his
I
right.
think Australia can relax, I would think, unless we bowl a no ball or a wide or a 4 wides or something along those lines. That we've probably got this in the bag now.
Well, the best cricket game is one that is finished. So I'm not going to even...
Anything can happen.
I'm not going to even employ the idea of relaxing. There's no relaxing here. As Thornton into Brathwaite, outside the yard stump, driven up to extra cover. No run. Brathwaite remains on 49. I think the best he can do now is look to get that single and get that 50.
Well, I'd like to see him get the single.
The
and get
match
the 50
already-
now and because it's been a very, very controlled and well-composed innings by Brathwaite.
Just not being able to really accelerate. Here he is defensively pushing this one along the wicket. A tame surrender by the English in the end, and unfortunately for Brathwaite, who has not been able to accelerate in the latter part of the innings. I think that is what has been lacking from his game. For all of his control and composure, it required some strong arm methods towards the end,
It does,
and he
to
wasn't
take
able
to take some risk. But all credit to the Australian bowlers. They haven't bowled badly. They haven't allowed Brathwaite to get away either. So I think it goes both ways. He wasn't allowed to accelerate either.
So that is it. Victory to the Australians, 142 for 8, playing against 127 it was. 127 for 9, winning by some 15 runs. The Australians played a hard game, disciplined game. They had to work when they batted. They really had to work for their runs, put themselves in a strong position by picking up those wickets and seeing the England team slump to 45 for 8 and then having to fight back, show the discipline, show that commitment, and deservedly coming out winners.
Yeah, look, I think, the way Australia played today, they deserved to win the game. They got those early wickets. We certainly didn't score enough runs. It's been a bowler's day. I mean, I would expect today the man of the match today will be a bowler somewhere from one of the sides, and it doesn't always happen that way. So, well played by England in the end, and Australia. All congratulations to Australia winning this first game of the Caribbean Big Man Tournament.
Well, if I think about a possible man of the match, I am inclined probably to go with Peter O'Reilly.
Peter O'Reilly or Mike Riley, one of the two. Mike Riley bowled well at the other end through the
Picking up those
mid-part.
4 wickets.
Through the mid part of the game, but Peter O'Reilly's discipline at the end to continue bowling the line that he'd bowled the whole time as the scores got tighter. At one stage there were more balls remaining than runs required.
And I was also thinking of his contribution with the bat,
He
leading
did.
the way for
He
the
got
Australians.
43
at
off
the top of the
80 odd
innings.
balls this morning.
He got 43, and let's see his bowling. Let me look at his bowling figures. No, we don't. I'm looking for that innings. Looking for the bowling for the second innings. Just want to see what
It was
O'Reilly.
14 or 15 runs off his 9 overs.
8 or 9 overs he bowled. Peter O'Reilly, 8 overs, 1 made, and he only got the 1 wicket, but conceding only 17 runs. So combined with his 42, that makes him a candidate. But you are correct. That 4-wicket haul by Mike Riley really opened the game and threw the game open.
And it allowed Australia to get back in the game after really we didn't score enough runs early.
So you really make a good point. I think I'm going to go with you. for Mike Riley as the player of the match.
I think Mike
My
Riley
choice.
is the
Thank
deserved.
you so much, Alan.
Wayne, really
It has been-
appreciate the
and we
day
look
that
forward.
we've been here.
I hope we
Eli?
come into contact again
Oh, we
before
will.
the end of the tournament.
Well, yeah, we'll be back at this ground again, and hopefully we see each other in the final somewhere.
Okay then. Thanks again to Alan
Bagor.
Bogor,
Yep.
the man with the French name.
Thank you guys for having me here today.
Short Ridge, 9 overs, 2 maidens, 25 runs, 1 wicket. Stephen Moore, 5 overs for 13 runs. Peter Doddridge, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets for 23. Mike Riley, 9 overs, no maiden, 26 runs, 4 wickets. Peter O'Reilly, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 17 runs and 1 wicket. Dale Thornton, 5 overs for 20 runs. That completes the bowling for the Australians, and the batting for England. Merriman caught Orlando Baldridge for 10. Kevin Grant caught by Mike Riley of Doddridge for 4. Neil Brathwaite eventually not out 49. 98 balls he faced, struck the only 3 boundaries of the innings. Monty Douglas stumped by Orlando off Mike Riley for 3. Edward Gordon Lennox caught Peter O'Reilly, bowled Mike Riley for 2. Chris Dearden run out by Claude Orlando, about Short Ridge to Claude Orlando for 1. John Butterworth caught Eric Higgins, bowled Mike Riley, no score. Jim Phillips leg before wicket to Mike Riley, no score. John Goldthorpe leg before wicket to Peter Doddridge for no run. Phil Deacon bowled by Peter O'Reilly for 25, and Rupert Staple left not out on 5. 3 leg byes, 23 wides for a total of 26 extras. 9 wickets down off 45 overs for 127. Victory by 15 runs to the Australians. I think we have a bit of a presentation ceremony after the end, but I'm just going to ask Ellie Holford to join me for a final wrap and a summary of the games. The game, the Australians definitely the better team on display today. A day of some attrition on a track that didn't really show a lot of fault, just a bit slow, ball not coming on. Batsmen had to work for their runs. But I thought, as Alan pointed out, the bowlers had this say, and the Australians, I think in the end, winning out because they actually bowled better and batted better than the English.
Indeed. Earlier saw this morning with the Australians winning the toss, he let into bat when O'Reilly set in the pace for the Australians with that 42. It really was a good innings. They started off rather well, falling behind kind of in the middle overs, but then due to O'Reilly's anchor with that 42, it really did set up the run chase. Very nice for them in the back end. So with that 42, they posted a score of 141, and you had Staples who threatened with the bowling, but Australia able to still set that.
Yeah, let's look back at that Australia innings. They got off to a fairly decent start with the opening pair, Eric Higgins and Peter O'Reilly. Looked quite comfortable against the seamers with the new ball, but I think everything changed once the pace came on. Although Staple was able to make the early breakthrough with that new ball, but it was once the spin came in that the game took a turn. But we saw that 43 by Peter O'Reilly, very diligent application at the top of the order.
Played himself.
And then down the line, don't forget Greg Hoisted. His innings of 40 off 61 balls. Again, excellent discipline, a commitment to seeing the innings through to the end, and eventually falling just before the close of the innings for that 40. So there were the two crucial innings, the more important innings played for the Australians that got them up to that eventual total of 142 for 8.
I thought that England did a pretty good job going after the runs. However, in my opinion, they waited a tad too late, man. Only Brathwaite showing any resistance there, but in the end, waiting too late to push the gas pedal coming on to the end.
Well, right, and then when we saw the bowling for the English, 3 wickets for 27 to Rupert Staple, bowled well in 2 spells. It started with the new ball, executed good control, and came back in the death when the innings was closing off, bowled those Yorkers, bowled those changes of pace, and I think he would have been the leader of the bowling pack for England. 3 wickets for 27 runs. A wicket apiece to Phil Deacon, who bowled 9 overs for just 17 runs and really stifled the Australian batsmen in 9 consecutive overs of left-arm spin from that southern end. We also saw Jim Phillips with his mix-up bowling 9 overs, also for 17 runs. So they really kept it tight, Deacon and Phillips. But for the England in the bowling, Chris Dearden also chipped in just 1 wicket for 35 runs.
He was very annoying with the ball, Wayne.
Well, as
very,
we
very
described him
stubborn.
as nagging and annoying. And then John Butterworth with his off spin, picking up 2 for 29 to complete the bowling card
Indeed,
for
indeed.
the English. When England batted, as you said, they did go into this slump.
Found themselves running
Found
too late.
themselves at 45 for 8 at one stage. And Neil Bradford, as I pointed out to Alan Ellie, not being able to really bring the power game, although he remained there until the end, making 49 not out and struck the only 3 boundaries. He wasn't able to accelerate at any point to lift the game and really take the initiative for the English, and eventually it just petered out for them into an easy victory for the English. But outside of him, we saw another feature of that England innings, that 9th wicket partnership that gave England some hope between Brathwaite and Phil Deacon coming back with the bat.
Right.
Deacon making 25 in a partnership of some 70 runs for the 9th wicket. And that opened many possibilities. In the end, it wasn't to be, but that remains a feature. Your thoughts on that partnership?
I thought that Brathwaite did a fantastic job indeed. He came in and I could hear him saying to his colleagues, I just needed someone to stay with me to try to get over the line. However, he found that partnership in
With Deacon?
Deacon. Found that partnership in Deacon. But in the end, it was all too late. I really thought that if he had found someone a bit earlier, he would have been able to press the gas pedal. However,
Well, the bowling by Mike Riley, though, 4 for 26 from
Pegged
9
them back.
overs, that really sucked the life out of the England chase, more or less. And they were always going to be playing catch-up once he completed his spell. Got some good support from a few of the other bowlers, O'Reilly and Thornton, Stuart Ridge, all the Australian bowlers came in. Dutteridge, all the bowlers came to support. But that spell by Mike Riley, I think that was
Very well.
decisive.
It was.
And all left to do now, Ellie, is for you to choose your man of the match.
my man of the match will be very interesting. I would have to say that it was between
O'Reilly, 43, a wicket for 17. He also took a catch.
Indeed.
But then again, you've got to consider those 4 wickets by Mike Riley. Like I said, that really blew the game open.
So you would give it to Mike Riley?
Well, it's going to be very close, but I'm going to go with Riley. I will go with Riley for on this occasion. But although very, very closely nudging out Peter O'Reilly, who had an excellent all-around game.
It was a good all-around game indeed. So when do we return here, Wayne?
Well, but even before that, we're going to be here for the presentation ceremony. I think there will be a short presentation ceremony coming up soon. But there is a game here on Wednesday.
Right.
West Indies, I'm not so sure.
West Indies versus USA. I do believe that's it. No, sorry. West Indies play with USA was today.
Let's have a look at some. I think the West Indies are going to be playing at Wonders at Darrell's Road on Wednesday for sure. But the match here. Okay. So we've got West Indies versus the Invitational 11
Right.
here at the Four Square Oval. So
USA
Definitely.
versus England at Wonders.
USA versus England at Wonders, and the rest of the world versus Australia, Barbados National Oil Company. So definitely with West Indies here on Wednesday, we should be returning here. There's some thought that there may be coverage of the England game, that match, England versus USA at Wanderers. So we'll see how that one works out. But definitely West Indies versus the Invitational 11 here at the Fourth Grade Oval on Wednesday morning. West Indies today making light work of USA, I'm told, winning by some 9 wickets.
82 made by USA.
And knocked off for the loss of 1 wicket by West Indies. So
Good
they
stuff.
should be fairly buoyant yet to receive the outcome of that match at Wanderers between the Invitational level and the rest of the world. Nothing yet from Wanderers, Amelia. So we can't tell you exactly what that result. Amelia is going to endeavor to get that result for us as her normal helpful self.
Say
And,
good morning to everyone in
then-
Australia.
Well, yeah, well, all over Australia. Omar Phillips there in Melbourne is listening to us. He's a member of the Anything Cricket Let's Talk team. Of course, Anything Cricket Let's Talk, our podcast put on air, produced by Philip Hackett, which myself and him are co-hosts. You will hear more about it, and Flash Drive Media, along with DA Computers, responsible for the production. Of course, we must make special mention of the sponsors of the competition, Blue Waters and the Barbados Tourism Management Inc., BTMI. DA Computer Services also part of the production team. So all in all, it has been quite an interesting and
Very entertaining.
and also intriguing days of cricket. Surprised by the agility though of these over 60
I
masters.
still can't believe it, man. I still can't believe it. The likes of Braffett. He looks so agile in the field.
The Australians in the field were phenomenal.
Could not
You know,
believe it.
moving around. Also the Englishmen. The only thing that gives a number of the players away is that throwing arm.
The unarmed.
A lot of them do not possess, have lost that
When
throwing
you see
arm.
Davis in the field, you can't believe he's over 60.
Okay then.
Dudridge.
Diving and throwing himself around. So it has been quite a revelation, and it only makes one more keen to see more of the this competition as it progresses.
The rest of the world, man.
So the rest of the world defeating the Invitational 11 at Wonders. So we know that result. So victories for Australia, West Indies, and the rest of the world in the opening round of the Big Man Cricket over 60s Cricket West Indies Masters Association.
It's going to be very interesting on Wednesday, man.
Well, yes, because have we got any clash of winners on Wednesday? Clash of winners, I think. Well, no, USA got defeated. The Invitational team got defeated. And England got defeated. So no clash of winners. Come
West Indies
Come
Invitational
Wednesday.
on Wednesday. Invitation 11, USA versus England.
2 losers meeting there.
And rest of the world versus
But
Australia.
rest of the world versus Australia. 2 winners coming up against each other. 2 first-round winners coming up against each
that
other.
was at BNOC.
So that one at the Barbados National Oil Company as we watch the players and officials gather for the presentation ceremony.
Remember that game is on Wednesday, and all those games start at 9:30 a.m.
So we are going to have that presentation ceremony. I know, but oh, Peter Clark.
Just before I make that presentation, what I would like to do is just reiterate the words there of the match liaison officer and to thank Pickwick, who've done phenomenally well. Mikey as the groundsman has been absolutely superb. Thank you to Mikey. Thank you to everybody in the clubhouse who've worked tirelessly throughout the day. It's been great to see the passion and energy that you have for your club and for West Indies cricket and for this tournament. And can I please also extend grateful appreciation to Raj and to Roy and all the big man team for setting this up as wonderfully as it has been done. So to you guys, thank you very much indeed. And then to you guys, many congratulations. I think we pushed you probably harder than you thought we might do. We're in the middle of our winter, so we're not perhaps in the best of form at the moment. But guys, you played superbly well. Thank you for making it the game that it was. And given the fabulous bowling by Mike Riley with 4 for 26 off his 9 overs, I think it's only appropriate that he should be the man of the match.
And we are going to call up the winning captain from Australia.
Same thing. Thanks for everyone. I really want a big thanks to the groundsman here. What he did today is exactly what he did for us 2 days ago when we had our game there. He said, "Oh yeah, it'll be right." He does it pretty near all himself. So I really want to give a big hand to him because I appreciate what curators go through. Good stuff. It was a good game of cricket. I told our guys, originally I thought, oh, well, if we can get 180, we're going all right. But then if the wicket, the way it was, and the outfield, you know, that's a pretty big outfield for us. I thought, well, 150. I told our guys we wanted to get to 150. We got 142, so we were in the game. And I said, that's what we got to go with, or 143. So I said to them, for an Australian side, that's the best win I've been involved in with an Australian side. And better still, that the first game of a round we beat England. So normally they beat us in the first one-day international. But thanks, boys. I know it's in your winter time, and I hope you sweated out there and lost a bit of sweat and so forth. But it was a great game of cricket, and it's always played in good spirits. So thank you. Your bowling was really tight. I thought we got away with a bit of a flyer, and then the flaming spinners came on, and that really bogged us down, you know. And we're struggling to get 3 runs and over, but ended up we got there in the end. I thought we had a pretty good deep batting line-up, and some of our guys, I just told them, make sure you bat smart, you know, don't play a windy woof to these. Some of our blokes have a bit of trouble with this slow, medium, slow, where they got to try and make the pace, and if you don't use your feet to those sort of bowlers, well, they will make it hard for you. So, well done, good game of cricket. But I thought the guy who really kept you blokes in the game, sure, we had 8 for 45, but, well, a good partnership. They batted very sensibly, did not throw anything away. We tried to just close them up a bit, but they stuck at it, and thought in the end for his 43 not out, Neil Brathwaite. Well done, mate. Good stuff. Sensible batting, mate. Good on
I also want to give thanks to the scorers. I forgot them in the first speech. The scorers and the groundsmen also. And I want to extend invitation to all the teams that are here in Barbados. I hope you have a fantastic time, and looking forward to seeing some good cricket during the whole of the tournament. Oh yes, oh my goodness. And the 2 most important people in the game, the umpires. You know, sometimes you save the best for the last. I want to thank everyone for coming and participating, and we're looking forward to some more cricket from you guys. Take care. All right.
Well done, guys.